1. Carl Kelly loved playing the Pink Room. It was a regular gig for him, and he took the stage there every Wednesday night. He knew many of the folks in the audience, and they knew him. They were an older crowd than that found in some of the places he played, more adult than kid, more respectful of performers. They did the things people came to bars to do. They talked, laughed, played pool, and drank, yet he always felt like they were listening to him instead of competing with him. They clapped when he was done and stuffed tips in the beer mug on the corner of the stage to show their appreciation. He played 3 sets of about 45 minutes each. That was a normal show for him. He had set lists written down as a basic guide to what he was going to play, but some in the audience had their favorites. "Play Heart of Gold," someone shouted. "Play Cocaine." With a grin and a nod, he'd roll right into their requests, playing the tune as if it were a personal show just for them. In between sets, he also did those things people came to bars to do. He drank, joked, flirted with women, and talked to friends. Sometimes people offered to buy him drinks and he made new friends. The Pink Room was that kind of place. Mostly regulars with just enough new blood to keep things interesting. This was what Carl lived for. It was his scene. He had been in Boise for a couple of years now, so even his oldest friends there were relatively new. Before that, he'd lived in Nashville, which had an understandably thriving scene for singer-songwriters like him. He was in Nashville for over 20 years before he burned out on the place for a number of reasons. For one, many of the musicians there were trying too hard. They were so desperate to break through and make a name for themselves, they weren't content to play bars and small venues. They all yearned for stadium shows with tiny microphones and elaborate sets. Being around people like that made him tired, but maybe he was getting old and cranky. Fame had never been Carl's goal. He loved playing. He was all about being a musician, and he loved interacting with the audience. All he wanted out of life was intimate venues, a few free drinks, and enough cash to keep the bill collectors at bay. That was his career, and he was pulling it off. With his baritone voice and masterful guitar playing, he always had gigs. He always had enough money to support himself. Audiences loved him, wives not so much. He met his first wife in Nashville, and she ended up being part of the reason he eventually left town. He caught her eye while he was playing a downtown bar. She liked her men scruffy and a little battered, like a favorite old paperback. With his long hair and beard, Carl met the criteria. The problem came when she wanted to polish him up and make something out of him. "Hell, woman, I'm over 50 years old. As Popeye would say, I yam what I yam. But you spend all your time in bars. You come home every night smelling like booze and cigarettes." "You met me in a bar," he reminded her. "I work in bars, it's what I do." She expected him to grow up and get a real job. She wanted to take the man she married and turn him into something respectable. It was part of her nature. Some women sewed, some gardened, some decorated houses, and some devoted their lives to trying to fix men. The very idea of it made Carl laugh, and he wanted no part of it. He never intended to be any more or any less than he was at that particular moment. He liked himself. As far as he was concerned, he had a good life, with or without her. Then he made the mistake of stating that to her instead of simply thinking it. They ended up divorcing, and she took half of what little he had. That soured him on Nashville, but it was okay since he was growing tired of the place anyway. He decided to go out west and start over, but he wasn't sure where he wanted to go. He didn't know much about the West. He'd heard the coastal states were run by pinkos that thought they owned the rain, and he knew that wouldn't work for him. He didn't do well with rules, especially stupid ones. He tried Colorado for a while. It was a beautiful place, full of great people, but he never found the right town for him. From there he floated to Provo, Utah, then to Jackson, Wyoming. He had some good times, played some bars, and drank some liquor, but never found his stride. He found the same thing in Bozeman, Montana. He liked the remote landscape of Montana. He liked that it was a long way from damn near everything, but found the prospect of winter there to be a little intimidating. He couldn't see himself snowmobiling home drunk from the bar after show. He'd end up dead of hypothermia. He decided he'd try Nevada, but took a circuitous route through Boise, Idaho on his way there. There was something about Boise that felt right, though Carl couldn't have expressed what it was. Deciding to assess the job prospects there for a singer-songwriter such as himself, he checked into a cheap hotel and explored the bar scene. He drank in some fine establishments, listened to some decent musicians, and observed the audiences. After a few days in town, he'd lined up a half-dozen gigs and collected phone numbers from 2 beautiful women. Those first gigs went well enough for him to stay for a while. Audiences liked the fact that he played the things they didn't hear in other bars. It wasn't acoustic standards like Jimmy Buffett, Tracy Chapman, the Indigo Girls, and Neil Young. Carl played Billy Joe Shaver, Jimmy Dale Gilmore, and Townes Van Zandt. He knew all of J.J. Cale's good stuff. He dusted off his country chops with classics by George Jones, Tom T. Hall, Willie Nelson, and Waylon Jennings. He knew the Johnny Cash tunes that got the audience singing along and stomping their feet. Sometimes he threw out obscure acoustic tunes by players like Bill Morrissey, Michael Hedges, and John Gorka. When people watched Carl play, they knew he was pouring everything into it. He was putting on a show. They felt it and responded to it. When he finished his last set of the night, he thanked the audience. He reminded them he played the Pink Room every Wednesday night and wished them a good evening. There was applause and a few more people came forward to poke bills into his tip mug. Carl smiled and thanked them, wiping down his old Gibson before he stowed it away for the night. He pocketed his tips, returned the mug to the bartender, and stashed his guitar behind the bar for safekeeping. "Another Maker's Mark, Carl?" the bartender asked. "I'd be much obliged," Carl said with a nod. It had been a Maker's kind of night. The bartender grabbed the bottle from the shelf, pouring Carl's third double of the night. "Thanks," Carl said, taking the glass. He was on his first sip when he heard a painfully familiar laugh. It was too loud and too fake, like nails on a chalkboard. It was Jasmine, his ex-wife. This was not, however, his Nashville ex-wife. This was the new Boise ex-wife, nothing like starting a new life with the same old bad habits. The bartender must have caught the sour look on Carl's face. "Sorry, mate, I would have warned you, but I assumed you saw her from the stage." Carl grimaced. "No, I didn't have the pleasure." He took another sip of his drink, then craned his head around, looking through the crowd. There she was, dressed like an old hippie and standing with her friend. Carl didn't know what else to call the guy. His nickname was Sasquatch or Bigfoot or something. He and Jasmine had apparently been a thing before she and Carl got married. Unfortunately, they continued to be a thing even after the marriage, and Carl wasn't cool with that. When he figured it out, he kicked himself for being stupid and kicked her to the curb. Admittedly, Carl had no business marrying her anyway. It was kind of like she came with the place. New city, new life, new wife, except she had more baggage than he did and she wasn't able to leave all hers behind. The whole sordid thing lasted about a year. They'd only been divorced for 3 months now, so the ink was still wet and the wound still raw. He saw her all the time, which made it hard to put behind him. They were both drinkers, hung out in the same bars, and they were both too old to change. Hell, they'd met at the Pink Room and neither of them was willing to surrender the ground. Carl quickly drained his double and slid the glass toward the bartender. He got up and grabbed his guitar. "I think I'm going to call it a night. I'll see you guys later. You mind if I go out the back?" He hoped that would keep him from having to talk to Jasmine and her keeper. "Help yourself," the bartender said. Carl kept low and pushed through the swinging doors into the kitchen. It was hot from the stove and steamy from the dishwasher. The lights were too bright and Carl shaded his eyes. He stepped out the back door into a cloud of fragrant pot smoke. The cook and dishwasher were passing a joint back and forth. "Fucking stoners," Carl grumbled. "Can't go anywhere without running into potheads." "Want some?" the cook asked. "Sure," Carl said, taking a hit off the joint. He held the smoke, then exhaled a stream into the cool night air. "Thanks, Rob, I needed that." "No problem, Carl." Carl's van was parked by the dumpster just outside the kitchen. He unlocked the back door and slid his guitar case in. "You fellas have a good night." "That your van?" Rob asked. Carl nodded. "Yeah, why?" "I thought it belonged to that lady. I saw her in it earlier." Carl slammed the door and eyed the cook suspiciously. "What lady?" "The loud one stuck in the 60s, the hippie barfly." "Jasmine. I think that might be her names. You know her." "I was married to her." "I'm sorry," Rob replied. "Sorry I was married to her or sorry you were talking smack about her?" Rob shrugged. "Sorry you were married to her, bro." "Yeah, me too," Carl admitted. "You see what she was doing in my van?" Rob shook his head. "Nope, she was in there when we came out. When she saw us, she shut the door, had that big scary motherfucker with her." "Yeah, I know the guy." Carl opened the back of the van again and gave it a quick once-over. He saw nothing out of place, nothing missing. He slammed the doors shut. "Well, I'm out of here. You guys have a good night." For the entire drive back to his house, the idea that Jasmine had been in the back of his van nagged at him. He was obsessive about locking it since he usually had musical instruments stored there. She once had a key though, and it was possible she still had it. It would be just like her to hold it back for a rainy day. She had that little streak of psycho in her. When he got to his neighborhood, he pulled around behind his house to the garage. He didn't have a fancy remote that would open the door with the push of a button. He had to go in through the side door, unlock the garage door, and wrestle the thing up into the air. When this was done, he got back in the van and pulled inside. He killed the engine and sat there for a moment, his mind on what Jasmine might have been doing in his van. There was no way he was going to sleep until he knew for certain. He threw open the back doors and grabbed a mechanic's light with a rusty wire cage around the bulb. Back of the van was a mess. There was a sleeping bag and pillow for the nights he drank too much, several changes of clothes, an empty cooler, and some trash. There was a small sound system for playing gigs where they didn't have one. Then of course there was his guitar, a spare, and a bag with assorted crap he might need for a show, like spare strings. Carl went through everything, setting each item outside the van when he was done with it. He checked every compartment from the glove box to beneath the seats. It wasn't until he shoved his hand in the open back of an amplifier that he found something that shouldn't have been there. He pulled it out and examined it. It was a parcel about the size of a 1-pound package of ground beef, wrapped securely in multiple layers of clear packing tape. Carl was instantly suspicious. It had to be drugs. He pulled out his pocket knife, opened the blade, and pierced the package. When he extracted the blade, he found it covered in white powder. Carl didn't know what the hell it was, but he wasn't about to taste it and find out. Cocaine, heroin, whatever, it didn't matter to him. Aside from smoking a little pot, he wasn't into drugs, either selling them or using them. Jasmine apparently was, though. It was yet one more thing he'd not known about her. He couldn't believe she'd have the audacity, the callousness, to hide her drugs in the back of his vehicle. Well, of course he could. He'd learned anything about her, it was that she was selfish, a user. He'd just been too dumb to see it. The thought also crossed his mind that she might be trying to set him up. Were the cops going to show up any minute and claim they had a tip he was a drug dealer? He reloaded the van, turned off the lights, and went inside. He considered calling the cops but didn't want the hassle. The kitchen staff at the Pink Room had seen her messing around in his van, but what if the cops thought the drugs were his? He was a Tennessee boy at heart, a hillbilly born and raised in East Tennessee, where cops were a last resort and folks had a natural suspicion of law enforcement. Carl had never outgrown that. Cursing Jasmine with every step, he walked to the bathroom, raised the toilet seat, slid open the package, and dumped the contents in the toilet. It took several flushes to clear the bowl. He'd have to burn the package too, but that could wait until tomorrow. For now, he tossed it in the trash, scowling yet again at the violation of trust. He brushed his teeth and headed off to bed. As he curled up beneath a ratty old quilt his grandmother made, he had no idea it would be his last night doing so. Dan Slaughter was at work when he got the call. He didn't answer it initially because he was stuck in a mind-numbing meeting about sales goals for the upcoming year. He didn't know why he even had to attend those stupid meetings. He wasn't in sales. He didn't care how many units they sold or how they went about it. In fact, he cared very little about his job anymore. There had been a day when he cared, but it was so far gone now he couldn't remember what it felt like. These days he was simply going through the motions, showing up because he didn't know what else to do with himself. When his phone again buzzed on the table in front of him, he studied the number. He didn't recognize it. He figured it was some scammer trying to sell him an extended warranty for his car. Perhaps it was one of those Nigerians trying to convince him he was going to be arrested by the IRS in 25 minutes if he didn't pay a fine over the phone. But what if it was? His kids were both out of the house now. They'd graduated from college and were settled into their own lives. However, just because they were fairly self-sufficient didn't mean they were above needing dad every once in a while. They often hit him up for advice on insurance, loans, or cars. What if one of them was in trouble and needed his help? He couldn't push the thought out of his mind. He was going to have to take the call or he'd torment himself trying to figure out what it was about. Dan stood up and walked out. There were over 50 people in the meeting, and it wasn't like it was going to grind to a halt just because he left. The sales guys loved to talk and they could go on all day. He hated meetings like that. In fact, he hated all meetings. Once in the hall, he punched the voicemail button on his phone and stuck it to his ear. It was an elderly woman whose voice he didn't recognize at first. She said her name was Virginia Kelly, but that didn't ring any bells. With one sentence, it hit him like a train at a crossing. Carl died last night. Virginia Kelly was Carl's mother. Carl was his best friend and had been for nearly his entire life. The rush of emotion was disorienting. Dan listened to the message a second time just to make sure it said what he thought it said. He hoped he'd been wrong, that he'd misunderstood, but he wasn't wrong. Carl had died and his mother needed Dan to call her back. Carl Kelly had always been his best friend. The two met as children and hit it off immediately. Even after all these years, they remained in contact. They communicated several times a week, despite a lot of miles separating them. Like all good friends, they had that ability to dredge up the past like no one else could, reminding each other of the embarrassing things they wanted to forget. They could say stupid things to each other they'd never say in front of anyone else. It was a relationship that involved so much history it could never be replaced. Dan lived in East Tennessee, not far from where the two had grown up. Carl had been living in Idaho these last few years, playing music around Boise. Before that, he'd lived in Nashville, where the two got to see each other a little more often. Dan hadn't seen Carl in nearly a year since he was last back in Tennessee visiting his mom. He'd never gone to see his friend in Boise since he didn't like to fly anymore, and Idaho was a long damn drive. The barrage of thoughts made Dan lightheaded, and he looked for a place to sit down. He needed to get his head together before he returned that call, and he needed someplace more private than his cubicle. There were too many damn people in that fishbowl of an office. He went to the restroom and locked himself into a stall like a teenage girl. It didn't feel like the most mature response, but he didn't know what else to do. There were no tears, only a stunned emptiness that left the world feeling off kilter. His thoughts raced. The idea popped into his head that he should call his wife, Samantha, and let her know. There might be some comfort in sharing the news with someone. Then he immediately felt stupid. She passed away from cancer 2 years ago at barely 50 years old. His heart ached even more than it had seconds before. In times of stress, Dan sometimes forgot she'd died. It took a while to reprogram the brain after nearly 30 years of marriage. It happened on nights when he had to work late. Out of habit, he'd tell his coworkers that he needed to call home. They'd hang their heads and give him that look of pity that he detested so much. Only then would he remember there was no one at home to call. He realized there was no one to help him process his friend's death. It wasn't the kind of thing he could call his kids about. They couldn't understand. They didn't know Carl that well, and Dan wasn't sure either of them ever had a friendship like he and Carl did. Young people didn't form that kind of bond with a single friend these days, their social circles artificially expanded by social media. His children's generation had the ability to have thousands of friends. The world had been much different when he was younger, so much smaller. Get your shit together and deal with this. Dan wasn't one to ruminate, he was a problem solver. That was what he did for a living. Deciding that returning the call from the bathroom stall would feel weird, he got up and splashed cold water in his face, walked down the hall, and exited out a side door. He stepped into the vast employee parking lot with its hundreds of spaces and called the number back. A tearful voice answered almost immediately. Apparently, she recognized the number because she didn't even say hello. "Thanks for calling me back, Dan." At hearing her voice being plugged so directly into her grief and loss, the numbness Dan felt began to thaw. His voice cracked when he tried to speak. "What happened, Virginia?" It was all he could think to ask. Words weren't coming. His brain wasn't working right. Carl's mother released a sigh so profound it sounded as if her soul, indeed a part of her life itself, escaped her. "They say it was a drug overdose. They're doing an autopsy to make sure." Dan abruptly stopped his pacing. "A drug overdose? That's ridiculous." He was getting loud, raising his voice. He fought to reel it back in. As absurd as the idea of a drug overdose was, Carl's mother wasn't the one to yell at. She had enough to deal with right now. "I know," Virginia replied, starting to cry as she spoke. "That's what I tried to tell them, that this didn't sound like him at all. I know sometimes these musicians get hooked on stuff, but I can't imagine him doing something like that." Carl had his issues, his problems, sure, but drugs weren't one of them. He was much more likely to be killed by a jealous husband, fall down a set of steps while he was drunk, or nod off at the wheel coming home from a show. Anything but a drug overdose. It was out of character. "You're right, he wouldn't have done that. Why would they even think that's what happened?" "The officer who called me, I got her name wrote down here somewhere, said there was a syringe beside him, beside his body. There was a mark where it looked like he'd shot drugs into his arm." Virginia Kelly was probably in her late 70s, and it was clear none of this made sense to her. Not only the idea her son might have done this, but the very thought of anyone doing such a thing to themselves. In her day, normal people didn't take medicines they didn't need or jab needles into their arms. It just wasn't done. Drugs were the realm of the criminal subclass, not of decent Americans. "Is there anything I can do?" Dan asked. Mrs. Kelly was alone in the world now. She didn't have anyone who could help her with the arrangements, and Dan would offer whatever assistance he could. "Well, they're going to send him back here for burial when the autopsy is complete. I've already talked to the funeral home and we'll have the service here in Knoxville. I'm looking at burial plots tomorrow. I'm hoping to put him beside his daddy. Of course, I was hoping you might speak at the funeral. It would mean more if someone who knew him spoke over him." "I'd be glad to. I'll do anything you need, Mrs. Kelly." She hesitated. That big sigh came again as she tried to keep her emotions in check. "Actually, there is one more thing that you could help me with, if it's not too much trouble." "Whatever it is, I'll do it." I hate to ask, but Carl had a house out there in Boise. It's just a little old place, but he owned it and it's full of his stuff. I don't have any way to deal with all that. I can't travel because of my health and I don't have anyone else to ask. I know it's an imposition, but is there any way you could take a look at it and see what's there? Carl's dad had been dead for 20 years or so, and his mother was alone now. No close family, no friends who weren't little old ladies themselves. Dan knew she had several health issues from what Carl told him. He couldn't imagine her backing a rental truck up to the door and personally toting out all the furniture, her on a walker. That was okay, logistics was his thing. I'd be glad to deal with it, Dan told her. That's what friends are for. Even as he was saying it, it sounded wrong. That was not what friends were for. Friends were about drinking and talking, about giving you shit. They were about remembering the old days and helping you get through the tough days. They listened to you bitch and whine. That was what friendship was about, not settling estates and packing up your life when you died too early. Maybe it was, though. Perhaps this was exactly what it was about, even when he didn't want it to be. I don't know how much you have time for, Dan, but you can leave the furniture. They can sell the house furnished as far as I'm concerned. You keep anything out of it you want, I don't care, just bring anything special back home to me and we'll get a realtor to sell the house. I would like one of his guitars, memories, you know. I'll take any pictures you find, personal things like that. The rest I don't care about, I got no place to put it. Let me know the details of the funeral and I'll take care of the rest, Mrs. Kelly. Don't you worry about a thing. She gave a quavering sigh, long and mournful. I appreciate it, Dan. You were always such a good friend to him. He was a good friend to me too, the best. With those words, the significance of the loss hit him again. He'd lost his best friend. If you were lucky you got one in this life, it was something that couldn't be replaced. The surges of emotion disoriented him. It was like being hit by a wave when he was already neck deep in the ocean. One moment his feet were on the ground, the next he was bobbing, flailing. Well, I have to call the rest of the family, thank you again. You take care of yourself and call if you need anything, Dan said. We'll talk soon. She ended the call and Dan took a seat on a concrete bench by the sidewalk. There was no way he could say no to her, but it was going to require a significant effort to carry out her wishes. He knew it was about 2,000 miles to Boise because he'd considered driving it before. He kept promising Carl he'd make the trip. The two of them would hit the bars, listen to music, and eat some good food. They would tell lies and embarrass themselves in front of women. It hadn't happened. There was always some reason Dan couldn't go. Now he never would. There was no more bitter taste than regret of a wrong that couldn't be righted. Normal people would simply have bought a plane ticket and flown out there to visit their friend. They wouldn't have thought a thing of it. However, the whole normal thing pretty much ruled Dan out. He hadn't flown since the 1990s. He wasn't particularly afraid of flying. He'd flown a lot before 9/11. Yet since then, 20 years ago, he hadn't flown once. Perhaps it was the Tennessee redneck in him, but he refused to be searched, herded like a cow, and dehumanized by the TSA. The convenience of flight did not outweigh the indignity in his eyes. When he traveled these days, he did it by vehicle. He drove on his own schedule at his own pace and he carried as much crap as he wanted. He saw the country. He saw the things he'd miss if he flew over top of it. He knew how the terrain changed from one state to the next, how the dirt smelled different, and he knew how the night sounded when unfamiliar birds called a place home. Not only did driving allow him to carry as many ounces of any given liquid as he wanted, but he carried a gun and knife as well. He could carry 10 guns and 10 knives if he wanted because this was America and that was what freedom was about. However, his freedom was about to take a kick in the nuts. Boise was a long way. He wasn't sure he could swing such a long drive this time. He had vacation time saved up, but he wasn't sure it was enough to drive to Boise, spend a week or so there, and then drive back in a rented truck. That brought up an entirely different logistical issue. Even if he did take that much time, he couldn't exactly drive his own truck out there if he had to drive a rental back. It was possible he could tow his truck back with the rental truck, but that was an awkward load. It would be stressful. He was getting lost down the rabbit hole of logistics, but that made sense. Logistics were his job. It was what he did for Hatfield Homes, one of the largest manufactured home suppliers in the country. The company built the homes and he got them where they needed to go. More important than getting to Boise was the issue of why he was having to go in the first place. That was what he should be focusing on, not his own personal issues around flying. He still couldn't imagine Carl had died from a drug overdose. Perhaps Carl's mom had misunderstood. Carl smoked pot, but that was the extent of his experimentation as far as Dan knew. Carl had always preferred the soothing effects of alcohol. He enjoyed the social aspect of drinking with people. There was certainly no way he'd shot up a drug. Dan knew that as sure as he knew anything else in the world. That Carl had not overdosed was as certain as gravity, the change of seasons, or even the progression of time itself. It was a truth of the world. Dan would never believe it. He sat on the bench, phone in hand, staring out at the warm spring day. It seemed a lot prettier an hour ago before he'd taken this call. Spring was the season of potential. Now, in the blink of an eye, the world felt different. Some potential had been lost, and the world was a darker place for it. There were things in life that changed so gradually, like the fading of paint, that one barely noticed the transition. You got older, and one day you noticed your hair was gray. Your kids grew up, and suddenly they were graduating high school. All of it moved so slowly that the transition went unnoticed. Then there were other things that marked life so suddenly and with such significance that the days after were never the same as the days before. The birth of Dan's kids were such days. The death of his wife was another. This day would be too. When his wife died, Dan considered leaving his job. There had been some insurance, the house was already paid for, and the kids were nearly self-sufficient. However, he was too young to retire. He was a little over 50 at the time and had a lot of working years ahead of him. He'd been at Hatfield Homes for a long time, starting there when he was 19 years old. Frankly, he was tired of it. In the end, he'd only stayed because he had no other plan. He was worried that home would be too depressing if he had nowhere else to go and nothing else to do. Maybe this was the point where that all changed. Perhaps this was where he'd make a break. 3. After the call, Dan couldn't make himself go back into the meeting. He returned to his tiny desk in his impersonal cubicle and sat there for a while but couldn't get his head back in the game. His workspace was a sea of calendars, schedules, and lists, but he didn't care about any of it. An hour ago, he'd at least given a shit. Now it all was alien to him, as if he'd wandered into a stranger's office and taken a seat. What he saw didn't impress him. He scanned his to-do list and saw nothing that appealed to him. He was done. He knew it in his heart. He left his cubicle and headed down the hall to the glass-walled office of David Hatfield, the CEO of the company. He tapped on the doorframe, entering and taking a seat when David waved him in. "Sorry, David, but I'm done. I need a leave of absence or something." David's mouth tightened and he sat back in his chair. Dan was familiar with the mannerism. It was something his boss did every time he wasn't happy about something. If you brought him a problem, a delay, a damage report, a mistake, this was what you got. The same frown, the same slumping back in his chair. "Sorry, buddy, but we need you here. This is our busiest season. People move in the spring and summer. If they have kids, they want to be settled by fall." "I don't think I'm in a position to do anything like that." Dan already knew all those things and didn't care about them. In fact, he cared less about them with each passing second. "That's fine, I understand. I quit then. Find someone else." David held up a hand. "Now, just wait a damn minute. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. You come in here out of the blue and dump all this on me. What am I supposed to say? You know, this puts my Twinkie in a vice. It's not like we have a backup for you who can just step in and take over." Dan understood his boss's concern. There wasn't a lot of redundancy in Hatfield Homes. They ran a lean operation. As David said, there was no one available to step in and fill his shoes if he wasn't there. Someone would have to pick up the slack. They'd have to add Dan's duties onto their own already heaped plate. While Dan knew David only said what he did in an attempt to guilt him into staying, he wasn't fooled by the technique. He'd used that same trick on his own employees many times. It was part of how the company did business, a standard management practice. "That's a personnel issue, David, not my problem. I've asked for assistance over the years and not received it. It's not my fault there's no one else trained to do my job." David scowled. "If you take this time, I'm not sure I can hold your job. The absence will create a bottleneck in operations. I may have to bring in someone who can do the job." Dan shrugged. The threat had meant nothing to him. "Do what you have to do." That response, Dan's cavalier attitude, rubbed David the wrong way. His face flushed red. "Excuse me, do what I have to do? That's not the kind of attitude you used to have, Dan. You used to be a team player, a real go-getter, then suddenly you changed. One minute you're a company man, the next you come in looking like some kind of scruffy bum. I'm not sure what the hell you are now." That was true. Dan had given much of his life to this company. He'd gone above and beyond. He'd given 110% all the time. That attitude had advanced his career and made him essential to this company. It was part of the reason David was so concerned about losing him. There were things Dan did that no one else knew how to do. "You know, my heart really hasn't been in the game since my wife died, David. Now I just found out I've lost my best friend. I'm fucking done. I can't do this for 10 more years. I can't do it for 10 more minutes. You can keep me or fire me. You can shake my hand or kiss my ass. I don't care." David leaned forward, resting his elbows on his cluttered desk. He was angry and frustrated. He tried to convey disappointment, but it wasn't going to work any more than guilt did. "You don't even sound like yourself, Dan. You never used to say things like this. Since your wife died, you've let yourself go. If you ask me, you need to cut your hair, shave that mess off your face, and get your act together." "Well, I didn't ask you. Things change. My life changed and I changed with it," Dan said. "You have to roll with the punches, you and me both." David finally granted Dan's request, giving him 1 month to think about things before he made a final decision. Dan didn't expect it would change anything. Either way, he told his boss he'd think about it. Despite that promise, he swung by his workstation as soon as he left David's office. He loaded his personal belongings into a copy paper box and took them with him. He didn't want to have to come back for them if this was indeed his last day. It took him a few minutes because he kept uncovering things in the bottom of drawers or buried in the layers on his bulletin board. Old drawings his kids had done, personal photographs, or notes the kids had hidden in his luggage when he was going on a work trip. He tried not to think about the things he packed into the box. He couldn't let himself get lost in the emotion of it. There was no room inside him for any of it right now. He was already dealing with all he could hold. A few minutes later, he walked out the door with over 25 years of a career tucked under his arm. Dan pulled out of the parking lot and onto an empty 2-lane road. Hatfield Homes was located in the country, out in the middle of nowhere. They needed a lot of space to build, store, and ship mobile homes. At the intersection where the empty road joined another lonely highway, Dan rolled into a convenience store. Walking to the beer cooler, he noted the selection was a lot better than in his younger days. He selected a 12-pack of Rolling Rock bottles and paid with cash. He set the beer in the passenger seat, then pulled one out and twisted the cap off. He put the cap back in the plastic grocery bag and placed the beer in the cup holder, rolled his window down, and scrolled through the music on his phone. He found Charlie Daniels, long-haired country boy, and pushed play. The music rolled out of the truck speakers and put a smile on his face. If East Tennessee had an anthem, this was it. He pulled back onto the empty road and took a sip of his beer. He thought of all the times he'd drank to this song, all the times he and Carl had drank to this song together, and then he was lost in memory. His drive home was a blur. He didn't remember any of it, driving his truck on automatic pilot. The next thing he knew, he was sitting in his driveway with a second beer, staring at their big old empty house. His big old empty house. It was perfect for a family, but way more house than he required these days, sitting on more land than he'd ever used. He and his wife had chosen it together. They had plans for every inch of it when they bought the place. Those cows and horses were never purchased. The chickens died off. Their children cried when they ate the pig and they never bought another. That was the end of their homestead dreams. Empty house, empty garden, empty pastures, and empty barn, but a very full life. He slid out of his truck and wandered inside. At the kitchen island, he dumped his keys and billfold. He slid the concealed carry holster from his waistband and left his handgun there. Dan went to the fridge and slid the Rolling Rock onto a bare shelf. He took his open beer and wandered into his home office. He scanned the walls and found the framed picture of him and Carl. It hung on the wall among other relics of Dan's life. This particular photo had been taken at the World's Fair in Knoxville, at one of those old-time studios where you wore costumes and left with a black and white photo. They were dressed as gangsters, holding fake Thompson submachine guns with grim expressions. They were young and ready to take on the world. They looked so innocent, and he supposed they actually were at that time. The picture was several years before the accident, as they referred to it. That accident was the experience around which all memories of their youth revolved. It entangled the two of them in a way they'd never expected. They swore to never tell a soul, and to the best of Dan's knowledge, neither of them had ever broken that promise. Dan raised his bottle to the photo, to innocence, memories, and having friends. He took a sip from his beer and his eyes welled with tears. He knew from experience this was dangerous territory. If he let the emotions take over, get a foothold, who knew when he'd be able to rein them back in? He pushed his feelings away, something at which he was accomplished. He turned away from the wall of memories, opened the gun safe against the back wall, and removed a glass jar and some rolling papers. Dan went to the back porch and took a seat in a padded metal chair. He remembered buying the outdoor furniture set new and was surprised to notice a fine coat of rust on the metal table. When had that happened? Like so much else in his life, things were changing around him and he was oblivious. The day was beautiful, the view amazing. Even if their dreams for the farm had not materialized, they'd planted a lot of trees. The redbuds and Bradford pears were in bloom, filling the backyard with color. He'd sat there so many times staring at those trees. He set his beer on the table, then pulled out his phone, navigating his way to the music files Carl had sent him over the years. Dan found one of his favorites, Carl's version of Handsome Molly, sung slow and pensive. It was a heartbreaking dirge in the best of times, but Dan wasn't worried. His heart could break no further. While he listened to the song, he rolled a joint. This was something he'd never done over all the years he'd been married, but times changed and dragged him along with them. When he was done, he propped his feet on the porch rail, leaned back, and lit up. Memory could be a rocky ride. It was best to have something to dull the sharp edges. Dan stayed on the porch late into the night, listening to music and lost in his head. After listening to a few of Carl's songs, he moved on to Lynyrd Skynyrd, the Allman Brothers, AC/DC, and Hank Williams, Jr. The next thing he knew, he'd finished the 12-pack of Rolling Rock. He poured a tall glass of Irish whiskey and chased it with a second joint. By then it was about 3 a.m. When the weed kicked in on top of all that alcohol, his head started swimming. He dog-paddled to the couch and slept with one foot on the floor, trying to steady the world. When Dan awoke the next day, it was around noon and he wasn't alone. Both his daughter and his son were sitting in the living room with him, silently waiting on him to wake up. When his eyes fluttered and he opened them to their unsettling stares, he bolted upright. The motion sent a hammering pain through his skull. His head felt like it was being pinched in a vice. He cringed, rubbed his temple, and laid back down. "What are you two doing here?" Taylor, his daughter, shot her brother a look. "I told you I thought he was drunk. Look at him, he's a mess." "Drunk," Dan echoed. "When?" His son Kevin raised an eyebrow at him. "You left a voicemail on Taylor's phone last night. You said your friend Carl had died and you sounded a little buzzed." "Drunk," Taylor clarified. "You sounded drunk." Dan rubbed his head. "I was drunk." "And what is this?" Taylor asked. Dan opened one eye and found her holding the quart jar of marijuana he'd been rolling out of last night. "Uh-oh, busted." When he failed to answer, Taylor shot Kevin a look. "I told you I smelled weed last time we were here." "I know," Kevin conceded. "I just couldn't imagine Dad getting high. He's such nerd," Dan suggested. "Well, can you imagine it now?" Taylor asked, gesturing at her father as evidence of her theory. "We come home to find our father looking like the dude from The Big Lebowski. This is traumatic." Dan rolled his eyes. "You're being dramatic, Taylor. It's not like you're 8 years old. You're both adults. You've seen drunk people before. You've seen weed before. Get over it." "It's a little weird, Dad," Kevin said. "Yeah, Dad, it's weird," Taylor agreed. "What even happened to you?" Dan knew what they meant. They weren't talking about last night. They were referring to what happened to him in the larger scheme of things. He'd always been a role model father when they were around. He took them camping, fishing, and hiking, taught them to shoot and to ride bikes. They never saw him drink and, to the best of his knowledge, never heard him swear unless he ran into a trailer hitch or stepped on a Lego. Now they'd discovered him passed out among the vestiges of his degeneracy. He had changed. "I love you guys," Dan began. "It was a rough night after hearing about Carl. I'm sorry I called you Taylor. I honestly don't remember that. I'm sorry if I worried you too." "We didn't just come up because we were worried, Dad," Kevin said. "We came for the funeral. We wanted to support you." Despite his best efforts, that brought a tear to Dan's eye. Taylor must have called her brother after hearing his message, and the two had left Asheville that morning to come see him. "I don't know what to say. I really appreciate that." "We're not changing the subject," Taylor said, always the practical kid. "I want to know when you started smoking weed and why you haven't cut your hair." Dan sat up and righted himself on the couch. His mouth was dry and his stomach didn't feel so hot. He'd been fine with the beer and should have stuck with that. It was the Irish whiskey that turned on him. What was that saying, beer before liquor, never sicker? You know, when you guys were younger, I wanted to be a good dad. Besides that, being married to your mother kind of civilized me. I think if she hadn't come along so early in my life, this is who I would have ended up being. I'm a 70s model Tennessee redneck who's getting in touch with his roots." "Do we need to do an intervention?" Taylor asked seriously. Dan cracked up. "No, you don't need to do an intervention." "What does your boss think of the new and improved Dan Slaughter?" Kevin asked. He seemed like kind of a tight ass. "He never said much about it until yesterday. They figured I was still coping with the loss of your mother. They tolerated me because I did a good job." "Why did it come up yesterday?" Kevin asked. "Because I quit." Taylor's jaw dropped. She leaned forward, eyebrows raised. "You what?" "Well, technically, I took a leave of absence," Dan said. "But I have no intention of going back." How are you going to support yourself? Taylor asked. You're not living on my couch. I don't want to live on your couch, Dan snapped. I can take care of myself. Are you going to make meth and grow weed? She demanded. That going to be part of reconnecting with your Tennessee heritage too? Dan shook his head. You all don't need to worry about me, I'll be fine. The house was paid for years ago and I have a lot in savings. I have a lot of crap I don't need anymore that I can sell off. I'm going to streamline my operation and downsize. His children both sat back in their respective chairs, giving him wary looks. He hadn't allayed their concerns. Look, I very much appreciate you kids coming up here to support me. It means the world to me. You guys didn't know Carl well, but he was the best friend I ever had. We communicated nearly every day, even if it was just texting some stupid joke back and forth. This is hard. The message you left said something about going out of town, Taylor said. Dan nodded, wincing when the movement aggravated his already throbbing head. Carl's mother is elderly and has some health issues. She can't travel out to Carl's place in Idaho, so she needs someone to close up his house and bring his stuff back. She doesn't have anyone else to ask. How are you getting out there? Kevin asked. You're driving, right? Dan shook his head. I'm flying out, then driving back in a rental truck. Kevin and Taylor exchanged a look, then burst out laughing. What? Dan asked. Why are you laughing? You're really flying? Taylor asked. Yes. The pair started laughing again. I don't get the joke, Dan said. I know I haven't flown in a few years, but it should be okay. I really don't want to, but I don't see that I have a choice. A few years, Dad, Taylor said. You haven't flown in our lifetime, and it's different now. You certainly can't board a plane with your gun and big glass ganja jar. Dan quirked an eyebrow at his daughter. I'm glad you find the idea entertaining, but I'll be fine. I'm not an idiot. I understand I can't take certain things. It will feel strange, but I'll be fine. Taylor looked dubious, if you say so. How long are you going to be gone? Kevin asked. I'm guessing 2 weeks or so. Do you need us to keep an eye on the house or anything? I don't think so, thanks, Dan said. There's a security system and I can check the cameras from my phone. I know you guys are busy with your own lives. Well, we love you, Dad. That's why we're here, Kevin said. Vive. Dan hadn't seen his kids in nearly 2 months, though they talked regularly. They were both living in Asheville now and helped each other out. They were at that stage in their lives where they were both getting started with good jobs and enjoying life. He was happy for them. He tried to be there when they needed him, but at the same time not be intrusive. When he finally broke free of the couch, he showered and rehydrated while his kids went to the grocery store. They picked up some of their favorites since the refrigerator was bare and bought food to cook out on the grill that afternoon. By the time they got home, Dan was functional. He was sitting on the back deck with a cup of coffee and a bottle of Gatorade. Do I look any better? He asked when they joined him on the porch. He noticed they both had open beers in their hands. Are you too old enough to drink? They knew he was joking. They were both in their mid-20s now. Taylor glared at him. I reckon if you can smoke weed, we can drink a beer. He nodded at her, reckon you can. Any word on your friend's arrangements? Kevin asked. I talked to his mother while you guys were gone. They're supposed to have his body here tomorrow night. They'll have the wake the day after tomorrow and the funeral right after that. His mother wants to get it done. She sounds pitiful. Is there anything we can do? Taylor asked. Not really. I'm going to let some of our old friends from high school know the arrangements. I'm in touch with some of them on social media and they might want to come. I want to invite them back here to the house for a drink after the funeral. Taylor threw a doubtful look at the house. Guess I know what I'm doing tomorrow. Dan asked, what's that supposed to mean? The house needs a little sprucing up, Dad. When's the last time you gave it a deep cleaning? I don't even know what the hell a deep cleaning is. You just made my point, Dad. Kevin, you're helping. Kevin took a sip of his beer. Guess I am. I might as well help too, Dan said. I'd feel bad about watching you guys work while I laid on the couch. Taylor smiled at him. Don't worry, Dad, that wasn't even an option. I'm already working on your list. Zig. Despite the somber occasion hanging over them, the time up until the funeral passed quickly. Dan enjoyed having his kids around. It reminded him of how much he missed them. He would be sorry to see them leave and go back to their lives. The evening of the funeral, they all experienced a horrible moment of déjà vu when they came together in the living room. Each was wearing the same clothes they wore to Samantha's funeral. Well, this just sucks, Taylor said. It'll get worse, Dan said. Same funeral home. They made the drive in silence, each of them thinking about the last time they made this trip. They arrived early so Dan would have some time to speak with Mrs. Kelly about the service and his pending trip to Boise. She was accompanied by an entourage, all women of a similar age, many of whom had lost their husbands. This was a sad ritual they'd all performed enough to be good at. They were master mourners who knew their roles and fell into them with proficiency. For both Dan and Mrs. Kelly, seeing each other brought a surge of emotion. Dan hugged her tightly and they both shed a few tears. Finally feeling awkward, Dan pulled away. "These are my kids, Taylor and Kevin." Mrs. Kelly dabbed at her eyes. "My goodness, how they've grown. I don't think I've seen them since they were little." Taylor and Kevin were good sports. They shook her hand and offered their condolences. Mrs. Kelly took Dan by the arm and lowered her voice. "I almost didn't recognize you with that long hair. Of course, Carl always wore his that way too. I told him he looked like a dirty hippie." Dan nodded politely. He correctly assumed it wasn't the last comment he'd get that night on the change in his appearance. The funeral home was a blur from that point forward. More people arrived and a line of mourners stretched back through the parlor. Dan saw many familiar faces, including some he'd not seen since high school. Everyone asked the same questions. They wanted to know what Carl had been up to, where he was living, and what he died of. "The autopsy results aren't back yet," Dan said, not comfortable with passing on what Carl's mother had told him. He didn't believe it anyway. Anxious to change the topic, he always moved on to mention there would be a gathering at his house afterward for anyone wanting to come have a drink to Carl's memory. An hour after the wake began, they moved into the actual funeral service. Mrs. Kelly hadn't wanted anything elaborate. Her son wasn't big on ceremony or sermons, and she felt it best not to subject him to either at his funeral. The focal point of the service was Dan's eulogy anyway. Those would be the words that mattered. When his moment behind the lectern came, Dan had some notes but generally spoke from the heart. If the reaction of those in attendance was any measure, he did his friend justice. When he looked to Mrs. Kelly for support, he found her smiling and nodding, dabbing at her tears. It was all the indication he needed that he was on the right track. Finally, the much-dreaded service was over. Dan gave Carl's mother a final hug. "I'll call you from Boise and let you know how it goes." Exhausting and overwhelmed, she merely smiled and nodded. He and his kids headed out into the warm spring evening and Dan stripped the tie from around his neck. "Can one of you drive? I'm beat." Kevin volunteered. 4 cars followed them home, uncertain of where Dan lived but feeling like the night needed a different ending. Several more old friends said they'd come by later but needed to pick up alcohol or drop off a spouse. Taylor, already a better host than Dan would ever be, had laid out supplies earlier in the day. Dan certainly hoped someone would help eat it because she'd purchased cheese trays, vegetable platters, a half-dozen kinds of chips, and even an assortment of pickles. As soon as they parked, she was out of the car and rushing inside to get things ready. "I never saw this side of Taylor," Dan said. "She's into this," Kevin said. "She invites me and my girlfriend over for elaborate dinner parties all the time. She even expects us to dress up all fancy." Dan was more concerned about the essentials, so he'd picked up the booze himself, restocking the bar and buying a nice selection of beer. Unlike the food, there was no chance of the alcohol going to waste. Dan would drink whatever was left, even if it took months. Taylor was hustling around the kitchen with an apron on. It made Dan dizzy just watching her. His arrangements were simpler. He set out red plastic cups, clear plastic cups, a bowl of ice, a bottle opener, and a half-dozen bottles of liquor. Wanting to take advantage of having drinkers at his house, he went to the cabinet above the range hood and pulled out all the bottles of liquor he didn't like. Someone else might drink it. He set out mango vodka, cinnamon whiskey, vanilla whiskey, and 2 quarts of moonshine someone at work had given him. Staring at this display of liquor, he rearranged it to put the stuff he wanted to move first up front. It was basic merchandising. Dan was surprised how many people came. In little more than an hour, there were probably 40 people in the house. 2 drinks in, Dan was hit with another wave of déjà vu, recalling that the last time the house had been this full was after his wife's funeral. The crowd then had been extended family, coworkers, and his children's friends. In the midst of the bustle, he and his children had tried to stay busy, to stay distracted. They just wanted it to be over. Despite the somber occasion, it was not the same vibe tonight. People were attempting to make it a celebration of Carl's life rather than pondering the tragedy of it. Although Dan was willing to celebrate in honor of his friend, He wasn't sure the feeling of wrongness that surrounded the whole situation would pass anytime soon. After more drinks flowed, Dan put on some music and it almost felt like high school again. A high school party occupied by older, fatter, balder, and grayer folks. Dan included. Several times he caught Taylor's eye and found she was very amused by the situation. Kevin was more social, floating around and talking with various groups of people about what he was doing with his life. "This reminds me of those parties at the Falls," Dotson remarked. The Falls was a public wilderness area in a remote section of the county. There was a river, a creaky bridge, and some hiking trails. Most weekends there was a party going on there. It was a place people could drink and get loud without having to worry about the cops showing up. Dotson was one of those folks who was there nearly every weekend, often spending the night in the back of his car. "Man, we used to get stupid out there," agreed Rasnake, another friend who'd been a regular at those outdoor parties. "You can't even get back there now. It's been gated off as a nature preserve." He rolled his eyes at the injustice of it all. "It's just as well," Dan said. "People don't know how to act anymore. They'd get back there and get themselves killed." Dotson raised his beer and took a sip. "Hey, speaking of getting killed, y'all remember that Jubal kid, the one who drowned after that one party?" Rasnake gave Dan a boisterous pat on the back. "I bet old Dan remembers him. You two fucking hated each other. You throw him in the river, Dan. Wouldn't blame you if you did. He was an asshole." Rasnake barked a loud laugh, but no one joined him. Dan remembered Jubal all right, and he wanted to leave that memory in the past. It belonged there, shoved in some shadowy closet, forgotten. Jubal had been a pain in the ass in high school. He was a storm cloud that brought trouble wherever he showed up. Dotson shook his head. "Rasnake, that was a stupid thing to say, dumbass." Rasnake shrugged. "Sorry, a couple of drinks and shit comes out of my mouth." "Some things will never change," Dotson said. "If you two will excuse me, I just saw Larry come in and I need to say hi," Dan said. Rasnake gave Dan a hearty pat again. "Sorry about my mouth, buddy." "Don't apologize," Dan said. "Drink." The pair toasted him as he wandered off to the kitchen. Larry, a member of their graduating class, had just arrived and was making himself a drink. He'd been loud and jovial in high school, a trait that eventually led him into the communications industry. He was now the weatherman for a local television station and considered himself to be a bit of a celebrity. "How's it going, Larry?" Dan said, extending a hand. "Good." Larry bellowed, taking the hand and shaking it with both of his, like it was a contest to see who could be more enthusiastic. He spoke too loud, like a man who wanted the attention of everyone in the room, like he was at center stage. To Dan, it reeked of desperation and a need for approval. "Glad you could make it," Dan said. They made small talk for a few minutes, catching up on their lives and what they'd been doing. Larry asked about Carl's death. He was the first to ask if Mrs. Kelly had anyone to help her with the estate. Dan hated when he was ready to label someone an asshole and they said something nice. It messed with his sense of order. "As a matter of fact, she asked me to help," Dan said. "I'm flying out to Boise tomorrow." "Boise, huh?" Dan nodded. That's where Carl had been living the last couple of years, playing music out there. Larry smiled and waved a finger, like he was doing his forecast for the camera. "You should have good weather, but you better watch out for those magnetic storms." Dan's face clouded with concern and he held up his beer to pause Larry. "Look, man, I haven't flown in over 20 years, and I'm not real excited about it. The last thing I need is someone telling me there's some shit I need to be worried about." "Sorry, Dan, hazard of the job, this is my wheelhouse." Dan hated that fucking expression. "So is there really anything to be concerned about? What magnetic storms are you talking about?" "We're going into a period of increased sunspot activity. Not a huge deal, but it does sometimes affect navigation and communication systems. The activity might impact airline travel even when it doesn't affect anything on the ground." "Great," Dan said, "just what I needed." "Don't be too worried. Most scientists say it'll amount to nothing. The Chinese are the only ones raising an uproar. They think it's going to be worse than predicted." "What do you think?" "As a scientist, I've reviewed the data and—" "Scientist," Dan interrupted, "I thought you were a TV weatherman." Larry looked offended. "I'm a meteorologist, a scientist. As I was saying, I've reviewed the data and I believe the Western scientists are correct. There may be some communication glitches, but that should be the extent of it." "Should I drive instead?" Dan asked. Larry shook his head as if the suggestion was ridiculous. "They measure these things, there'll be plenty of warning. If it reaches the point that travel needs to be restricted, they'll ground some flights until the danger passes. It will be fine. You're not going to drop out of the sky with no warning. Not sure I want to drop out of the sky, even if I do have a warning. You have nothing to worry about. That's a Channel 11 guarantee. Larry announced this loudly, reciting his popular catchphrase for the benefit of the entire room. Dan smiled weakly. I need to speak to my daughter. I'll catch you later, Larry. 7. By midnight, the party had broken up and everyone was gone. It was a far cry from the old days. Back then, midnight was the point where the hardcore buckled in for the serious partying. It wasn't the only thing different now. People had brought designated drivers tonight and made sure everyone was safe to drive. Perhaps they'd learned a few things over the years. Dan and his kids were seated around the kitchen island. They decollected all the trash and put away the food. Dan was drinking what he suspected was his last beer of the night. Taylor was drinking a glass of wine and Kevin also had a beer. They'd probably had several over the course of the night, but Dan had been too distracted to notice. That was hilarious, Taylor said. All those old people singing Stairway to Heaven made me laugh until I had tears rolling down my face. Kevin was laughing too. You all did a killer Sweet Home Alabama too, Dad. I got that one on video. Dan grinned. I hope you both have the opportunity one day to revisit old friends and embarrass yourselves. I'm teasing, you didn't really embarrass yourself, Taylor added. It was good to see you having fun. I think I heard that weatherman making his Channel 11 guarantee about 50 times, Kevin said. That dude is a joke. Dan frowned. He has me worried about flying now. He said there were supposed to be some kind of magnetic storms that could affect air travel. Kevin was nodding. I've heard about that. No one can agree on how bad it's supposed to be. Our scientists say it's going to be nothing. China says it's going to be severe. The president says China is only saying that to create panic and destabilize the stock market. He might be right, Dan said. If we say the sky is blue, China says it's black. This happens all the time, Kevin said. Most people never notice because it doesn't impact them. I think this will be more of the same. Just go on your trip and don't worry about it. It's one of those things you can't change. Worrying about it won't do you any good. I'm worried anyway. Taylor rolled her eyes. Of course you are. You're a paranoid hillbilly used to traveling with a gun and a knife. You don't go to the grocery store without a gun. You don't even go to the gas station without a gun. And you shouldn't be either. The world has gone nuts, Dan said defensively. Meth heads, pill heads, and perverts. Taylor started laughing, shaking her head. She thought her father was hopeless. You can always check your gun as baggage and take it with you, Kevin suggested. Don't encourage him, Taylor said, raising a hand to her brother. I'll be fine, Dan said. Don't you guys worry about me. I'll figure this out. Carl probably has a few guns at his place unless his ex-wife took them in the divorce. I also wouldn't put it past him to trade his guns off for guitars. Taylor gave her dad a serious look. Just so we're clear, you know you can't fly with weed, right? Dan raised an eyebrow at his daughter. Yes, I'm aware. She cracked up and Kevin joined her. Dan smiled, knowing their laughter came from genuine affection. If you two can be serious for a moment, I need to tell you some things, Dan said. I don't want to be a downer, but there's always a risk associated with travel. Kevin dismissed him with a wave. We just went through this. No, I need you to listen, Dan said. The house is paid for and there's plenty of money in the bank. If something bad happens, take what you want and auction the rest. Don't be sentimental. I don't want to saddle you with a bunch of crap that you don't want. Don't keep things just because they meant something to me. If you don't want it, sell it or throw it away. You're going to be fine, Dad, Taylor said. We've never had this talk, honey, and we need to. Hear me out. There's cash in the gun safe, lots of it. Whenever I got bonus checks, I cashed them and shoved the envelopes in one of the pockets in the door. I've spent some over the years, but there's probably over $50,000 in there. Taylor and Kevin looked at each other wide-eyed. Dad, you shouldn't keep that kind of money in the house, Kevin said. It's not safe. Dan held up a calming hand. It's fine. I'm just telling you in case the worst happens. Also, please take care of each other. Always be there for each other. Don't let silly squabbles get between you because you'll never have anyone in your life who will have your back like blood will. They nodded but remained silent. Dan looked at each of his kids. I know I suck. I turned a fun moment into a serious one, but I needed you to know these things. I have to tell someone. Who else am I going to tell? Taylor crept around the island and wrapped her arms around her father. A moment later, Kevin joined in. No words were required. Dan felt his soul healing.
Late?
As a novice at modern flight, Dan visited the TSA's website several times to verify the things he could and couldn't take on a plane. He had a Maxpedition carry-on bag that could be carried like a suitcase or worn like a backpack if the need arose. There wasn't much in it because he wouldn't need a lot for this trip. He wouldn't be attending meetings or doing anything that required nice clothes. He felt naked as he drove to the airport. His daughter had called him a paranoid hillbilly, and he was fine with that. He owned the label. There were times he didn't carry a gun, but he couldn't remember ever being without a knife. It was like he wasn't wearing pants or something. He'd gotten his first knife when he was 4, a tiny two-bladed folder with genuine mother-of-plastic handles, and he'd carried one ever since. The Knoxville airport wasn't huge. Although the lines were fairly tame when compared to busier airports, Dan, who didn't like lines or airports, found it irritating. He was uncomfortable, and his mind scrolled through irrational scenarios in which he'd forgotten some banned item in his luggage. He imagined the screener turning up live ammo, a switchblade, or a handgun. It was unlikely because he'd checked for all those things, yet the idea made him nervous. "Remove your shoes, please," the screener requested. Dan grumbled but did as they asked. "There a problem?" the man asked. "Nothing you haven't heard a million times already, comrade." Despite his attitude, he made it through security without any probed orifices or enhanced interrogation. He wasn't waterboarded or beaten with hoses. He resented the whole idea of having to undergo this level of scrutiny, but hopefully he'd never have to do it again. He fully intended for his first flight in 20 years to be the last. After this, it was strictly trucks, bicycles, or traveling by foot. He boarded the plane, which was more tightly packed than he remembered from his last flight. Had they moved the seats closer together, he stowed his bag and crammed his tall frame into an uncomfortable seat. 45 minutes later, he was airborne. Being in the air didn't make him nervous. All his anxiety centered on the hassle of actually getting onto the plane. Once they were airborne, Dan was able to relax a little and spend the first leg of his journey reading a magazine on his tablet. He'd been unable to get a direct flight from Knoxville to Boise. When he'd purchased his ticket, his options were to lay over in Denver or Chicago. He opted for the Chicago layover because it was just an hour. The Denver layover would have been overnight, and he didn't want to waste that much time trapped in limbo. With time to kill in Chicago, waiting to board his connecting flight, Dan scrolled through his phone. He remembered being at an airport when he was a kid, before everyone was glued to phones. He'd been waiting on his uncle to fly in from Florida. Back then, the chairs had personal televisions built into the armrests. You fed money into them for the privilege of watching a tiny black and white image for 15 minutes. Those were the good old days, when entertainment devices didn't eavesdrop on you and track your location. When you were done with them, you got up and walked away from them. Dan had already read all the headlines as he scrolled through a news app and was down into the less popular stories. These were the articles he never read, like entertainment news and science stories. He didn't watch much television and didn't care what movies were coming out, nor did he care what celebrities had to say about anything. He paused at a story about the planet facing a period of high solar activity. This had to be what Larry, the weatherman, had been talking about last night. He started to pass it up, not wanting to increase his already heightened paranoia. Dan understood in a general sense that space weather events, such as the coronal mass ejection the article referred to, could potentially impact the power grid. He couldn't recall it ever being a problem in his lifetime, despite the dire predictions of doomsday prophets. He'd faced plenty of power outages in his life, but they were all due to ice storms, thunderstorms, or power company equipment failure. Still, he believed in being prepared, so he kept a generator on hand. He also had a backup means of cooking and heating the house. That foresight had saved his ass a few times. His area of the country tended to not get blizzards, but they got some paralyzing ice storms. Several times his family had been stuck at home for days, waiting for the roads to clear and the power to be restored. It was nice to have backup plans for food, water, cooking, and power. It gave him a sense of comfort to be prepared. He enjoyed seeing his children comfortable even when life threw them a curved ball. Despite his apprehension, Dan started reading the article. This particular article implied the planet might be going into a period of unprecedented solar activity. In other words, the scientists knew that while people hadn't listened to their warnings before, they really needed to listen to them this time. Most days an article like that wouldn't bother Dan, but it basically said the same things that Larry had told him. Among the things that could be impacted by solar activity were avionics. If this wasn't his first flight in 2 decades, he might not have finished reading the article at all. He couldn't stop himself, though. It was like sitting on the beach reading about shark attacks. It was like visiting the Grand Canyon and reading about all the people who fall in. It was morbid fascination. He stopped reading and took a look around. No one else in the airport appeared concerned. There were no harried pilots, no hushed conversations at the gates. All of the official-looking people were doing normal activities. They were laughing and joking, helping people, hurrying to places they needed to be. None of the other travelers appeared concerned, and flights were still taking off and landing. Dan supposed if they weren't worried, there was no reason for him to be worried either. It was almost understandable that no one was concerned by stories such as this. No one believed the news. Anymore, the entire industry depended on sensationalism in a way that resembled the tabloid journalism of Dan's childhood. Every day, cable and online news sources told people they were going to die from some new pandemic, from climate change, from political crisis, or from something they regularly ate or drank. It was all clickbait and garbage, impossible to take seriously anymore. The media had become the boy who cried wolf. No one listened. Seeing that there were no panicked reactions around him made Dan feel as if he should disregard the story. He was being ridiculous. He clicked on past it and began reading about a long-lost collection of old muscle cars found in a barn in the Midwest. It was much more soothing. 9. On the second leg of his flight, Dan was hyper-aware of any turbulence or movement of the aircraft. Despite dismissing the article he'd read, he maintained an undercurrent of paranoia. One problem with this heightened state of vigilance was that he was so unaccustomed to flight that he really had no way of knowing what was routine and what wasn't. He had to go off the reactions of the flight crew and other passengers. Every time the plane bounced or jolted, he looked around nervously, but nothing happened. The pilots issued no warnings over the intercom. Oxygen masks never dropped from the ceiling. Panicked flight attendants didn't scurry up the aisles with frightened looks on their faces. No one was praying loudly. By all measures, everything appeared routine. Dan tried to relax, listening to a calming J.J. Cale album through earbuds and reading a gun magazine on his tablet. He lost track of time, and before he knew it, there was an announcement they were circling Boise. Understanding that they weren't actually safe until they were on the ground, Dan didn't drop his guard until the wheels touched the tarmac. When they did, he let out a sigh of relief. He wasn't aware his sigh was audible until he noticed the other people in his row looking at him curiously. Some of them were smiling. He briefly considering throwing up a high five and yelling, "Hell yeah, we made it, bitches." The drama, the anxiety around this flight was all in his own head, though. For everyone else, this had been a routine flight. Once he deplaned and was inside the airport, he rented a car. Cheap by nature, Dan hated spending the money, but he'd need a way to get between his hotel and Carl's house. He got the cheapest thing they had, which was a compact that would probably fit in the bed of his truck back home. When he located his new ride in the lot, it was parked beside a shiny Dodge sports car. It was certainly done on purpose to entice customers into renting a more expensive vehicle. It worked. "Give me a Challenger," he announced, dropping the keys to the compact on the rental counter. "You can keep your clown car." 10 minutes later, he was barreling down the road, a broad smile on his face. Boise wasn't too difficult to navigate, and he arrived at his hotel on South Vista Street within 20 minutes. It was already getting late and the day had been exhausting, but he needed to wind down. Food and a cold drink were the prescription for what ailed him. Tomorrow the real work started. Dan had a morning appointment with the investigator who'd handled Carl's death. He was supposed to meet a Detective Turner at Carl's house, where the investigator would turn over the keys. She agreed to fill Dan in on some of the details around the death. Carl's mother had contacted the detective and explained that Dan would be acting as her representative because she was unable to travel. Before the funeral yesterday, Dan spoke with the detective to confirm a time, and she sounded sympathetic. She'd obviously been down this road many times in her career. "How was your flight, Mr. Slaughter?" the desk clerk asked when he checked in. Dan curled his lip in response. "Hopefully it was my last." The clerk gave him a curious look but didn't ask. That was wise on her part. This was a door she didn't want to open. Moments later, he was in his room, tossing his suitcase onto the bed. He went to the window and stared out. He wasn't much of a city guy, but this place had a nice mountainous feel to it. The scenery was beautiful and distracted from the eyesore created by the numerous buildings. They might not be ugly to everyone, but Dan found cities to be a blight on the land. Too many people and buildings in too small a space. They were stifling, claustrophobic. His stomach rumbled while he was standing there gawking out the window, reminding him that he should get moving. It would be dark soon and he was hungry. He shrugged on his jacket and went to the dresser to grab his stuff, only there was no stuff to grab. Usually when he was out of town for work he was driving. He'd grab his gun and his keys before stepping out. He was back to feeling naked again. It wasn't that he was afraid of anything in particular. Carrying a gun and knife were simply part of his everyday gear. They were as much a part of his wardrobe as socks and underwear. He didn't leave home without them. In this case, he'd been forced to, and it felt strange. He took the steps to the lobby, wanting to get the blood flowing in his legs after a day of mostly sitting. He walked up to the counter and found a different girl than had checked him in. This one had blue hair, and the gold badge on her jacket said her name was Leaf. "Any decent restaurants within walking distance?" he asked. She smiled when he spoke, and he recognized the look. She was reacting to the Tennessee accent. In this strange land, he'd draw as much attention as someone from England or Australia. He was just as alien to them. "There's not much in this immediate neighborhood," Leaf replied. "If you're cool with pizza and beer, there's a good place a few blocks up. They have craft beers and awesome pizza." That caught his attention. "I'm very cool with pizza and beer, you're speaking my language." Leaf smiled at him. "Go out the front door of the hotel and go left about 2 blocks. It'll be on the right." Dan thanked her, returned her smile, and nearly skipped out the door. He was in a good mood because he was on the ground, he was walking outdoors, and his anxiety-provoking flight was nothing but a memory. On top of it all, he had pizza and beer to look forward to. What could be better? The sun began to set, the light angular and the shadows long. Although the air was cool, it felt nice. The neighborhood had a clean, suburban feel to it. There were tree-lined streets with businesses along the road and neighborhoods behind them. Cars buzzed by, but there were few pedestrians. He passed a couple of folks walking dogs and a few more who looked like they were hustling home from work. Dan recognized that look and hoped to never have it again. He was done giving his days up to the man. The walk went quickly, and in a few minutes he was pulling open the door to the pizza place. They had Detroit-style pizza, which was amazing. Dan had learned long ago to let the haters go on about New York pizza versus Chicago pizza. Neither was as good as Detroit pizza. Dan polished off an entire pizza, more than he usually ate, but figured he'd work it off in the coming days. He drank 3 local draft beers, 2 of which were delicious. The third tasted like grass clippings fermented in bitter raccoon urine. While he ate, he checked the news on his phone. He skimmed through most of it because it was the same old crap he'd read earlier in the day. He hit another story about the increased period of solar activity and paused. He didn't want to read it but felt compelled to after the time he'd already invested in the phenomenon. But what did it matter at this point? As far as he knew, he had no plans to fly ever again. Despite that, he wanted to know how this movie ended. Had the danger passed already, or did there continue to be a risk? Had he flown right through it and not even noticed? He soon learned that the event was not over yet. The article contained a lot of science and math that looked impressive but was over Dan's head. One group of Chinese scientists quoted in the article represented the extreme possibilities of the phenomena. The rest of the scientists were basically laughing at them. They accused the Chinese of being Chicken Little, telling them the sky was falling, and they weren't buying it. The consensus of most Western scientists was that a minor disruption of communication networks would be the extent of the impact, if there was any measurable impact at all. It went on to say that coronal mass ejections could seriously disrupt the electrical grid, but would not likely be as inclined to damage other electronic systems. Cars should still work. Cell phones should work unless they were plugged into the grid by means of a charger. Communication networks might be impacted, but flashlights and generators should work. It didn't sound like anything to be concerned about. If the worst did happen at this point and the grid went down, Dan could drive home. While he might be inconvenienced, he'd be okay. He had cash in case credit card processing was down and he could get more. He could pick up a few gas cans and have enough on hand to get out of the city. He'd be fine. A country boy could survive. He'd heard Hank Williams Jr. sing about it many times. After paying his tab, Dan stood in the parking lot for a moment, checking out the sky. It had gotten dark while he was inside. The temperature had fallen, but simply being outside felt nice after a day of planes, airports, and stress. He felt relaxed now, and his mind wandered as he walked back toward the hotel. He tried to think about everything except the task that lay before him at Carl's house. That was going to be weird. He couldn't imagine being in that same boat and having a friend come clean up his life after he died. What would they find? What would they think about what they found? To have everything you owned, everything you ever saved, assessed and judged by someone else was a strange circumstance. As he wound down, he put his concerns about the solar event behind him. He wasn't going to read any more of those articles. The phenomena probably wouldn't affect him driving a rental truck across country. Late season snows would likely be more of a problem. He couldn't have been more wrong. Dan? Even though Dan had never been to Carl's Boise house, he had no trouble spotting it on the street of similar houses. For one, the rusty red cargo van Carl had owned for decades was parked in the yard, sitting on 4 flat tires. Dan knew that vehicle well. When they were younger, they'd camped in it at music festivals up and down the East Coast. Together, they'd put a lot of miles on it. The other thing that made Carl's house stand out was the yellow police tape stretched across the front door. Dan's heart sank as he rolled to a stop in front of the house. He got out of his rental car and stood there staring. The place was in poor repair and the yard was unkempt. Paint curled from wood surfaces like flower petals, exposing weathered wood beneath. The gutters were clogged, forcing rancid black water to overflow from the faded troughs and leave ugly stains down the side of the house. Neglected flower beds hosted the tall stalks of dead weeds. A solitary gnome lay on his side beneath an overgrown hedge. An empty beer bottle rose from a flower pot like a brown glass seedling. The general state of neglect was something the house had in common with its neighbors. With Carl not having any interest in taking care of a home, it made perfect sense for him to live on a street like this. His inattention would blend in. It would cut down on neighbors complaining about his high grass and the rusting vehicle parked in his yard because all the yards were similar. The only difference was instead of a van, some held cars sitting on blocks or motorcycles tucked beneath ratty blue tarps. Unsure of where to start, Dan pulled out his phone and snapped a picture of the yard, then one of the front door blocked off with the yellow tape. While he was at it, needing something to occupy his mind, he continued circling the house, taking pictures as he went. This might help Carl's mother understand the condition of the house in case there were any questions. Even without knowing it was Carl's house, Dan could tell a family didn't live there. There were no overturned bikes or ride-on toys, no plastic pools, brightly colored slides, or sandboxes. Instead, there was a rusty charcoal grill filled to overflowing with ashy water. A dingy blue cooler sat overturned against the house, 3 empty beer cans spilling out. A milk jug in a circle of dead grass held what looked like used motor oil. A folding camping chair with a shredded seat sat alone in the yard beside a fire pit. A row of empty beer bottles stood sentinel on the porch rail, dead soldiers guarding a dead man's house. All of these things reminded Dan of his friend. He'd left these things there. They were the sparse remnants of the way Carl lived. His life was about playing music and the social scene around it. He didn't care about much else. Life was only about music. Everything else was irrelevant, relegated to an outer orbit of his solar system. That attitude might explain the 2 divorces. By the time he'd circled back around front, there was a woman standing on the sidewalk. In her sports jacket and casual pants, she looked out of place in the neighborhood. Dan had to assume she was the detective he was waiting on because that was exactly what she looked like. Tall, athletic, and somewhat intimidating in her demeanor, she could have been ripped from the cast of a television crime show. He waded through the knee-high grass and called to her. "Excuse me, are you Detective Turner?" The woman whipped around, visibly surprised to find him in the yard. "Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. I'm Dan Slaughter." Detective Turner smiled and extended a hand. "That's okay. Good to meet you, Dan. How was your trip?" He shrugged. "It was a long haul from Tennessee. I haven't flown in a long time and it's gotten a lot more challenging." He had further opinions on the state of air travel and the world in general, but decided to keep them to himself. "I'm originally from Tennessee too, Bristol area. It's good to hear an East Tennessee accent again." Dan smiled, the revelation they came from the same part of the country instantly making him feel more comfortable with this woman. "Sounds like you've lost your accent. I didn't pick up anything at all. How did you end up here?" "I went to college in California and never moved back. I ended up settling in Oregon, then eventually here. It's beautiful here from what I've seen, but it's not home." "I get that. I thought the pull of home would eventually go away. I thought any place could become home if you lived there long enough. It's not true." Dan shook his head. "I don't think it works that way. Possibly if you'd stayed in the South, but I don't think a Tennessee girl could ever convince herself this was home. It's too different." "I think you might be right about that." There was something in her tone that made Dan feel like he'd hit a nerve, like he'd stepped a little too close to the truth. He decided to let it go and change the subject, waving toward the empty house. "I was just taking some pictures of the house for his mother in case she has any questions about the condition or anything." Turner nodded. "Good idea. She turned up the cracked sidewalk and headed toward the front porch, fishing a set of keys out of her jacket pocket. We locked the place up when we finished up here. The keys were on the kitchen counter. His mother said I could give them to you because you were going to take care of things for her. I will, she's too fragile to travel. Her son Carl and I were best friends for most of our lives. I'm going to clean the house out so she can get it sold if you guys are done. We're done, Turner said, tearing the crime scene tape down. She rolled it up and shoved it in her jacket pocket. Toxicology confirmed the results of the initial investigation. So it confirmed he overdosed. The word felt strange in his mouth. He could barely force it out. He wasn't even sure he wanted an answer to the question. It looks that way, acute fentanyl toxicity. Turner wrestled with the lock, found the sweet spot, and shoved the door open. The evidence at the scene made it pretty obvious. His belt was looped around his arm and there was a syringe on the floor. He had a needle mark. Dan heard none of that. He remained on the porch, paralyzed by the dark maw presented by the open front door. He wasn't ready to face the inside of the house. In some ways, it would be as devastating as seeing the body at the funeral home. It would stand as undeniable evidence of Carl's absence from the world. He had to pace himself. He had to give each new stage of this process time to settle before he moved on to the next. He cleared his throat, lingering on the porch. Look, I know blood tests don't lie, and I'm not questioning your results, but it just doesn't seem like something he would do. I've known the guy for over 40 years. I respect that, but addicts can fool their friends and families, the detective said. It was obvious she was used to providing this type of consolation. It rolled off her tongue with a practiced efficiency. Sometimes they have secret lives they manage to keep hidden for years. Yeah, I get that. Tennessee is full of addicts. Carl liked to smoke some pot, he liked to drink and play music, but he didn't like to be totally out of it. He drew the line at anything that impacted his playing. I mean, it's obvious he didn't care about his house and his yard, but he cared about his playing. It was the one thing that mattered to him. Seeing that Dan wasn't following her inside, that he wasn't ready to step into the house yet, Detective Turner leaned against the doorframe and faced him. Did you know his wife? Dan released a deep breath. I knew his first wife. They did the whole big wedding thing and I was the best man. He and his second wife got married at City Hall or something. I never met her. She never traveled home with him and they were split up before I ever got to visit him here in Boise. According to what she told us, they've been divorced about 3 months. Sounds about right, Dan said with a nod. It happened fast and ended fast. I know Carl was a little bummed about being divorced a second time. He was really starting to question himself. Did he have bad judgment or was he a total loser? Of course, being his friend, I told him both were true. Detective Turner smiled at that. What are friends for, right? Exactly. Yeah, divorce sucks. I've gone through one and it was miserable. I don't want to ever do it again. Going back to his wife, my point was that I met with her as part of our investigation. I know we're not supposed to stereotype people, but in my line of work you learn to read people. I've seen her type before. I'm not sure if she had your friend fooled or what, but she struck me as kind of a user. Dan looked confused. A user, what do you mean? Of drugs or people? Both. She's not some hardcore, nasty addict out there selling herself on the street. If she had been, he might have steered away from her. At first glance, she looks like some old hippie, a funky, artsy chick, but I could tell she's got a foot in the life. She likes a man taking care of her, but she also has a taste for the bad boys and the kind of party favors that come along with it. She needs a little danger in her life. She likes having her security blanket, but she's not going to let it hold her down. Dan raised an eyebrow. That's a pretty detailed assessment to arrive at from one interview. Turner shrugged. I spent a lot of years on patrol before I made detective. I've seen a lot. Plus, I like to think I have a pretty good sixth sense about people. It served me well. I'm not doubting you, that just doesn't sound like someone Carl would marry. He looked more like a rundown country singer, more like Chris Christopherson or Waylon Jennings back in the 70s. Not exactly your bad boy type, but he may have had a little outlaw in him. The detective eyed Dan. How old was your friend? I can't remember off the top of my head. 40s. We're the same age, 54. The detective waved a hand in Dan's direction, as if that piece of information further validated her point. When people get to be a certain age, they understand they're not getting the ripest fruit on the shelf. They accept they're probably buying something that has a few dings and bruises on it. You're getting the people who are a little shelf-worn, who have baggage. You accept that you may have to settle for something you wouldn't have bought 20 years earlier. Dan laughed at her assessment, harsh but accurate. That's hilarious. It's true, the detective said, smiling. I'm a couple of years younger than you guys, but our standards change. I've seen it in myself. You have to be more realistic. You're not going to find people our age who don't have a little baggage. You just have to make sure it's stuff you can live with. Sounds like good advice. Trust me, I learned it the hard way. You should see some of the losers I've gone out with. Way more frogs than princes these days. Dan doubted that was true, but felt it would be forward of him to comment on it. Even with that in mind, I can't imagine Carl would marry someone involved in hard drugs. He had a real attitude about that. He had no respect for people who did things like that, didn't even want to be around them. When he used to be in bands, that was a firm rule with him, no hard drugs. He thought you couldn't trust druggies and he didn't want the drama. Turner raised an eyebrow. I never said he knew she used drugs. Maybe he didn't. Maybe he found out later and that's why things fell apart. Or, as hard as this might be for you to accept, he picked up the habit from her. Dan had to admit that was a possibility, even if he had trouble with the idea. He knew his friend well, but it had been nearly a year since he'd seen him. That was the last time he'd been back to see his mom. A lot could happen in a year. Then again, perhaps Carl discovered she used drugs and threw her out. That would be more likely to him than Carl finding out she used drugs and deciding to join her. He was never one to do something just because other people were doing it. Carl hadn't talked about why his marriage fell apart. He simply mentioned it hadn't worked out and they were done. Dan could tell his friend was bothered by it, so he didn't push the issue. He figured they would talk about it when and if he ever felt like it. Still standing on the porch, Dan could sense that Turner wanted to get on with it. He couldn't stand outside forever. She probably had places to be and a job to do. Besides, he hadn't come all this way to stop on the porch. He had a job to do too. He had an obligation. Dan took a deep breath and stepped inside. There wasn't much in the way of furniture, and what was there was shabby and threadbare. It was the house of someone who decorated from thrift stores, curb shopping, and Craigslist. It was the house of someone cleaned out by 2 divorces. It was obviously a musician's home, though. There were instrument stands in every room holding guitars, banjos, and mandolins. There were instruments hanging on the walls, guitar picks, packs of strings, and capos on every flat surface. Plenty of beer bottles, too. On one wall there was a wide table with a vintage stereo system. Dan recognized the Sansui receiver, the turntable, and the Bose 901 speakers. Carl had owned them for years. Vinyl record albums were lined up in the floor, stretching from wall to wall. CDs were stacked in precarious piles. "We found him here in the living room," said Detective Turner. "He was on the floor by the couch." With that remark, Dan noticed some of the things he hadn't picked up on at first glance. His eyes had immediately gone to the familiar items, the items that reminded him of his friend. Now that he examined the scene closer, there were clues to what had gone on there. The furniture was in disarray, obviously moved out of the way in order to provide treatment to someone or to examine the body. There were scraps of paper and packaging on the floor. Dan recognized it as medical trash, probably leftover debris from the EMTs attempting to save Carl's life. "How did you all come to find him? What brought you to the house in the first place?" Turner was standing off to the side, letting Dan process at his own pace. There was an anonymous phone tip. "Anonymous?" Dan asked, eyebrow raised. "So someone must have been here." "That's not all that unusual. That's often how it happens. No one wants to admit they were hanging out doing drugs and someone overdosed. They don't want the hassle. Usually the caller pockets any drugs laying around and runs off. Most of the time we don't even get a phone call. The victim gets dumped outside the ER, or we find the body somewhere after the fact." "Did you ever figure out who it was that called?" Turner shook her head. "A woman, she didn't give her name. The number tracked back to a payphone." "Did you find any prints?" Turner hesitated. "No offense, Mr. Slaughter, but we really don't do that for overdoses. We don't have the manpower to investigate them in the way we would a murder. Besides, there were no signs of foul play. Finding a witness wouldn't really change the facts of the case or the outcome." "Call me Dan. Did Carl have drugs on him?" "Not on his person, but there was an open packet on the table. It turned out to be fentanyl when we tested it. He may have thought it was heroin and overdosed accidentally. That happens here nearly every day. We also found some roaches in an ashtray and a marijuana pipe on the kitchen table. Those were taken into evidence and will be destroyed. Dan smiled. Yeah, I doubt his mother wants that stuff back. We didn't find his stash of pot, though, Turner said. Marijuana laws are tough in Idaho. If you find it while cleaning out the house, I suggest you flush it. Dan wasn't concerned about the pot. He was trying to understand what had taken place here the night his friend had died. And he was dead when the EMTs got here. They assessed him, but there was no saving him. He was gone. Dan didn't say anything, picturing the scene playing out in his head. He'd watched his wife die, both of his parents too. He could imagine it in more vivid detail than he wanted. Detective Turner cleared her throat. So if you've got things under control here, I probably need to get back to work. She extended a business card toward him. This has my numbers if you have any questions. It was nice to meet you, Dan. Nice to hear a Tennessee accent again. Dan shook the detective's hand, distracted by lingering questions about the circumstances around his friend's death. He'd expected answers today, and things had gone in the opposite direction. He now had more questions. Thank you for your patience. I really appreciate you meeting me here. Anything else I need to know? I don't think so. The house is your responsibility now, so make sure you lock up as you come and go. This isn't exactly the worst neighborhood in the city, but there could be some shady folks around who might be tempted if they think the house is sitting empty. Estates are often targeted by burglars. Got it. The detective waved and headed off. Dan could imagine this wasn't one of her favorite parts of the job. Standing around watching people process grief and loss couldn't be comfortable. In fact, it had to suck. Dan heard the front door close behind her, and then he was alone in his friend's house. He wanted to sit down, but he didn't want to sit on the couch. It was too close to where it happened. He moved across the room, sat in a threadbare wingback chair, and stared at the room. Dan automatically fell back on his work mindset, experience taking over. His workdays were about logistics and problem solving. That was what needed to be done here to structure this task in a way that was less daunting. If he was going to filter through Carl's belongings, he had to plan a systematic way to go about it. He should remove all the personal items so he wouldn't be falling over everything as he worked. He could rent a storage unit and move everything he'd be taking back east into the unit. When it was time to go home, he'd simply load the unit into a truck and hit the road. That raised another question. How was he going to get the stuff to a storage unit? Certainly not in the beautiful orange Dodge Challenger sitting out front. He could probably get 2 guitars in there, and that would be it. As he began to think about the house sitting empty with valuables inside it, he decided the best option might be to move in so he could keep an eye on things. No use keeping the hotel room if he could stay here. It would also cut down on the amount of driving back and forth. Besides, he was cheap and didn't want to pay for a hotel room if he didn't have to. He pulled out his phone and began making a list. He would return the car and look at renting a cargo van, find a self-storage facility that would allow him to rent a unit for the shortest term possible, and he would also need to get a few basic things for packing the house up. Boxes, packing tape, and garbage bags. He wouldn't concern himself with cleaning the house. His job was to get any personal items, valuables, or things he wanted for himself, based on the offer Carl's mother extended to him. The realtor could hire people to clean the house. They probably had services here in the city that took care of that kind of thing. Dan considered making a tentative pass through the house since he was already there, but was afraid he'd be opening a Pandora's box that might keep him trapped there all day. Instead, he went through the house checking that all the windows and doors were locked. When he was certain the house was secure, he backed out the front door, using the keys Detective Turner had given him to lock the deadbolt. As he did so, he spotted the Ford key on the ring and stopped in his tracks. He hadn't noticed a vehicle around back. There had been a garage there, but he hadn't looked inside. He decided to take a look before he left. He stepped off the concrete porch and waded through the grass to the backyard. The detached garage had windows in the roll-up door, but they'd been painted black from the inside. Dan studied the lock on the side door and selected the appropriate key. While the lock opened easily, the stubborn door required several good shoves before it opened. Daylight streaming through the doorway revealed a black cargo van. Dan smiled. It was exactly what he was looking for. This vehicle could easily haul Carl's property to a storage facility. If it ran, that was. He unlocked the roll-up door from the inside and tugged it open. The van had current tags, which was encouraging. He opened the driver's door and climbed into the seat, inserted the Ford key, and it started right up. Success. The engine sounded fine, which wasn't always a certainty given Carl's propensity for not maintaining any of his possessions unless they had strings. He had a habit of buying cheap vehicles and driving them until they died. Dan checked the odometer and found this one had nearly 200,000 miles on it. That was fine. It might not be the best vehicle for driving cross-country, but it could certainly haul a few loads to a storage facility here in the city. He locked the garage back up and returned to his rental car. It was time to get started on that list. 11. Dan started by finding a storage unit. The shortest term he could get was 30 days, so he paid by credit card and signed the paperwork on a 10-foot by 15-foot unit. It wasn't far from Carl's house, was accessible 24 hours a day, and looked secure enough. He decided there was no need to work on his shopping list until he was in Carl's van. It would hold more of the crap he needed anyway. He returned the car to the closest rental office and used a ride-sharing app, something he'd never done before, to get a lift back to Carl's house. "Not from here, are you?" the driver asked. "No," Dan replied, unsure of how conversational he was supposed to be in this situation. This was a stranger, not some buddy from work giving him a ride. "You from England?" Dan frowned. Tennessee." "Really, I'd have never guessed that." That was pretty much the end of the conversation. Dan had no interest in conversing with someone who couldn't tell his accent from that of a Brit. When they reached Carl's neighborhood, Dan didn't go back inside the house and immediately left again in Carl's van. Not knowing any local source for free-moving boxes, he decided he wasn't going to waste his day looking for them. He went to a home improvement store where he bought a couple of dozen boxes, some sturdy garbage bags, some permanent markers, and several kinds of tape. He also bought a high-security padlock for the storage unit. After that, he went by a Walmart and bought some food, snacks, drinks, and a decent supply of beer. He also picked up a cheap sleeping bag and air mattress because he wasn't sure if he could bring himself to sleep in his dead friend's bed. He added a battery-powered headlamp to his shopping cart because Carl's house wasn't well lit. Dan needed to be able to see into all the nooks and crannies if he was going to pack the house up. He grabbed some fast food on the way back to Carl's neighborhood and returned the van to the garage. He wanted the neighbors to know there was activity at the house, which might deter theft, but another part of him wanted to put things back the way they were. He wasn't sure he could explain why, but it felt like the right thing to do. He'd done the same thing when his wife died, same with his parents too. Perhaps it was normal. Dan carried his purchases inside and put them in one of the back bedrooms, then sat down at the kitchen table and ate his lunch. Even though it was early in the day, he drank a beer because he wanted to, and there was no one around to judge him. He felt like his body needed it, the same way he craved a glass of cold water after mowing the lawn. While he ate, he played a classic country playlist on his phone. There was something about not having a job, being in a strange town, and drinking beer with his lunch that made country music the place to go. He got through a Waylon Jennings song, a Willie Nelson song, and one Johnny Cash song before he finished eating. When he was done, he tossed his trash into a garbage bag and changed into some older clothes. Used to a job that required organization, Dan tackled this task with the same orderly approach. He assembled some of the large boxes he'd bought and used a marker to label them according to how he intended to sort the items. One was labeled Mom, for items meant to go to Carl's mother. The next said Dan, for things he wanted to keep for himself. The next was labeled Donate, for things he intended to haul to Goodwill. In the back room of the house where Dan had assembled the boxes was a long row of instrument cases. Some had instruments in them and other cases belonged to instruments scattered around the house. He started going through them. If there was an instrument inside, he took it to the van. If there was no instrument inside, he searched the house until he found the instrument that fit. There were enough vintage pre-war Gibson guitars that Carl could have sold them to buy a much better house if he'd been so inclined. There were Martins of various sizes and shapes. There was a Taylor and a Wayne Henderson. There were a half-dozen banjos by Gibson, Kay and Vega, F-hole mandolins, and Tatterbug mandolins. There were several electrics by companies like Gretsch and Gibson. There was even an upright bass made of aluminum, something Dan had never seen before. "Dude, this is serious," Dan said, speaking to his dead friend. "You got a fortune in these instruments. I always thought you were broke because of the divorces. You were broke because of all these instruments." Dan guessed there was easily over $100,000 worth, all the more reason he should get them out of the house and secured somewhere safe. He ended up with a few instrument cases left over when he was done. He had to assume they belonged to instruments that had either been stolen or lent out over the years, though he supposed they could also have been spares. When he had all the instruments loaded, the cargo area of the van was packed to the roof. He checked his watch. It was nearly 5 p.m., but it felt later as his body was still on Eastern Time. He decided he'd go ahead and take the stereo system apart. He could get the receiver and turntable in the front seat of the van, then head to the storage facility. By the time he got there, got everything unloaded, and came back, it would nearly be dark. Just as he was disconnecting the speakers, there was an electronic sound that startled him. At first, he thought it was coming from the stereo. Had he grounded out a speaker, it took him a second to realize it was a notification from his phone. He stopped what he was doing and fished it from his pocket. There was a news alert on the lock screen. President to address the nation at 4 p.m. concerning space weather event. Dan looked around the room, not finding a television. Counting back from Eastern Time, he realized he probably wouldn't be back from his errands in time to listen to the address. He would be unloading at the storage unit, no big deal. When he got back, he could find a summary of the briefing on a news website and catch the highlights. It made him wonder, though, this must be a bigger deal than he thought if the president felt the need to address the nation. Then again, perhaps the president just liked being on television. He returned to disassembling the vintage sound system. There was no Bluetooth or USB. It was all RCA cables and stripped wires fastened to leads. He was shocked when he picked up the receiver. In this day of microchips, it was easy to forget about the massive transformers and heat sinks these old stereo components required. The thing had to weigh nearly 50 pounds. Dan lugged it out the kitchen door into the garage and stashed it in the passenger seat of the van. He returned to the house and brought out the other components one at a time, packing them into the floor of the passenger's side. When he was done, he grabbed a bottle of water from the fridge and wiped his forehead with a paper towel. He went out the back door and locked the house up behind him. He pulled out of the garage, locked it, and then cruised out of the neighborhood. Driving to the storage unit, Dan's mind was calm. Burying himself in this project was almost relaxing after the stress of the last few days. He was performing an organizational task, something he was good at. It was combined with enough physical labor to burn off the tension in his body. It felt a little strange. He wasn't sure he could have put it into words, but despite the nature of his trip, he was comfortable with his life at the moment. It wasn't that he was enjoying himself exactly, he was engaged on all levels. He had a task before him and he fully understood how to tackle it. That in itself distracted him somewhat from the grim nature of why he was in Boise. The trip to the storage facility went quickly now that he knew the way. He navigated the van down the narrow aisles of identical metal-sided units until he found the one he'd rented. He killed the engine, climbed out, and rolled the noisy door up. There was a light switch on the wall, and he flipped it. A single overhead bulb revealed a bare room with metal walls and a concrete floor. A plywood ceiling closed off the top of the unit. Dan threw open the back doors of the van, and cases began sliding toward him in an avalanche. The precarious load had shifted during the trip. He fought to stabilize them, but a few smaller cases slipped through his hands. He winced when they hit the ground. Once he was certain nothing else was going to rain out onto him, he began hauling the cases inside two at a time. He stood them up against the back wall, organizing them into a neat row, much as they'd been at Carl's house. With only a few steps between the van and the unit, he made short work of the task. When all the instruments were in the unit, he carefully hauled the stereo components in and stacked them against another wall. The whole operation took less time than he'd expected, and he began to think he might have time for another load that day. He climbed back into the driver's seat and opened a bottle of water. Checking his phone, he realized it was just past time for the president's address. He wondered if this speech was something he'd have even listened to at home, or if it was only of interest because he'd gotten sucked into the story because of his flight. He navigated to a news site on his phone and clicked on a link. A live stream of two news anchors filled the screen. Summarized headlines from the president's statement were streaming below them. He must have missed the whole thing, so it couldn't have been very long. He turned the volume up and listened to them as he read the headlines. Urged Americans to follow the science. He stressed there is no need to panic in the face of this space weather event. He went on to say that foreign scientists were intent on spreading fear and panic, while the majority of scientists agreed we'd see no impact at all. He stated that concerned Americans should treat the event with the same magnitude they'd assign to an approaching blizzard or ice storm. Nothing more. Dan wasn't sure what to make of the report. It sounded like the president was hedging his bets. He didn't think it would be bad, but if you were worried, then prepare for a few days of roughing it. He shoved his phone in his pocket. He wasn't a reactionary. He didn't buy into panic and alarmist behavior, but he was a practical guy. As someone who'd lived through several presidents, he was old enough to know their ways. Any statements they made were intended to mitigate political fallout, even if it meant stretching the truth. Experience told him that the facts of the impending solar event lay somewhere in between both extremes. It was likely to be worse than the president stated, though perhaps not as bad as the Chinese scientists warned. Either way, Dan was ill-prepared. He had only a few days' worth of food to his name. He needed more supplies if he wanted to comfortably wait out any type of blackout event. He started the van, thinking that instead of getting another load, he should make a quick pass through a store first. He could grab a cart of groceries and take them with him. If he didn't need them and this all blew over, he could take them home in the rental truck. No worries. 12. Dan stopped by a bank and used the ATM to withdraw some cash. Noting that this particular card allowed a maximum of $500 cash per day, Dan went ahead and got it all. If there were a few days where credit card processing was down, this would give him cash if the need arose. He then headed to a grocery store he'd passed on his ride to the storage facility. He was pleased to find that the grocery store wasn't any busier than a typical urban grocery store on any given evening. Apparently no one was panicking at this point. The president must have been convincing. Dan snagged a cart and filled it with items that didn't require refrigeration, probably buying way more than he could use this trip. In the drink aisle, he added a case of water and another case of beer before deciding he was done. He reminded himself these were all things he could haul home with him and they'd be eaten eventually. He used his debit card to pay, saving his cash in case he needed it later. Deciding that he wasn't in the mood to cook again, he went out of his way to hit up the place where he'd gotten that Detroit-style pizza the other night. He ordered over the phone and it was ready when he got there. The smell nearly drove him nuts as he returned to Carl's place. It was all he could do not to pull over and tear into it. It was twilight when he got back to Carl's street. There were men outside working on cars and some children playing in a yard. An old woman sat in a rocking chair, sipping beer out of a can and monitoring the pulse of her neighborhood with a watchful eye. Dan turned in at Carl's place, parked the van in the garage, and carried in the pizza first since it was precious cargo. He carefully placed it on the kitchen table and then went back out for his other purchases. It took him a few trips to get the beer, water, and bags of groceries inside. Once the work was done, he dug into the pizza. As before, he shamelessly ate the entire thing, relishing every bite and drinking 3 beers to aid in the task. When he was done, Dan rose from the table and stretched. He hoped he didn't have to bend over a lot because he'd eaten so much pizza it wasn't an option. He tossed his trash into a garbage bag and headed toward the back of the house. With the instruments dealt with, he turned his attention toward any other items of value Carl might have in the house. He was expecting to turn up a pile of cash somewhere. As a musician, Carl usually played for cash and tips. He used to leave it laying around everywhere. There were probably some guns, too. He knew his friend had inherited some from his dad and grandfather because he'd seen them before. Carl often carried a gun since he traveled the roads at odd hours. He was frequently in shady neighborhoods late at night when the bars let out. Other than cash, guns, and a cell phone, Dan couldn't think of anything else Carl might have. He started in the bedroom closet. There he found some older rifles and shotguns, likely the weapons Carl had inherited. There was a lever-action Winchester, a bolt-action 16-gauge shotgun, and a Remington 870 pump gun in 12-gauge. Dan found an antique Stevens rifle in .22 short with a patent date of 1927. He laid all of them out on the bed. Ammo for some of them was on the top shelf of the closet. He found several boxes of 12-gauge shells, some of them so old the boxes barely held together. There was a pair of beat-up nightstands to either side of the bed. Dan pulled out the drawers and found a Colt .38 Special in one and a .357 Taurus in the other. Both guns were loaded and had a box of shells sitting beside them. The only rounds missing were those in the gun. Apparently, Carl hadn't shot anyone recently. Dan retrieved a box from the junk room and packed the ammo away. He left the handguns loaded, pleased that he finally had a means of self-defense. The world felt right again. He found a couple of blankets in the spare room and used them to wrap the long guns into a bundle, keeping the handguns out and accessible. He wasn't sure yet if he was going to put the weapons in the storage unit or not. Maybe he'd store the ones he didn't have rounds for and keep the others close at hand. He went through all the drawers in the bedroom, then checked under the mattress and under the bed. The only other gun he found was a vintage Astra Cub in .25 caliber. He ejected the mag and found it loaded with a couple of rounds that were starting to turn green with age. He couldn't imagine Carl's mother wanting these guns around her house. He could make her an offer for them. The cash might benefit her more than the weapons. Dan didn't particularly need them. He had plenty of guns already, but they were of some sentimental value to him. After searching all the drawers and not turning up any cash at all, Dan searched every flat surface in the house. When Carl lived in Nashville, Dan visited him frequently. There were always wads of cash on coffee tables, the dinner table, the countertops, the bathroom sink, and the dressers. Anywhere Carl emptied his pockets, you'd find money. Dan found no cash anywhere in the house, which was odd. He filed that bit of information away. Had Carl's house been broken into before, perhaps Carl didn't feel comfortable leaving cash laying around. Could there be a safe, or was it hidden somewhere? It was also possible that whoever had been here when Carl supposedly overdosed had cleaned the place out before calling the cops. The way Carl used to leave his money laying out in the open, it would have been visible to anyone who looked around. If that was the case, it was odd they left the instruments. Perhaps they were too hard to get rid of. They'd certainly have taken more effort to carry out of the house than cash would. With Dan not buying the whole overdose story, the missing cash further contributed to the idea that something wasn't right about this scene. Dan went to the kitchen for another beer while he tried to put the pieces together. He plunked his phone down on the counter and searched for some music. He settled on the Marshall Tucker Band's "I Heard It in a Love Song." He found himself in a very 1970s mood lately, and the song was appropriate. Music playing, he slung open the fridge door and got another Rolling Rock. As he closed the door, an idea struck him. It was actually a memory returning, tires screeching as it parked in the forefront of his brain. He recalled the last time he'd visited with Carl in Nashville. He opened the freezer and dug around through the frozen peas, blocks of frozen corn, and ice trays. In the very back, beneath the stack of ice trays, he uncovered a round cookie tin. A grin split his face. He'd found Carl's stash. The cops hadn't been able to find it because they didn't know where to look. Dan crammed all the food back in the freezer and flipped the door shut. He hooked his fingernails under the cold lid of the tin and pried it open. The tin contained several partial bags of pot. "The freezer is the last place the cops will look," a stoned Carl assured him years ago. Dan didn't believe him at the time, but he must have been right. He fished one of the small baggies from the tin and put the rest back in the freezer. He recalled finding some rolling papers in the nightstand. He'd been rusty at rolling a joint when he'd rediscovered his redneck roots after his wife's death. He was getting better, though. He twisted out a halfway tolerable joint and took it out on the back porch. He smoked it in an unsteady lawn chair that constantly threatened to tip over. Dan felt the stress of the last few days easing out of him. The death of his friend had been a blow he wasn't prepared for. It sent him reeling, but he was finding his footing again. He wasn't happy to be here, but he was glad it was him doing this and not someone else. He'd get things done and he'd go home. Life would be okay again. 13. When Dan's eyes popped open, he wasn't immediately sure what woke him up. It had to have been something, though. He couldn't put his finger on it, but he didn't ever wake into this state of alertness unless there had been some kind of disturbance. He didn't move a muscle, focusing on listening to his surroundings. Was it someone yelling in the street, a loud car, a distant gunshot? Had someone knocked on the door? He was in Carl's living room and the house was totally dark. He'd been exhausted when he finally gave up on going through Carl's stuff for the night. However, not so exhausted that he could lay down in Carl's bed and go to sleep without a care in the world. It was too weird. He'd ended up settling fully clothed into a ratty recliner in the living room, his sleeping bag draped over him. The floor creaked and his eyes grew wide. It wasn't a noise from outside that woke him. Someone was inside the house and they were only feet from him. He recalled the 2 handguns he'd kept out and loaded for protection. They were currently sitting on the bed where they wouldn't do him a damn bit of good. Maybe whoever was in the house hadn't seen him yet. He decided it was best not to show his hand. He would not move a muscle until forced to do so. There was a cough in the darkness. It sounded like the bark of a seal, but despite the croupy sound, he could tell it was a woman. His heart pounding, Dan decided he'd had enough. He was going to make a run for the weapons in the back of the house. He inched a hand toward the lever that retracted the recliner's footrest and yanked hard. As he did so, a powerful arm dropped over the back of the recliner and slithered around his neck, tugging him back into the chair with a vice-like strength. There was a second intruder Dan had not seen. He immediately began fighting back. Thrashing, he tried to throw his body off the chair onto the floor, thinking the move might force his attacker to let go. It didn't. Whoever was holding him had the superior position and he couldn't break their hold. He tried to punch backward over his head, but the blows weren't effective, bouncing off a leather jacket and a thick wool cap. This couldn't be the woman he'd heard. The grip was too powerful, the arms too thick. The attacker was grunting from the exertion now, and Dan could smell his foul breath. The attacker shifted his body and tightened his grip, shutting down the flow of blood to Dan's brain. Dan was no fighter but knew what was happening. In half a minute or so, he was going to be choked out if he didn't do something. Groping wildly, he shoved a hand into his pocket, desperately searching for anything he might be able to use to end this attack. A key. an ink pen, then his hand fell on a smooth plastic handle protruding from his pocket. It was the Phillips screwdriver he'd used to fix the dragging bedroom door. He took a firm grip on the handle and drew the screwdriver. As bursts of light began to erupt in his fading vision, he violently thrust the tool back over his head. He aimed for the face, the source of the heavy breathing that washed over his scalp. A guttural scream of pain unleashed directly into Dan's ear. The attacker tried to let go, to back up, but Dan wasn't letting him go. He didn't want to give the man any space to organize a new attack until he'd inflicted further injury upon him. He clamped onto the man's arm with his free hand and gouged blindly backward with the screwdriver over and over. The screaming, the resistance the sharp tool encountered told him that he was finding flesh. He was doing damage. The attacker lunged backward with all his might, shoving Dan away from him. The recliner toppled over, spilling Dan onto the floor. He was disoriented, seeing stars from a lack of oxygen, but he didn't let up. Knowing the key to overcoming an attacker was explosive, unrelenting violence, he launched himself toward the figure staggering in the shadows. Dan was like a lineman coming out of stance. He hit the large man hard and went to jam the screwdriver into his gut. He stabbed with all his might, but the cheap tool hit the heavy leather jacket and broke. Dan felt it give, heard the sound of the tip hitting the floor and bouncing away in the dark. Without pause, Dan adapted his strategy, shoving the large man into the wall with all his strength, then bolting for the back bedroom. In the unfamiliar house with no light, this was not as expeditious a maneuver as it would have been in his own home. He bounced off the walls like a pinball as he navigated the house. Reaching Carl's bedroom, he started to turn on the light but stopped himself. The light would kill his night vision in the dark house. It would also backlight him when he charged back into the fight, making him a clear target if the attackers were armed. Instead, he groped around in the darkness until his hand fell on the cold steel frame of the .357 Magnum. He ran back toward the door and flattened himself against the wall, not re-entering the hallway just yet. "I have a gun," he barked. Silence. "I'll kill you if you come down this hall," he screamed. He heard the kitchen door swing open and bounce hard off the cabinets, then pounding feet as someone raced out. He debated his next step. Should he rush out the door and pursue them, run out the front and try to intercept them? No, he didn't need to do either of those things. He needed to call the cops and stay low until they got here. He tried to remember where he'd put his phone, then remembered it was probably sitting on the kitchen table. He stepped out into the hallway and began creeping in that direction, gun raised. He was pretty sure the attackers had fled, but what if they hadn't? What if it was a trap? As he walked, he felt his hands trembling. Though he was scared, he didn't think it was a reaction to the fear. It was the adrenaline dump from the fight. He was breathing hard, his mouth dry. When he reached the kitchen, he flipped on the light and scanned the room. It was empty. He flew across the kitchen, kicked the door shut, and locked it. On the way back, he picked up his phone and dialed 911. He explained what happened, and the dispatcher assured him that officers would respond immediately. He hung up the phone and cleared the rest of the house. As he checked each room, he turned the lights on and left them on. By the time he was done, perhaps a minute later, sirens were approaching. Dan hurried back to the bedroom and placed the handgun on the nightstand. He didn't want to be holding it when the cops rolled up. He confirmed that his wallet was in his pocket, then walked to the front door and opened it, waiting on the porch for the officers to arrive. 14. 3 officers responded to the call. 2 insisted on checking out the property while Dan spoke to the third, a heavily muscled guy with a shaved head. He stood a couple of inches taller than Dan and introduced himself as Sergeant Hogan. Dan produced his identification and explained why he was at the house. He also showed the officer Detective Turner's card. "She can verify that I have reason to be here." The officer took the business card and did that very thing, calling Turner as Dan waited. While the two were speaking on the phone, the other officers returned. "There's no one here now," an officer whose name tag said his name was Moats told him. "No signs of forced entry. You sure you locked the door?" Dan nodded. "I'm sure of it. I don't know this neighborhood and wouldn't take the risk of leaving it unlocked." Hogan ended the call. "Detective Turner confirmed she met with you this morning. Your story checks out." Dan didn't respond. He hadn't been worried it wouldn't. "Did you see how many there were?" Hogan asked. "I didn't get a look at them, but I think there were at least 2, a man and a woman." "Let's go inside," Hogan said. "Show me what happened." They went into the living room, and the 3 officers stood there while Dan walked them through the attack. "I was asleep there in the recliner with a sleeping bag over me. This is where it started." "Why were you in the recliner and not the bed?" Moats asked. The house belonged to my dead friend. 2 days ago he was sleeping in that bed without a care in the world. If it was your best friend, could you sleep there? The officers nodded in understanding. Sometimes humans were primitive, animalistic around death. Their responses were not based on logic but on primal instincts that predated speech. Perhaps it was superstition. Something woke me up, Dan continued. I sat there for a second trying to figure out what was going on. When I heard a woman cough in the house, I decided I was going to make a run for my friend's bedroom because I knew he had guns there. When I tried to get up, a dude with some serious muscles got an arm around my neck and started choking me out. He was behind the recliner and had me pinned in there pretty good. He knew what he was doing too, cutting off the blood flow. I was starting to see stars. How did you get loose? Motes asked. I had a screwdriver in my pocket, Dan replied. I used it to tighten a closet hinge. I guess it was still in there when I laid down and I must have fallen asleep with it. My hand hit it when I was trying to find some way to fight back. I pulled it out and started stabbing the guy. The officers played their lights around the recliner in the dimly lit room. One of them nudged Dan's sleeping bag out of the way with his foot. Moving the sleeping bag and overturned recliner revealed numerous bloodstains on the floor. Looks like you got him good, Hogan said. What happened then? He backed off and took me with him. That's why the chair is turned over. I tried to stab him one more time, but the screwdriver broke. I dropped it and bolted. I ran to the bedroom, yelled out that I had a gun, and called you guys. Did they say anything as they left? The second cop asked. Dan shook his head. All I heard was them running out of the house. So there are firearms here in the house? Hogan asked. Follow me, Dan said. I'll show you. Hogan held a hand up. How about you just tell us where they are? We'll find them. We probably need to run the numbers. Sure, Dan said, telling them where the guns were and what they should expect to find. He assumed this was fairly routine but had no way of knowing. You guys take a look, Hogan directed the other officers. He stayed behind with Dan. What happens now? Dan asked. Detective Turner is on her way, Hogan said. She was going off duty, but since she already has knowledge of the case, she wanted to come by. Does she think this is related to my friend's death? Hogan shrugged. You'd have to ask her, but that's always possible. With no sign of forced entry, it might have been someone with a key. She mentioned that your late friend had an ex-wife who gave off kind of a shady vibe. Yeah, I never met her. You never met your best friend's wife? No, my friend Carl and I were from Tennessee. I still live back there. He got married about a year ago and I hadn't been out this way since. Then they got divorced a couple of months ago and she's out of the picture. She must have been a prize if it ended that fast. Or my friend Carl was, Dan admitted. Did Carl have any next of kin? His mother, Dan replied. She lives near me, but she's elderly and can't travel. She doesn't have anyone else. I helped her with the funeral and she asked me to take care of this. I'm going to spend a couple of days here going through his stuff. I'll give the junk to Goodwill and haul the personal stuff back to Tennessee in a rental truck. I don't envy you, buddy, Hogan said. You're doing a good thing, but that's a shitty job. Dan nodded. I agree with you there, and it's getting worse every day. 15. Detective Turner arrived at the scene in less than 10 minutes. Motes and the other officer had left already, responding to another call. Hogan stuck around until the detective arrived and filled her in. Dan stood to the side, waiting patiently while they had a conference. When they were done, Detective Turner approached Dan, a smile on her face. You know, if you wanted to talk to me, you could have just called, she teased. You didn't have to make this huge production. Dan chuckled. Trust me, this was not a pleasant way to be jarred out of my sleep. I thought I was dead. You have a lot of blood on you. Do you need medical attention? I don't think so. I'm not hurt at all. This is someone else's blood. She raised an eyebrow at that and moved around him, studying the blood on his clothing in the glow of the porch light. What about the other guy? Wherever he is, I expect he's having a really bad night. Turner finished her cursory examination of his clothing and stepped back in front of him. Was anything taken? Dan shook his head. I don't think they had time. Once they figured out I was in the house, it interrupted their plans. You didn't hear the door being forced open? Not a sound. I had jet lag and was seriously exhausted. I was out cold. There were no signs of forced entry, Hogan confirmed, rejoining them with a notebook in his hand. Off the record, it makes me think about that ex-wife again, Turner said. Despite what she told me, she probably kept a key. You're sure you locked the door? I did, Dan replied, but every lock in the house can be opened from the outside. I might need to install some that can't be. Some of those old-fashioned slide bolts or something. They probably won't be back now that they know you're here, Hogan pointed out. Whoever they are. Something I noticed since going through the house is that there's no cash here, Dan said. I've known Carl all my life. He plays for cash and tips. He always kept thousands laying around in piles all over the house. That's not very safe, Hogan remarked. I know, I used to give him shit about it because it drove me nuts. I told him to hide it, but that's just how he was, Dan said. Not very organized, he lived life by the seat of his pants, once day at a time and just a couple of steps above chaos. Turner shook her head as if disturbed by the image of someone so disorganized. I couldn't handle that. I like things neat and orderly. Yeah, me too, but Carl didn't know the meaning of the word, Dan said. That's why the missing cash is really obvious. We've been friends since elementary school. I know the guy well. Dan realized he'd been speaking of his friend in present tense as if he were still alive but didn't correct himself. Unfortunately, the missing money is not surprising. Whoever called in the overdose may have made a pass through the house before they made the call. That's the kind of people you're dealing with, Turner said. If they'd been here when officers arrived, they'd have been made to turn out their pockets to make sure there were no drugs or weapons. They don't want to stick around for that kind of hassle. Since no one was on the scene, we don't know what the caller might have taken with them from the house. I hate to say it, but it's par for the course. Although Dan knew she was probably right, it ate at his soul. The thought of his friend dying in such a manner, then being robbed on top of it, was nearly more than he could stand. They might have come back for the instruments. I put those in storage today, and there was probably over 100 grand worth of guitars and banjos. Hogan let out a low whistle. No shit, that much, you're probably right, that or the guns. The guns are crap, said Dan. What I found so far may be worth $2,000 on the high end. They're nothing special. There's always a market for guns, Hogan said. His radio crackled and he stepped away to respond to a call. Different subject, but what do you make of this solar storm crap? Dan asked. People starting to flip out. Turner rolled her eyes. It's about to drive us nuts. People are calling 911 wanting to know what they need to do. We can't help them. We don't know anything more than you at this point, but it's got people concerned. They don't know who to believe. The president is urging calm, but the news is now siding with the Chinese scientists because it's a more dramatic story. People are raiding the stores and stripping the shelves. They're fighting over toilet paper, stocking up on everything. I don't think anyone took this seriously until today. The president, trying to calm everyone down, had the opposite reaction. Now people are panicked. I'm sure you remember this, but we have those ice storms every winter back in Tennessee. I always try to stay stocked up on the basics because they can knock the power out for a few days. Being away from home during this whole mess has kind of caught me off guard. I'd be a little more confident if I was back at my place. Boise winters aren't so bad, said Turner. The weather here isn't nearly as extreme as some parts of Idaho. It's not home, but I kind of like it here. You lived here long? Dan asked. Turner smiled. A little over a year. I moved here from Portland after I got divorced. How'd you pick Boise? You throw a dart at a map. Nothing that random. My ex-husband inherited a cabin from his grandfather. It's near the Sawtooth National Forest, which is roughly east of the city. We visited Boise sometimes when we were at the cabin. It seemed like a good place to be a cop, more laid back than Portland. So after the divorce, I applied for a job here. The rest is history. Despite the oddness of the circumstance, the fact they were standing at a crime scene in his dead friend's house, this felt like a totally normal conversation to Dan. Turner was nice. There was something about her that made conversation comfortable, and he couldn't remember the last time he'd experienced that. He didn't want to break the moment, but Hogan interrupted. I've got to respond to a call, sir. If they come back, just give us a call. I think you'll be fine, though. They probably expected the house to be unoccupied. I'd bet you clarified the matter. Got it, Dan replied. You good here, detective? Hogan asked. I'm good. Hogan hurried down the steps and climbed into his cruiser, turned off his flashers and punched the gas. Dan looked around the neighborhood. So much for being in stealth mode. Turner looked at him curiously. What do you mean? I've tried not to draw a lot of attention to myself, stay low-key and not let people see me emptying the house. I've been using Carl's vehicle and I do most of the loading around back. I've tried to make it look like business as usual, but now there's been flashing lights out front for nearly an hour. People have probably noticed. Turner nodded. I guess the cat is out of the bag now. Couple of cops putting on a light show gets a lot of attention. People will want to know what it was all about. They went inside and Turner examined the scene. She collected samples of blood from the floor. Despite Hogan's comment that there were no signs of forced entry, she rechecked every window and door for herself. Hogan said he notified hospitals to be on alert for a patient with stab wounds, Dan said. You got him good, said Turner. There's a lot of blood. I didn't see where I hit him, face or head, I guess. Dan pointed to the pieces of the broken screwdriver on the floor. Turner photographed it, then bagged the pieces for evidence. Probably a good idea to change the locks tomorrow just to be safe. If you can do it yourself, it shouldn't cost you more than $50. I'll take care of it first thing in the morning. Hopefully they won't be back. If they do come back, one of them is probably going to have a grudge since you poked him full of holes. Turner looked at him directly. Be careful, keep a weapon handy, ideally something more serious than a screwdriver. It did the job, Dan pointed out. Only because you weren't facing a gun. Next time they'll be expecting you. You don't want to be the guy who brought a screwdriver to a gunfight. Turner spent another hour on the scene. She lingered on the porch before she left, making small talk with Dan. He didn't know if it was the shared Tennessee roots or something else, but he felt like they developed some sort of connection, though he didn't read too much into it. There was little point. In a few days he'd be done with Carl's house and done with Boise. He couldn't imagine a scenario in which he ever visited the city again. 16. When he tried getting back to sleep that night, Dan didn't have much luck. He wasn't interested in sleeping in his dead friend's bed. The recliner he'd nodded off in earlier was now stained with some criminal's blood, which ruled it out. The couch just looked plain nasty, like something left out in an alley and rained on a few times, so it wasn't a tempting option either. While Dan had bought an air mattress, he hadn't bought an inflator, and he didn't feel like blowing the thing up in the middle of the night with just his lung power. He'd probably get dizzy and pass out. He stretched his sleeping bag out on an area rug and laid down, but sleep never came. Soon the light outside changed and morning was on him. He'd missed his opportunity and wouldn't be able to get to sleep now. He threw back the sleeping bag and got up. He felt awful, but continuing to lay there wasn't going to change anything. Sleep wasn't going to come. He decided to go buy replacement locks while it was early. If he did that, then grabbed some breakfast, he could take a nap later and reboot his day. He took a quick shower and pulled on some fresh clothes. A quick check on his phone told him that his Tennessee concealed carry permit allowed him to carry concealed in Idaho. He looked around but didn't find any holsters. It would be just like Carl to carry it loose in a jacket pocket or stuck in his waistband like a movie tough. Although Dan wasn't a fan of that method of carry, it would be safer with one of Carl's revolvers than with one of the automatics Dan usually carried at home. He didn't imagine there were any gun stores open this early, but he planned on looking for one while he was out. If he was going to carry one of Carl's guns on a regular basis, he wanted a better way to do it. The roads around the city were quiet this early, with only a few commuters heading into work. Despite the solar storm panic, life went on, people had jobs to do. Dan went through a fast food place and bought 2 bacon, egg, and cheese biscuits with a large coffee. He ate while he drove, hoping the coffee would eventually cool down enough to drink. At the moment, it was hot enough to scald the hair off a hog. He used his phone to guide him to a Home Depot. When he got there, he sat in the van and finished his breakfast. When he was done, he gathered his trash and dumped it in the store's can. He went inside, grabbed a cart, and headed for the hardware aisle. Not wanting to spend a fortune, he bought 2 cheaper lock sets with deadbolts. He also bought 2 of the security devices he'd seen before on hotel doors, the kind you flipped into place from inside the room to prevent the door from being opened. It was an improved version of the security chain his grandmother used for decades. He checked out, again paying with plastic, then loaded his purchases into the van and started for the exit. Noticing the Walmart across the street, he decided to check for 2 items he might need if GPS navigation was affected. The stores back at home carried them, and he hoped this one did as well. Despite the hour, there were a lot of people rushing around the store. While Home Depot had been calm, this was clearly panic buying. Carts were piled high with toilet paper, water, and canned foods. It looked like the warnings of the Chinese scientists, propagated by news outlets, were overpowering the president's plea to stay calm. In a magazine display, Dan found an Idaho Gazetteer. He had one for the state of Tennessee and it was useful. Not only did it contain detailed maps of every road in the state, it had detailed topographic maps as well. In the same display was a road atlas of the United States, and he picked up one of those also. He'd grown up in the age of maps and had no problem navigating that way. As long as he was at Walmart, he headed toward the camping section to pick up a cheap inflator for his air mattress. He moved over to the hunting and gun aisle to peruse the holsters, knowing he wouldn't find exactly what he wanted, but anything would do at this point. He found a generic nylon holster for large-frame revolvers that wasn't very expensive and tossed that in his basket. Since the inflator required batteries, he found a rack near the toy aisle and tossed in some heavy D-cells. Not knowing how long the batteries in his new headlamp would last, he picked up a small pack of AA and AAA batteries too. The bustle of shoppers around him clashed hard with this thick-headed sleepiness. He wasn't up to dealing with the escalating craziness and mob mentality. He felt like he was doing 35 miles per hour on the freeway with cars zooming around him on all sides. While there were probably other items he could purchase, things that would make him feel more comfortable if the solar event came to pass, he was done. He couldn't take another minute of the atmosphere. He headed to the self-checkout and began scanning his items. As he patiently ran his items over the scanner and dropped them into bags, he could hear snatches of intense conversation around him. People were urgently discussing their plans. "Where do we need to go next?" a woman asked her husband. "What do we need to buy?" another asked. One man, visibly worried, said to the woman with him, "We can take this load outside and come right back for another couple of carts." Others were babbling desperately to store employees and other shoppers, blaming the president, blaming Congress, and blaming their fellow citizens. In truth, there was no one to blame. Bad things happened and sometimes there was no one to blame. Even the most prepared could not always prepare for everything. There were too many variables, too many things that could go wrong in the world through no one's fault. Dan had learned that in his job. He shipped manufactured homes all over the Southeast. It required a massive effort to plot routes, obtain Department of Transportation permits, hire lead cars, and schedule with the receiver on the other end. Despite experience and extensive planning, things could come along and throw a wrench into the plans. A truck could get caught behind a wreck. Someone in the convoy could have a flat or mechanical problems. Drivers could reach their destination and run into a problem with truck access to the site. There were a million things that could go wrong, and that eventuality applied to life in general as well. There was only so much of one's life that they could devote to preparation. That was why mindset, attitude, and adaptability were perhaps the most essential survival skills. Expect the unexpected and roll with it. Make the most of what you have. Dan was glad to get out of the store and back into the van. More cars were pouring in now. The only place he had to go before returning to Carl's house was an actual gun store. He wanted to pick up some more ammo as a precaution, but the Walmart had not sold handgun ammo. He scanned his phone for anything close and found a gun store nearby, but the listed hours showed it as not opening for another hour. He decided to take a chance and give them a quick call. A man sounding a little harried answered the phone. "Hello." "Hey, I was just seeing when you were opening," Dan said. "I checked your hours online but was curious if it might be different today." "Oh, it's real different today," the man chuckled. "We're open now, but background checks are stalled. Could be days on those. We're also out of 5.56 and 9, but come on in if there's something else you need." "Thanks, I'll do that." Dan used his phone to guide him there and reached the location in about 20 minutes. It was a little after 8:30 a.m. He parked the van and made certain all the doors were locked. The parking lot was nearly 3/4 full. The storefront was secured by bars. Dan pushed through the heavy door and took a look around. It looked like dozens of other gun stores he'd been in around the country. The sense of familiarity instantly made him feel more comfortable than he'd been at any place since arriving in Boise. While the store wasn't crowded in the same way the grocery store was, there were several people there. It looked like the week before Christmas, with men picking out the gifts they intended to give themselves for the holiday. Most gun stores he frequented were quick to offer assistance to customers, but everyone here appeared to be tied up helping other people. They were showing guns to customers or helping them fill out their 4473s, the form recording firearms transactions. One harried-looking employee was entering a stack of those forms into a computer as fast as she could type. From the look of things, it was unlikely any of these people trying to buy today were going home with a gun. What he was seeing here was a small slice of what every gun store in America would probably see today. Background checks were going to be seriously stacked up. He spotted the section where the ammunition was displayed and headed in that direction. As long as he was here, he'd stock up on ammo for several of the weapons in his possession. If there was a shortage, it might be a while before he could restock. "Can I help you?" a man asked. He walked toward Dan, pausing at the computer station to pass another completed 4473 to the person entering them. "Yeah, I need some ammo. I'd like 2 boxes of .357 Magnum hollow points, 2 boxes of .38 Special hollow points, 3 boxes of .3030, and a case of 0 buckshot." Without raising an eyebrow, the man proceeded to stack the ammo on the counter in front of him. Dan had surprised himself. He hadn't really intended to purchase that much ammo, it just kind of happened. He'd done the same thing when shopping at gun stores before. He'd asked to see a gun and pass it back to the clerk when he was done. Instead of thanking the clerk for showing him the weapon, he'd instead come out with, "I'll take it." The same thing was happening to him now. It was like grocery shopping when he was starving. Anything and everything could end up in the cart. He again paid with his credit card. While it was processing, the clerk found a box to pack the ammo in. "Looks like things are getting a little wild around here," Dan said. The clerk paused his packing. "You aren't from around here, are you?" "How'd you guess?" "That southern accent," the clerk said. "We don't get that much around here." "Well, at least you knew it was from the south. My Uber driver thought I was from England." The clerk shook his head. "There's dumbasses everywhere. I'm sure you have them where you come from too." Dan nodded. "Tennessee, yeah, we're ate up with them." The clerk slid the box across the counter to him. "Folks on the internet say this could be the big reset. Maybe this will weed out some of those dumbasses." Dan smiled. "Folks on the internet think everything is the big reset. Well, let's hope they're wrong again. If they're right, this may not be enough ammo." Dan headed for the door with his purchases. He hoped this wasn't the big reset. He was a long way from Tennessee. With his ass dragging from exhaustion, Dan returned to Carl's house in a daze and parked the van around back. He didn't bother putting it in the garage this time. Any attempt to keep his presence a secret had been blown by all the cop cars last night. He hauled his goods into the house and piled them on the kitchen table. He was yawning nonstop by this point, ready for a nap since the long night was catching up with him. However, there would be no sleep until those locks were changed. He dug around in the kitchen drawers until he found another Phillips screwdriver. This one looked stronger. Despite his disorganization, Carl did keep a few tools around. He was always working on a vehicle or a musical instrument. They were scattered all over the place, which made finding the right tool a little tricky. Having changed a few locks in his day, Dan knew exactly what to do and had both handles and both deadbolts changed out in less than 15 minutes. It took him a few minutes longer to install the hotel-style flip locks because there were no existing holes for those. He poked around until he found a nail and a hammer, then used those to make a starter hole for the screws. With that done, he sat down at the kitchen table and dialed his daughter's number. They asked him to call when he arrived, but he wanted to give them some space. It had been really nice of them to come stay with him during Carl's funeral, but they had lives to get back to. They had jobs and personal lives. He didn't want to intrude. He got his daughter's voicemail. When he checked the time, he saw that she was probably at lunch. He decided to fire off a text to her and Kevin both. He told them to take some precautions for the solar event, whether they expected it to be serious or not. Better to be prepared than not. He told them he was doing fine and would be home in a few weeks, reiterating what he'd told them at the house and reminding them to take care of each other. He expected they would know to do all that anyway. He taught them to be planners and to prepare for emergencies. However, he also knew what it was like to be young. It was more pressing to hang with friends than to deal with responsibilities. Dan tried not to preach. There was a point his kids had to become responsible for themselves, and they were getting there. He couldn't do it for them, yet it didn't mean he wouldn't worry. He was slow with a phone keyboard, so it took him a moment to complete the text. When he was done, he put the batteries in his cheap air pump, unpacked the mattress, and inflated it in a matter of seconds. The pump worked like a charm. When it felt just right, he capped the valve and spread out his sleeping bag. With the doors locked and a comfortable mattress, he was asleep within minutes. 17. Dan woke up feeling like a new man. He couldn't recall the last time he'd slept so well. For a moment, he considered replacing his regular mattress at home with a cheap Walmart inflatable. He stretched but continued to lie there, making no effort to get up. He didn't want to break the spell of his nearly magical sleep. Wondering how long he'd been out, he patted around for his phone, vaguely remembering leaving it, and his wallet sitting in his cap off to the side of the mattress. His hand fell on the familiar shape and he lifted it in front of his face. He touched the screen, hoping to bring up the clock, but it didn't appear. He pressed the other buttons on his phone with the same result. Nothing brought the screen to life. Had he let the battery run down? He tried to remember the last time he'd charged it. He was certain he'd put it on the charger last night before all the chaos with the break-in. It should have a charge. He placed the phone back in his cap and checked his wristwatch. When his watch revealed it was late afternoon, he felt a little guilty, but he had nowhere to be. After the night he had, he deserved a nap. Dan maneuvered his way out of the sleeping bag, then pulled on his shoes. His belly growled, making sure he was aware it was empty. "I hear you," he told it. He decided a bite to eat and a pot of coffee would set things right. After that, he could load the van, deliver another load to the storage unit, and work late into the night organizing his friend's life. He got to his feet, stretched again, and went to the kitchen. Coffee was first on the agenda. He dumped the old grounds from the drip coffee maker, put a new filter in the basket, and dropped in a few scoops of coffee. He took the pot to the sink, rinsed it out, and filled it. The water was running with a little less pressure than it had yesterday, he noticed. When it was finally full, he poured the water into the coffee maker and pushed the big button. Nothing happened. No lights. No glugging or burbling sounds. Dan confirmed it was plugged in. He sighed. He wasn't awake enough to deal with anything challenging. He tried the can opener and it didn't work either. He walked across the room, looked up at the ceiling, and flipped the light switch. Nothing. He let out a noise between a growl and a groan. It had to be a breaker. Dan headed for the laundry room, remembering he'd seen the breaker box on the wall near the dryer. At the entrance to the windowless room, he paused to flip on the light switch. It didn't do anything either. Shit. Dan went back to the kitchen and fumbled through the crinkly plastic shopping bags for his new headlamp. He tore it from the packaging and inserted the batteries, then hit the power button. Again, nothing. "Damn it," he mumbled, ready to sling the headlamp into the wall. Being groggy and hungry was doing nothing for his mood. He wasn't functional enough to deal with this, but he was starting to get concerned. Was this only Carl's power or a local outage? Had he not paid the bill? None of those theories explained why the flashlight wasn't working. None of it explained his phone either. Then a tiny shaft of awareness punched through his sleepy brain like sunlight burning through dense fog. Could this be the related to the solar storm? Had it hit while he was sleeping? He snatched up the van keys off the kitchen table and hurried to the back door. He tried to whip it open, but it snagged violently on the new flip lock he'd installed. He let out a few choice words, closed the door, and flipped the lock out of the way. He threw open the door and rushed to the van. Leaning inside, he poked around the steering column until the key slid in the ignition. He twisted the key to the on position, but nothing on the dash lit up. There were no buzzers, no dinging sounds. Concerned now, Dan twisted the key to the start position, and it was more of the same. No lights, no beeps, and no starter turning. Dan wilted, laying his head down on the cracked vinyl seat. This had to be related to the solar event. It didn't make any sense, though. He'd read what felt like thousands of articles about it, and with the exception of the Chinese scientists, everyone agreed that personal electronics were safe. Items not connected to the grid weren't at risk. Battery-operated devices should still function. Cars should be drivable, yet none of those things were working. "Fuck," he snarled. What was he going to do? Even if the effect wasn't permanent, the van wasn't going to run again without some serious work. If this was the result of fried components, they weren't simply going to unfry themselves with the passage of time. Damaged parts would have to be replaced. The thought of obtaining those replacement parts instantly made him question the scale of the event. Was it a localized phenomenon? Were the results different across the country? Were planes dropping from the sky, vehicles crashing on freeways, and trains stopping on tracks? Were medical devices failing, computer screens going black, and millions of phone calls dropping? It was mind-boggling. Dan removed the key from the ignition and started to head back inside, head spinning. He spotted the electrical meter on the back of the house and detoured in that direction. He studied the LCD display and saw it was blank, confirming there was no power coming into the house. A sick feeling began growing in his stomach. This went way beyond the possible disruption in communication or navigation they'd been warned about. This was a disruption of everything. For a while, it meant the end of life as they were used to living it. He went in the house, locking the door behind him out of habit. He passed through the house, unlocked the front door, and stepped out onto the front porch. People were outside talking with their neighbors. Some of them gathered around a car that had lost power and crashed into a Camaro parked along the street. Other people stood along fences and sidewalks comparing notes, trying to figure out what was going on. He started back into the house and paused. It hit him that the city was almost completely silent. Gone was the drone of traffic. It now sounded like his home in Tennessee. No cars, no horns, no sirens, only the birds and the voices of people. Thinking about his home, his mind went to his kids. He hoped they'd read his message and taken it to heart. Maybe they could work together to get through this. He prayed that was what they'd do. Dan felt like he had nothing to contribute to the discussion on the street. He was an outsider. He didn't know these people and they didn't know him. Even if Carl wasn't chummy with them, he was at least a familiar face. They knew nothing of this stranger living in the dead guy's house. Dan stepped inside, closing the door behind him. He barely moved away from the door before someone banged on it. He immediately assumed it was a neighbor wanting to know if his power was out too. What if it wasn't, though? What if it was someone else? Dan was immediately aware that he had no means of defending himself if someone was intent on doing him harm. His mind wouldn't have gone in that direction so quickly had it not been for the events of last night. What if this was his attacker's intent on finishing the job? It wasn't like he could call the cops now because his phone didn't work. He ran to the kitchen table, grabbed the .357 and tucked it into his pants before returning to the door. So much for proper concealed carry. He opened the door and found a blonde woman, perhaps 45 to 50 years old, standing on the porch. She had frizzy shoulder-length hair and was wearing too much makeup. She wore a fringed leather jacket, but it wasn't a black biker jacket, more like a buckskin mountain man jacket. The leather was dyed dark brown, the fringe beaded. She carried a purse over her shoulder and was breathing hard, leaning against the doorframe. Yes. She held up a hand, asking for a minute while she caught her breath. I saw you on the porch, tried to catch you. She wasn't anyone he recognized. Dan was immediately wary of her, as he would have been with anyone under these current circumstances. Can I help you? I'm Jasmine, Carl's ex-wife, she said, her voice raspy and too loud. He recognized the name. Jasmine was Carl's second wife. She was the one he'd never met, never even seen a clear picture of. What was she doing here? I'm Dan. What can I do for you? Her face clouded for a moment, then she flashed a broad, fake smile. Oh my God, that Dan, I've heard so much about you, you're Carl's friend from Tennessee. She was overplaying it, too loud, too excited. That's me, he replied. He had nothing to say to this woman, no reason to be friendly to her. On top of everything, it wasn't really a time for socializing. Not a good time to visit, tell Carl stories, and commiserate. He had a lot on his mind, both due to Carl's death and the more immediate situation with the solar event. Besides, he didn't know her. They had no common ground other than that occupied by the memory of his dead friend, and that wasn't enough to make him want to invite her inside. I was driving by here and my car quit. I don't know what the hell happened to it, she said. I saw someone was at the house and I just wanted to see who it was. I've been all tore up about what happened. Things didn't work out between me and Carl, but that didn't mean we didn't love each other. Dan shrugged. What could he say to something like that, especially if he thought it was complete bullshit? He studied the woman's face, looking for the things Detective Turner had mentioned. He looked for clues. This was a woman who lived on both sides of the fence, who passed in one world but kept a foot in another, more dangerous world. Can I come in? She asked. It's not a good time. I've got a lot going on right now and I'm not really up for company. That clearly wasn't the answer she wanted. It was written all over her face. She'd obviously thought the revelation she was Carl's ex-wife should have been enough to get her through the door. She wasn't used to being shut down by men. She started to say something else, but a coughing fit racked her body. Dan froze. He had a hand on the door, ready to shut it in her face when that cough stopped him in his tracks. He knew that sound. He recognized it as the same distinctive barking seal cough he'd heard as he was being choked out last night. This woman had been there in the house. Just as Detective Turner had speculated, she'd used her key to enter the house and she'd brought someone with her. Something deep within Dan took over. His mind slowed and his body began acting of its own accord. Gone was the organized professional he'd been for so many years. Gone was the straight-laced, middle-class father who left for work in polo shirts and khakis. Rising within him was the man he was by heredity and lineage. Everyone had a point within them where they shed civility, and he'd already reached his. Before he could stop himself, words came out of his mouth of their own accord. Someone else seemed to be pulling the strings. Well, I guess I got a few minutes, he smiled. Come on in, let me grab you a drink of water. Jasmine couldn't conceal a smirk of satisfaction as he stepped aside to let her in. She liked getting her way. He shot a quick glance toward the street to see who was looking. As far as he could tell, everyone was too distracted by their own problems to pay any attention to him. He closed the door, then quietly locked it with a click. Jasmine was already walking toward the kitchen. Of course, she knew the way. She lived here with Carl. She was taking everything in, her eyes roving over the boxes and stacks. Before she made it out of the living room, Dan did something completely outside the pattern of his normal behavior. He grabbed Jasmine and slung her down on the couch. Her purse dropped to the floor, the contents spilling in all directions. She landed face down on the ratty cushions. She twisted and attempted to get up, her face a mask of confusion and seething anger. "What the hell is the matter with you?" She made it to her feet and Dan shoved her back down again. He hovered over her, his face twisted with fury. He jabbed a finger toward her. "Was that you here last night? Was that you who broke in on me?" She looked angry, defensive, but there was also fear in Jasmine's eyes. She knew he defigured it out and she was caught. She fumbled for a lie, an excuse. "I don't know what you're talking about. Why are you doing this? I loved Carl." "That fucking cough. I heard it in this very room last night while some big bastard was trying to choke me to death. What were you doing here?" She tried to get up again and he shoved her down even harder this time. She changed tactics, no longer trying to get up. She settled back into the couch and glared at him. The corner of her mouth curled into a smug smile. "You have issues with anger or just with women?" His voice came out as a hiss, seething with rage. "I know it was you. Were you here with Carl the night he overdosed too? Were you the woman who called it into the cops?" "No," she mewed. "That wasn't me. I wasn't here last night or the night he died. I don't know what you're talking about." Dan knew she was lying and experienced a wave of utter contempt toward this woman. He was certain she was the reason he'd lost his best friend in the world. She was the reason he'd had to come all this way to deal with Carl's estate. Indeed, she was the very reason he might be trapped out here by this event and never see his kids again. His entire life was in turmoil and she was at the epicenter of it. Gone was the calm planner, the methodical organizer that he'd been for his entire working career. In its place was an angry, changed man, a man with nothing to lose, a man whose moral boundaries had swung wildly from where they'd been for most of his adult life. He pulled the .357 from his waistband and leveled it on Jasmine's face. She threw her hands up and fear widened her eyes. She pushed back deep into the couch, cringing away from him, as if those inches she gained would make any difference if he pulled the trigger. She could see how badly he wanted it. Could see the determination, the awareness that this was perhaps the only action that would set the world right for him. She didn't know Dan, but she knew the ways of violent men. Dan had become one before her very eyes. The man before her was not the man she'd heard so many stories about. This was the kind of man she was all too familiar with. "I have nothing to lose," Dan whispered. "I'm trapped thousands of miles away from everything I know and love, and it's your fault. Right now, with the way things are, I doubt I'd even get in trouble. The cops have too many other problems on their hands. I could put a bullet in your head and walk right out that door. No one would care. No one would come after me." "What do you mean you're trapped?" she asked, clearly not understanding. "Why wouldn't you get in trouble for killing me?" Dan drew the hammer back on the revolver. The smooth, metallic click of the mechanism was loud in the silent house. There was no mistaking the implication. A slight pressure on that trigger and the hammer would fall. Jasmine's brains would splatter on the wall like a meaty stucco. "Tell me now," he demanded. "Tell me what happened to my friend." "Lie?" Her words were cut off by an explosion of splintering wood and shattering glass in the kitchen. Dan whipped his head in that direction, the gun still on Jasmine. Through the arched opening into the kitchen, he saw an enormous man come barreling through the back door. He had a fresh white bandage over one eye. Angry stitched wounds slashed across his forehead and cheek. This had to be the man who'd been with her last night, the one who'd tried to kill him and got the business end of a Phillips screwdriver. Jasmine made another attempt to get to her feet, trying to shove her way past Dan. He backhanded her with his left hand, knocking her onto the couch. The massive hulk in the kitchen closed on him, roaring with anger. Hatred burned in his single eye. Dan didn't need to aim at this distance, simply pointed and fired. There was a deafening blast as the .357 Magnum fired into the confines of the living room. The round smacked into the man's chest, staggering him. Blood bloomed on his shirt and shock replaced his rage. He stumbled and went down. Dan backpedaled and the falling body landed at his feet. The dying man gasped, pawing at his wound with a large, blood-stained hand, his neck strained, veins bulging. It was an ugly thing to watch. Dan lowered the gun and fired a second time. The slug punched through the man's sternum, hitting him like a sledgehammer. He jerked from the impact, then went limp on the floor. The last of his breath escaped from his throat, taking his soul with it, and he was gone. "You killed him," Jasmine screamed. "Oh my God." She slithered to the floor, touching the man, hoping there was some spark of life left in him. When she found none, she was suddenly repulsed by his blood on her hands. She pushed herself back onto the couch, scrubbing her hands furiously against the cushions as she sobbed. Dan aimed the gun at her, then took a seat in the blood-stained recliner. "You're going to tell me everything I want to know. If you lie to me, I'll kill you too. You'll lay dead on the floor beside your one-eyed ape." 18. Dan sat calmly facing Jasmine, the gun balanced on his knee, aimed in her direction. The dead body lay between them, blood draining into a pool around it. That might be a good conversation starter. Who the hell is that? Jasmine put her fist to her mouth, chewing on it as she fought to control her emotions. That's Mark, they call him Bigfoot, he's my boyfriend. A whimper, a precursor to more tears, escaped her mouth. Dan raised an eyebrow at that, something flickering on the edge of his radar. You seem awful broken up about it. Guess you rebounded from the divorce pretty quick, didn't you? How long has he been your boyfriend? Jasmine frowned, then wilted. For years, on and off, he and I had some good times but never could make it work between us. We never found a way to turn it into something more. Did you cheat on Carl? Were you seeing this asshole while you were married to him? No, she fired back. Her response was too quick, too automatic, and Dan didn't buy it. The truth. Jasmine sighed, blowing out a long breath. Okay, I admit it, I did see him sometimes, but that never meant I didn't love Carl. Dan nodded, her response merely a confirmation of what he already suspected. He was beginning to see what Detective Turner had been talking about. She de-pegged this woman 100% in her analysis. Jasmine was a user, a leech. Did Carl know about you and Bigfoot? Her mouth crumpled. Whatever she recalled appeared to hurt her some, and Dan found a degree of satisfaction in that. Why should he be the only one suffering? If she'd wronged his friend, let her feel the pain, let her burn in it. He figured it out eventually, she admitted. I guess I screwed up, wasn't careful enough. I guess not. Well, as long as we're having this heart-to-heart conversation, let me ask you about something else. This dead guy, you used drugs with him, right? She looked offended at that question, as if it was somehow more intrusive than the accusation that she'd cheated on Carl. She didn't like her character being called into question. Sometimes. It's a recreational thing, really. I'm not addicted or anything, I'm not like that. Dan shot her a disgusted look. She was trying to tell him she was a better class of druggie than those other druggies. She wasn't like them. I know exactly what you're like, and I don't give a shit why you did drugs. I don't care about you in any way, shape, or form. I'm just trying to figure out what happened to my best friend. Him I did care about. We had a lot of history. She tried to look sympathetic. Oh, I know you did, honey, she cooed. Carl talked about you all the time. You were his best friend. To even hear her use those words, the way she sang them, dialed his fury up another notch. Dan wanted to put a bullet in her for the fake attempt at sympathy. He wasn't buying it. It was pure manipulation and likely the way she was used to getting what she wanted. It wasn't working on him. He probably did talk about me. We knew each other a long time. We knew each other pretty well too. I knew Carl well enough to know he didn't do hard drugs. That's why this whole bullshit story about him overdosing doesn't sit right with me. I'm after the truth. Jasmine looked uncomfortable with where this was going. You hadn't seen him in a while, people change. You know he smoked weed. I knew him for 40 years. I don't think he suddenly changed from the friend I knew to a junkie, no matter what kind of depressing leech he got saddled with. That's a pretty big jump in my opinion. She looked offended at being labeled a leech, which gave Dan a small degree of satisfaction. He hadn't been sure if she was bright enough to catch the jab or not. He was pleased it hit home. He could be moody, she said, as if that explained it. Maybe drinking wasn't doing it for him anymore. You know what I think? I think you shot him up with the drugs and killed him, Dan said. The detective told me that Carl didn't show any signs of being a long-term drug user. They looked for old injection sites and didn't find them. I also haven't found any serious drug paraphernalia as I've been cleaning the house. None of this smells right. I swear I didn't do it. It was that same rushed denial, too quick for Dan to believe her. She was speaking out of her own sense of self-preservation, saying the things she thought might buy her a little more time. Tears ran down her face, making Dan curious what painful memory she'd dredged up to turn on the waterworks. He didn't believe for a minute that she was crying over Carl. There wasn't a genuine bone in the woman's body. Then who did it? He demanded. She wasn't as forthcoming this time, yet she knew something. There was just enough hesitation to give him an opening. You already know I'm willing to kill. Do you hear any cops coming? You hear any sirens? No, you won't because the phones aren't working. Your car didn't quit because it broke down. It quit because the world broke down. No one is coming to your rescue. No one is going to save you. Stalling isn't going to buy enough time for the cops to show up because they're not coming. Whether you leave here or not boils down to how truthful you are with me. Hell, it may come down to the flip of a coin. She gave him a pained look, shaking her head as she fought to understand. Why are you doing this to me? Dan was revolted by her, by the way she kept reverting to the position that she was a poor innocent victim of circumstance. His voice was calm as he spoke. I came out here as a favor to Carl's mom out of my sense of duty to the best friend I ever had. It's over 2,000 miles back to my house. My wife is dead and my kids are grown. I don't know that I can ever make it back there. In other words, I've got nothing in this world to lose. I might as well see this through to the end. Who killed my friend? I don't know, she burst into tears again. I already told you that. This was getting old, they were going in circles. Dan got up from his seat and walked across the floor. The hardwood creaked beneath his heavy steps. He stood over Jasmine, looking down at her with contempt. He drew the hammer back again, the solid click barely audible over her rising wail. He pointed the gun at her head. I already have to dig a grave. The only question is whether it's holding one body or two. She understood the finality in his words. In the coming seconds this would end one way or another. She raised her hands as if she could fend off the bullet. Okay, I'll tell you what I know. Then suddenly she wasn't crying anymore. A valve within her was turned and the waterworks ceased. She'd given in, and in doing so she ended the charade. Dan's anger at how she'd tried to manipulate him almost forced him to pull the trigger even as she gave it up. The world didn't need people like her. He'd be doing society a favor. One less faker, one less manipulator, one less liar. You have your chance. Tell me what happened, all of it. He didn't move to sit down. He kept the gun centered on her upraised face. At this range, pulling the trigger would be ugly. It would be a sight he preferred not to have in his head, but this was beyond his control now. Sometimes events took on a momentum of their own. Other forces controlled the outcome and wrote the script. He could no more stop what was happening now than he could bring his dead friend back to life. Jasmine lowered her face and looked away from him. Whether the gesture was sincere or not, she gave the appearance of someone recalling a bad experience. I get high sometimes, not all the time, once or twice a week. I usually prefer pills or snorting. Needles scare me. I kept it hidden from Carl. I knew he didn't care for it. I'd heard him say as much when we were dating. How did you guys meet? He played in bars and I live in the bars. That's my scene. We had friends in common. At some point we ended up going home together and started hanging out. I'm not sure we ever really dated like normal people. How did it go from not really dating to getting married? She shrugged. Heat of the moment, I guess. We were both lonely. He thought he'd found someone who understood him and could handle him working in bars every night. Apparently that had been an issue before. I'd been married and divorced 3 times. I felt like I was running out of time to do it right. One night he asked me to marry him and I said yes. But you never left the drugs behind. You never left this dead Cyclops behind. She shook her head, but her lips tightened. The characterization of her dead boyfriend must have stung a little. No, not really. It wasn't that kind of marriage. Dan wasn't even sure what the hell that meant. Did Carl know it wasn't that kind of marriage, or was that just something you decided on the fly because it suited you? I don't think Carl knew it, she admitted after a moment. Not at first, anyway. Did your boyfriend here kill Carl? No, it was a guy named Benjamin. He's a big-time dealer here in the city. It's not Los Angeles or anything, but he's a big deal in a small city. He's supposed to be connected, whatever that means. I don't know if it's to the mafia, the big gangs, or the cartels, but he has some kind of juice on the street. How the hell would Carl get messed up with someone like that? She didn't want to answer, but finally conceded. I guess it was because of me and Bigfoot. Dan shook his head bitterly. I should have fucking known, so all this time you knew who did it and you lied to the cops. She looked at Dan like he was an idiot. Of course I lied to the cops. You don't rat out someone like Benjamin and live. I already knew he was willing to kill people because of what he did to Carl. I didn't want to be one of them. Dan couldn't believe his friend had gotten hooked up with someone like this. She had completely fooled him somehow. Perhaps he was too naive to notice or blinded by loneliness. For whatever reason, he'd chosen badly. For most people, those kind of bad choices only cost them financially. They didn't die over them. Carl, though, had paid the ultimate price. So far, nothing you've told me has explained why I shouldn't kill you. You better start putting the pieces together for me, because right now you're closer to dying than to living. I want to know exactly what happened. Walk me through it. Even after the divorce, Carl and I continued to run into each other all the time. He still played the same bars and I still drank at them. We were both too stuck in our ways. We weren't going to change them just to avoid each other. A week ago, he was playing the bar where I usually hang out, a little place called the Pink Room. While I was there, Benjamin swung by the parking lot and dropped off a kilo of fentanyl that he was fronting to Bigfoot. Bigfoot had some way he mixed it with burnt sugar and made it look like black tar heroin. He said it was going to make us a lot of money. We could pay Benjamin back and have a ton of money left over. It was going to be life-changing for us. If this was after the divorce, what did it have to do with Carl? I'm getting to that. My car was in the shop. Bigfoot lost his license a long time ago because of drinking and driving. I didn't know it, but he'd planned on hiding the drugs in my car that night. The only problem was I didn't have it with me because it was in the shop. Well, no one wants to carry that much shit on them, so we needed a place to hide it outside the bar until we left. Carl's van was in the parking lot and I had a key to it, so we hid it in the van in the back of an amplifier. Dan returned to the recliner and sat down. The closer he got to the truth of things, the more unsteady he felt. He leveled the gun on Jasmine again, not wanting her to lose her impetus. Keep going. Bigfoot and I were drinking that night and lost track of time. We were waiting on Carl to do his last set, and while he was on stage, we were going to slip out to the van. We'd get our stuff, call an Uber, and get the hell out of there. Carl would be none the wiser. It turned out Carl had already done his last set. He'd left the bar, gone home, and taken our shit with him. We never even saw him leave. Dan shook his head as he listened, imagining these two inept, alcoholic drug dealers as they figured out they'd lost their drugs. That his friend had died as a result of his involvement with these idiots fueled his rage. We got an Uber to let us off here on this street so I could get the fentanyl back. I thought I could sneak into the van and be gone without him ever knowing, but the van was locked up in the garage. I thought I had a key to everything, but for some reason he'd changed the lock on the garage. I couldn't get in there. So you broke into the house? She shook her head. Not that night. Bigfoot wanted to break into the garage, but I was afraid Carl would hear and call the cops. That's the last thing we needed. Bigfoot didn't want to leave without the stuff, but it was 3 a.m. and I was afraid we were going to get noticed if we kept wandering around the neighborhood. I finally convinced him that we should go home and I'd come back by myself the next day. I'd explained to Carl that I'd left my purse in the back of his van the previous night and needed to get it out. Wouldn't Carl notice it wasn't a purse when you got it out of there? Probably, she admitted. But what could he do about it then? He'd be pissed, but I didn't expect he'd call the cops or anything. Dan shook his head. You're a fucking piece of work. Jasmine didn't disagree with him. She probably understood and accepted that about herself. I came back the next day around noon, which is when Carl usually got up. I convinced Bigfoot to stay home. He wasn't happy about it because he didn't trust me to not screw things up. I didn't trust him to not start trouble, though. I picked up my car at the shop, then went through the drive-thru and picked up some breakfast for Carl. I showed up here with food and a big smile on my face. I might have overdone it a little because he was instantly suspicious. He didn't trust you. I guess not. Can't imagine why, you being a lying piece of garbage and all. She frowned. You don't have to treat me like that. I'm telling you what you want to know. There isn't any reason to be ugly about it. I'm a person, you know, I have feelings. Dan snorted. He saw plenty of reason to be ugly about it. Keep going. He wouldn't even let me in the house. He told me he'd already found the drugs in his van and flushed them down the toilet. Someone had seen us messing around in there and told him about it. Good man, Dan said. That's exactly what I would have expected him to do. She shook her head violently. No, it wasn't good at all. You're just like him. You don't get it. You can't do things like that. These are serious people and they have a lot of money tied up in that stuff. I tried to tell him there was going to be trouble, but he slammed the door in my face. He told me if I didn't go away, he'd call the cops and tell them what he'd found. What did you do? I sat there on the steps and cried. I didn't know what else to do. Finally, I got in my car and left. My phone had been blowing up the whole time. Bigfoot was waiting to hear what happened, but I didn't answer it. I didn't know what to tell him. I just knew he wasn't going to be happy. 19. Dan got up from his seat and looked out the window. After the gunshots he'd fired, he halfway expected to see a curious mob encircling Carl's house, but there was. Was this the kind of neighborhood that heard the occasional gunshot, or were these simply people who knew not to ask questions about such matters? There were people gathered in the street and talking to one another, but no one appeared concerned about what was going on inside Carl's house. They had their own problems. As long as he wasn't shooting at them, what did they care? What did Bigfoot do when you told him Carl had flushed the drugs? He flipped out. He knocked me on my ass, actually. He'd never done that before, but I think he was scared. He said it was all my fault and that I was going to get him killed. You have to understand, neither of us had the kind of money to cover what was stolen. He wanted Carl to come up with the money. He told me he was going to make Carl pay us back. Dan laughed bitterly. Carl was minding his own business. You're the one who put drugs in his van. You got what you deserved. None of this was his fault. He shouldn't have flushed them, Jasmine snapped back. That was stupid. Dan was across the room in a flash, gun drawn back in a white-knuckle grip, ready to beat her to death with it. He wanted nothing more than to smash that gun into her head and shut her up. Jasmine recoiled in fear. She could sense how close she was to dying. She knew he despised her. I've never hit a woman in my life, he hissed, but I'm about to now. How dare you speak ill of him when you're the trash who got him killed? This was on you. You're a mistake that never should have happened in his life. He was a good guy who made a stupid choice, and it wasn't flushing those drugs. It was getting mixed up with a piece of shit like you. I'm sorry, I just meant he shouldn't have done that. That's why he got killed. Bigfoot and Benjamin came here to the house after I told them what happened. They wanted their drugs back. Were you with them? She nodded reluctantly. Yes, I used my key to let them in. Dan clenched his jaw, not sure if he wanted to hear more of this story or not. Perhaps he should go ahead and deal with her now. She'd let them in. There was blood on her hands. Whatever happened that night, she was partially to blame. She would need to pay for that. Sensing the thoughts going through his head, the dark destination toward which this train might be rushing, Jasmine hurried to continue her story. She didn't want to allow Dan the time to come to a conclusion that might prove harmful to her. They didn't beat him up or anything. They just held a gun on him and tried talking to him at first. They tried reasoning with him. He had an attitude, though, and you can't have an attitude with Benjamin. They assumed he was lying about flushing it. They thought he'd hidden it and was going to sell it for himself. I tried to tell them that he wouldn't do that, but they wouldn't listen to me. Benjamin told me to shut up and go away. When I went to the bathroom, I found the fentanyl package in the trash. It was empty, and I knew he'd done exactly what he'd said. He'd flushed it. Did you show them the package? She looked at him like the answer was the most obvious things in the world. Of course, what was I supposed to do? Things got ugly then because Bigfoot and Benjamin knew there wouldn't be any fixing it. No amount of threatening was going to work. Carl couldn't give their drugs back because he didn't have them. So they overdosed him. She nodded matter-of-factly, displaying no more concern than if she were responding to a question about the weather. Benjamin sent Bigfoot to the car for the works. While he was gone, Benjamin told Carl that he couldn't let this slide. He had a reputation to uphold. When Bigfoot got back, they held him down and spiked him. He was dead in a few minutes. It was awful. I couldn't even watch. It broke my heart. The rage that boiled inside Dan threatened to spill over. Then you stole the money Carl kept laying around. I did. I gave it to Benjamin to buy us some time since he was demanding payment for the drugs. I scraped together around $6,000 here in the house, but it wasn't nearly enough to cover the loss. We got out of here after that. Bigfoot and I planned on coming back the next day to see what else we could find to sell, but the cops were here and they had the place roped off. We were scared to come back until they were done. How did the cops find out Carl had overdosed? We stopped for beer after we left here and there was a payphone. I made the call. I couldn't leave him here like that. I was hoping there was some chance he was alive. Dan didn't respond to her declaration, seeing it only as an attempt to gain sympathy. She wasn't getting any from him. So once the crime scene tape came down, you and this asshole thought you'd come in and steal Carl's stuff. Yeah, Jasmine admitted. I knew there were a few guns and that he had money and all those instruments. We hoped we could sell what we took and pay Benjamin off. Guess you didn't expect anyone to be here, huh? She shook her head. You kind of surprised us. I wish I'd killed you both that night. It would have been clean and neat. The cops would have called it self-defense and that would have been the end of it. You messed Bigfoot up really bad. He lost an eye. Her tone was almost accusatory, like this was Dan's fault. She had a lot of nerve. He lost more than that this time. His big ass should have stayed home, Dan said, looking down at the corpse. Now, where do I find Benjamin? She whipped her head toward him. Why would you want to find Benjamin? I'm going to kill him. He's a really, really bad dude. He's dangerous. You'll just end up getting yourself killed. Would you rather die in his place? Apparently she did not, based on the speed of her response. He has a building in the old warehouse district. There's some businesses downstairs and he has a loft upstairs. I don't know this city, where's that? South 8th, she said, near a nightclub called Complex. It's across the street from it. He does a lot of business out of that club. It's kind of like his office. Without his phone to guide him around, Dan was going to have to ask directions or use the gazetteer he'd purchased. He was going to miss the convenience of having a phone, best innovation of his lifetime. Are you going to kill me? Jasmine asked. She was defeated, ready to accept whichever answer she received. I should kill you, but I don't think I can do it. Not like this, Dan said, not making the final decision until the very moment he spoke the words. This is all your fault and you deserve to rot in hell. You only get this one pass. If I ever see you again, I'll kill you. Relieved now that she knew she wasn't going to die, her mind raced ahead. How am I supposed to get home? My car broke down. Can I use your phone? Dan shook his head. You still don't get it. Phones won't work. The power is out. Cars aren't going to work either. It could be for a little while, but it could last for years. You're going to have to walk. It was obvious from the look on her face she found the idea unappealing. It's a long way. You know what? It's going to be longer with no shoes. Why don't you take those off and leave them here? She looked at him like he was nuts. You're kidding, right? Dan shook his head. Dead serious. You deserve to suffer. Take them off. I could just stay here with you, she asked. I can be good company. She made an attempt at a smile, reverting to the seductive manner that probably worked for her everywhere else in her life. It was how she got by. She was a chameleon, a snake. He was so appalled by the proposition that he was unsure how to react. Maybe I should rethink killing you. That was a better plan. I keep returning to the thought that the world doesn't need people like you. She quickly kicked off her boots and tossed them into the floor. Okay. Zogs too. You serious? He nodded. She hesitated but did as he asked, tossing the socks into the floor. Dan regarded her pale, soft feet. She was in for a long day. I hope it hurts. I hope you step on every gravel between here and whatever hole you crawled out of. When you do, you think about what you did to Carl. Now get out of here before I change my mind. Jasmine picked her purse up, slung it over her shoulder, and headed toward the door. She hesitated a couple of times, like she wanted to plead her case again, but each time she wisely talked herself out of it. When she didn't leave fast enough to suit him, he raised the gun and pointed it at her back. You get out that door and you keep moving. You don't speak to anyone, you don't stop, because I might change my mind. Now get the hell out of here. She opened the door, gave Bigfoot's dead body a departing look, and stepped out. Dan followed her and stood on the porch. Some of the neighbors stopped talking, watching the two of them. If they wondered what the earlier shots were about, they didn't ask. Dan halfway expected her to make an appeal to the neighbors, to claim that Dan murdered her boyfriend and threatened to kill her. She didn't, though. Something in his tone convinced her that she need not provoke him any further. Without a word, she marched through the crowd in her bare feet and kept going, staring at the ground the entire time. When she was gone, Dan went back inside the house. He stared at the dead body in front of the couch. Now what the hell am I going to do with you? 20. Dan stood in the living room with Bigfoot's dead body for some time before moving. His mind raced with such velocity that his body was left behind. He stood there dumbstruck, vacant of mind. There was so much to process and so few courses forward. Everything that happened further stripped him of his options. Under normal circumstances, he might have called the cops and explained he'd shot someone in self-defense. After the attack last night, the police wouldn't question his actions. The home invaders had returned, and as Detective Turner had advised him, he had a gun handy this time. He dealt with it. With no working phones and no way to get law enforcement to the scene, he methodically examined his options. He analyzed the results of his potential actions in a very practical manner. He built a mental spreadsheet and scrutinized the possibilities. Strangely, he felt no guilt or remorse for the carcass draining on the floor. The man had played a role in killing Carl and deserved his fate. Dan was aware this was a callous attitude for someone who'd never killed anyone before. Then he realized that wasn't entirely true, depending on how you looked at it. There had been the accident in high school, but he did a remarkable job of compartmentalizing that incident. He'd repeated a narrative, a justification, so many times that he convinced himself it was true. Had he even been part of it? Had it even been real? The answer was yes, it had been real. He'd been there, so had Carl. There had been no ramifications. They made sure of that. This time there would be no ramifications either, though for entirely different reasons. Dan confirmed that the front door was locked and grabbed a beer out of the fridge, needing something to take the edge off. He examined the back door and found it was in no condition to lock at the moment. The new lock had been damaged and some of the glass panes had shattered into the kitchen floor. He'd have to board the window up. If he could find the right materials, he could improvise a means of locking it. Between the break-in, the loss of power, and Jasmine showing up at the house, the last 24 hours had been ridiculous. The hard nap earlier in the day had him a little disoriented and off schedule. That sensation was made worse by the fact his body was still adjusting to a different time zone. It was late afternoon now, and he was hungry. He was going to have to do something with that dead body, but he hadn't come up with a solution yet. Food would help. With the power out, he decided to focus on eating the refrigerated food before it went bad. He made a nice sandwich. It was not a rushed, slapped-together sandwich, but a damn near perfect sandwich masterfully crafted. The only thing it was lacking was toasted bread. When it was done, he sat at the table and ate it with some barbecue potato chips. As he chewed, crunched, and sipped, he also processed. By the time he'd finished the sandwich, he had a rough plan for the rest of the evening. He got up from the table and drained the last of his beer, tossing the empty in the garbage. He rolled the top of the chip bag closed and threw away the rest of his trash, then dug into his bag of purchases from the morning. After removing the tags, he slid the cheap nylon holster onto his belt. He didn't like the crappy holster, but the revolver fit and it would serve the purpose. He went to the garage and picked out a large cooler from the selection stacked there. Carl played a lot of music festivals, so he'd often lived out of coolers for days at a time. Dan took the cooler back to the kitchen and began placing the edible food from the refrigerator into the bottom of it. He piled his beer in on top of that. The way this day was going, he was going to need another cold one before it was over. He opened the freezer and dumped all the ice from the ice maker into the cooler. He found 2 blue liquid ice packs and tossed them in on the ice. Last, he piled the uneaten frozen foods into the cooler. As long as the food was frozen, it would keep things cold the same as ice would. When the frozen stuff started thawing, he'd either eat it or toss it. He wondered why the hell Carl had so much frozen spinach. He just couldn't imagine him eating that under any circumstance. He also removed the pot-filled cookie tin, which he stashed in Carl's bedroom. Dan went back out to the garage and dug through Carl's camping gear. Most of it was older and in rough shape. Carl was notorious for waking up the last day of a music festival hungover and feeling like shit. He'd cram all the gear into his van, then toss it out onto the garage floor when he got home. It was never cleaned, never cared for, and never stored properly. That was not the way Dan liked to do things, and the disorder of it chafed at him. He found a Coleman lantern and a Coleman camping stove, both classic pieces of camping gear. There were millions of them out there, and the designs were rock solid. Dan had one of the stoves that his parents bought in the 60s, and it worked fine. There were a couple of parts that had to be maintained, but he could repair those. He set the gear by the door and started looking for Coleman fuel. Like many campers, it was one of the items that Carl often forgot when he packed for a trip. As a result, he'd get to his destination and have to buy a new can. Dan quickly found 3 of the distinctive red cans, all of them nearly full and with a little surface rust from being kept in the unheated garage. He set one by the door with the other items. There was a blue tote with the words camping gear written on it in permanent marker. Dan opened it and looked inside. This was apparently where all the loose items got tossed when hungover Carl cleaned up his campsites. There was trash, loose red Solo cups, 2 full beers, and a half-full bottle of Jack Daniels. There were paper plates, garbage bags, a mangled roll of paper towels, and hundreds of loose pieces of plasticware. Loose tent stakes with dirt encrusted on them were tangled with a length of knotted rope. He found a set of individual camping cookware. It had a cooking pot, a bowl, and a cup. The set was made of aluminum and nested together for convenience. It had been put away dirty a long time ago, food encrusted on it like splattered concrete. Dan set it by the door too, hoping it could be resurrected with a little scrubbing. He had no immediate plan for the gear, but he was trying to find anything that might help him survive. He didn't know what the future held for him, but knew that remaining in this neighborhood until life returned to normal was not a viable survival plan. He found a couple of tarps, which he checked for holes and then neatly folded. There was a 1-piece steel hatchet and what looked like an antique Collins machete. They both went into the pile as well. As the light shifted outside, Dan decided to wrap up the search for now. Who knew what the neighborhood might be like after dark tonight? People would be edgy and weird with no power. He shuttled his stack of gear inside, then removed a shovel from the garage before locking it. He looked around outside. Most of Carl's yard was hidden from the neighboring yards by a tall board fence. That was nice, but what Dan needed was a place with easy digging. He wasn't planting a bush. He was planting a 6-foot-long, 300-pound dead asshole. He found an old vegetable garden that must have been from a previous owner. As far as Dan knew, Carl had never had a garden in his life and he wasn't even that fond of vegetables. Dan started digging and was pleased to find soft soil that yielded easily to his shovel. As the light slowly pulled to the west, like a blanket being dragged from the bed, Dan fashioned a grave for the dead man lying on the living room floor. When he quit digging, it was barely over 18 inches deep, but that was all the man was getting. He wasn't worth the sweat or blisters for any more than that. Dan went inside and rolled Bigfoot up in a throw rug. He indelicately dragged him from the house like a sack of old laundry. It was no easy task. The man weighed a ton. There wasn't room in the shallow grave for the rug too, so Dan was forced to unroll it and dump Bigfoot out. He shoved the body into the grave, face down, and began piling dirt back onto him. The man was remanded to the soil with no ceremony. No words were spoken over him, other than the scattered grunts and curses of the man forced to do the digging. When he was done, Dan spread the carpet over the mound of earth. If nothing else, it would keep the neighborhood dogs from digging up the body until he was safely out of town. Should the stray cats want to use his grave as a litter box, they were certainly welcome to do so. His work done, he retreated to the back porch where he drank another beer. He studied the mound of dirt in the garden, the nearly threadbare oriental rug spread across it. The once formal rug gave the whole scene a more sophisticated appearance than the shallow grave and the dead miscreant deserved. As far as hiding bodies went, this was a pretty miserable excuse for corpse disposal. There would be a day when that body was found. What would the people who knew him think if it was traced back to him? His late mother, a respectable Southern lady, would certainly not have approved of what he'd done. His old boss and coworkers, who'd likely considered him a nerd up until he grew his hair out and let himself go, would see this as an extension of some already questionable choices. If he went back a few generations, back to his pioneer-era Tennessee ancestors, they'd probably understand. His people had not always been mannerly and civilized. They fought, feuded, and killed when they had to, as many people of their era had. Dan understood that one didn't move on from that, didn't progress and become more civilized. Instead, those instincts were repressed, yet they were always there, laying just beneath the surface. Those instincts were on tap if you needed them, available if the situation demanded it, as Dan had so clearly demonstrated today. Thinking about the body being discovered raised the question of whether this would simply be one more body in a sea of bodies discovered across the country, or if it would be a murder case that some dogged officer might be determined to solve. Dan supposed that depended on how long the blackout event lasted and how bad things got. There was no way of knowing at this point. If he survived, if he ever made it home, would he be sitting on his porch one day when a cop showed up to arrest him for Bigfoot's murder? Would his argument of self-defense hold water after that much time had passed? Would acts committed in this period of lawlessness one day be prosecuted like war crimes? He had to wonder. Some men might let it go. They wouldn't worry about a future that might never happen. They'd take their chances. Dan wasn't like that. He didn't like loose ends. He didn't want things like this hanging over his head. They had a way of eating at a man. Besides, his attention to detail had served him well in his professional career and it had become his way. It was his nature. It was the way of Dan. He didn't leave situations on their own to fester and grow. He dealt with them. Because of the way he was wired, he wanted to wipe this from his slate. If it was possible to do so, he had to report it. Someone could make a note in a file, even if it was handwritten, stating why this body was here. In light of what had happened already, it would make sense. It would be logical in the context of the previous break-in. That was why he had to report it now. It might not be so logical months or years down the road. Better to deal with it now, to lay the groundwork that might prevent this from blowing up into something larger. He and Carl hadn't understood this all those years ago at the time of the accident. They'd been forced to wing it, to improvise on the fly. Dan had learned something from the life he'd lived since that time. He may not have been a better person, but he was a smarter person. With that in mind, he would try to find the police station tomorrow and speak with Detective Turner. It was a long shot. She might not be able to get to the police station with cars not working. Perhaps he could leave her a message explaining what had happened. He trusted that if she got that message, she would set the record straight and make sure this body didn't come back to haunt him years from now. She seemed like the kind of person who would go to that effort. It was just a gut feeling, but he was banking on it. He'd write a detailed letter, find the police station tomorrow, and leave it for her if she wasn't in the office. After that, he'd try to find the street where this Benjamin character lived. As much as he wanted to escape this city, the dead body in the garden wasn't the only loose end he needed to deal with. He also needed to kill Benjamin. He'd come here out of a sense of duty to his late friend. That duty wouldn't be complete until the matter with Benjamin was resolved. Dan didn't leave jobs done halfway. Besides, he owed Carl more than he could ever repay. He drained the last of his beer and went inside. He swept up the mess from the broken back door and dumped the shards of glass into the garbage. When he was done, he studied the door to see what parts he'd need to fix it, then made another trip to the garage. 21. The repair to the back door wasn't perfect, but it allowed Dan to secure it. By the time he was done, he could barely see to work. The dark house reminded him of an important item the solar event had taken from them: electrical lights. He'd found a rechargeable lantern in the garage, but it was dead and he had no way of charging it now, even if the electronics within it survived the solar event. He searched around and found a few candles. Potheads always had candles, and Carl was no exception. By candlelight, he tried to get the Coleman lantern going, but the pump mechanism failed to pressurize the fuel. He unscrewed the pump from the body of the lantern and studied it. The rubber washer on the pump was torn. That washer was essential to it building up pressure. On his older lanterns, that washer was made of leather instead of rubber, so he wondered if he could make one. He went to Carl's closet and searched through the shoes at the bottom. Not finding what he was looking for, he poked around until he found an old leather belt of the right thickness. He tried cutting out some replacement washers freehand, using scissors and guessing at the diameter. None of those turned out right. They were either too big, too small, or oddly shaped. As much as he hated to leave the house in the dark, he returned to the garage with a candle and found a socket set. He took it back inside with him and determined which socket had an outside diameter closest to the washer he needed. Using an ink pen, he carefully traced the circumference of the socket onto the belt, then used the scissors to cut it out. Punching a hole through the center without distorting the washer took a little more work, but he eventually figured it out. He used a Phillips screwdriver as a punch, then cleaned it up by reaming the hole with a drill bit. So far, Dan had been pretty impressed at the versatility of Phillips screwdrivers on this trip. The end result wasn't perfect. The factory washer was cup-shaped in a way that he couldn't easily reproduce. He reassembled the pump and was pleased that everything went back together nicely this time. At first it looked as if it wasn't going to work. The new washer created too much friction, making the piston difficult to pump. Dampening the washer with a little fuel fixed the problem, and he was soon able to feel pressure building within the lantern. He turned the gas valve and heard the sound of pressurized gas flowing. Using the lighter, he stuck a flame to the lantern, and soon the silk mantles were glowing with that familiar hiss. Even on the lowest setting, the lantern filled the room with warm, golden light. Dan slid the lantern out of the way and got up to find a notepad. Fortunately, Carl hadn't kept a very orderly house, so Dan easily found what he was looking for on an end table in the living room. He returned to the kitchen and took a seat. In much the same way as he dealt with complicated projects at his old job, he sketched out the details of his current plan in written form. Seeing his thoughts represented visually helped him think. A lot of his coworkers considered pen and paper to be old school, but Dan had never found a substitute when it came to helping him organize his thoughts. It wasn't just about seeing them on paper, it was about the act of writing them. Something about the brain communicating with the hand helped in the processing. In the short term, he'd write Detective Turner a letter about what had happened at the house. He'd do that as soon as he finished writing down his plan. Then, after leaving the police station, he'd attempt to find Benjamin's neighborhood. He hoped to figure out if the man was home or not, then learn a little about him. If all went as planned, by the end of the day tomorrow, he'd make it back to Carl's house. If he didn't, he'd carry provisions for holing up somewhere in the city. The information he gathered tomorrow should help him fill in the middle section of his plan. That was the section on revenge, on how he would deal with Benjamin. The final segment of his outline was even less defined. He simply wrote future. He had no clue where he would go after that, other than he couldn't imagine himself remaining in the city limits of Boise. What options did that leave him? He made a late dinner. It was another sandwich, though a little less impressive than the earlier one. He ate it with another beer, which was just as good as the earlier one. With no phone to entertain him, his mind wandered and he thought about his kids. He hoped they were okay. He'd stepped in to help them so many times in their lives, but there was nothing he could do for them now. He had to hope he'd raised them with the independence and problem-solving skills to deal with the coming challenges. He had instilled those skills in them, but he would worry about them until he took his last breath. That was what parents did. When he was finally ready for bed, he chose to sleep in a different part of the house this time. He didn't know if Jasmine had actually left the area or if she might be out there somewhere waiting to come back after dark. She might even return with reinforcements. While he'd change the locks, they would only slow someone down, not stop them. The house was full of easily breakable windows. There were a lot of options for someone determined to do him harm. As a precaution, he propped up various things throughout the house and attached them to tripwires. He found string in a drawer and tied it to a standing mop, a broom, a beer bottle, and several other items. He supposed that anyone who forced their way in would probably make enough noise to wake him, but in case they didn't, his tripwires were a second line of defense. He also kept the .357 clothes at hand. When he was done, he pulled his air mattress to the spare bedroom and stretched out. Despite his concerns and racing thoughts, he was soon asleep. 22. It was still dark when Dan was roused by a sound. He listened, wondering if someone was attempting to get into the house. Was it Jasmine again, back with more backup? When he heard it again, he realized it was shouting on the street. It sounded like a night of drinking gone bad, as they often could when they stretched into the wee hours of morning. As long as it didn't present a threat to him, Dan wasn't concerned. Let them drink themselves into a stupor, not his problem. He groped for his phone out of habit. When he didn't find it, there was a moment of panic before he remembered that his phone wouldn't have worked even if he'd found it. The same thing was true of the headlamp he was longing for. So much of their world was electronic anymore and none of it was cooperating. It didn't really make sense. Last he'd heard, most scientists had been in agreement that electronics weren't at risk if they weren't grid-connected. People might have been prepared for a brief power outage, but no one was prepared for this. Modern people couldn't survive under these circumstances. For better or worse, American society had adapted to a point where most people used advanced technology for cooking their meals, heating their homes, and making a living. They didn't have the skills to revert backward. The ability to survive without modern conveniences had been purged from the living memory. Even the elders within the society had lost those abilities. It was a sorry state. How had the government gotten it so wrong? Only the Chinese had sounded the alert. Were there scientists that much more advanced? Did they have some sophisticated sensors or predictive technology that the rest of the world was lacking? He felt around on the cold floor and found the candle he'd used to navigate his way to bed last night. He fished a disposable lighter from his pocket and set it alight. After a moment of flickering, a warm yellow glow filled the room. Finally able to see his watch, he noticed it was nearly 5 a.m. He de-slept long enough. It was time to get moving. He sat up on the air mattress. When the cool air hit his back, he shivered. A night without working heat had allowed the poorly insulated house to get chilly. He couldn't imagine living in this house under these circumstances with no fireplace or wood stove. It wouldn't be habitable at all. There weren't enough trees in the neighborhood to heat every house. Even if there were, the wood would need to be cut, hauled home, and seasoned for at least a year, none of which would be easy without power equipment. Most people would probably just burn furniture, outdoor structures, and lumber from vacant houses as the weather got colder. The inevitable result of too many amateurs heating with wood was that there would be house fires. In these tight quarters, without a fire department, a fire could easily spread from house to house. Winter in this city was not an inviting proposition. Dan slipped out of the sleeping bag and put his cold shoes on his warm feet. He tugged on his puffy down jacket. A pair of gloves would have been nice, but he hadn't brought any. Surely Carl had some he could use. He wanted to make some coffee, but recognized the desire was out of habit as much as anything else and didn't want to waste the time. He had a long day ahead of him and needed to get on with it. His luggage was designed with shoulder straps hidden in a zipper compartment. If he wanted to carry it as a backpack, all he had to do was deploy the straps and he was in business. It was too big for walking around the city, though. He wanted something more discreet. Last night he'd found a battered daypack in one of the closets. When he'd shaken it out, the old pack had rained loose change, several guitar picks, a mangled pack of gum, and a single AA battery. It should blend in perfectly in this environment. In the kitchen, Dan pumped the Coleman lantern until it built up pressure and relit it. He opened the daypack and tossed in a foil pouch of tuna, some energy bars, and a pack of jerky. He didn't want to blow through his case of bottled water too quickly, so refilled his empties at the trickle emerging from the kitchen sink. There was less pressure than the day before, and he knew what that meant. He'd soon have to find other sources, like the toilet tanks and hot water heater, if he stuck around that long. He'd considered filling the bathtub to store some water, but he didn't have anything to line it with. It was so filthy he decided to take his chances elsewhere. The .357 Magnum felt too bulky for the trip, so Dan's intention was to carry the .38 revolver. He put a box of ammo in the pack and dropped 5 spare rounds into his pants pocket. Since his original Boise weapon, the Phillips screwdriver, had been collected as evidence by the police, he needed a good knife. Fortunately for him, he spotted a Vietnam-era Ka-Bar combat knife in Carl's bedroom while he was packing. He didn't know if it had belonged to a relative or was something Carl picked up along the way, but it was a good knife. With no flashlight, he also packed a pair of candles and a spare lighter. He seriously hoped he didn't have to navigate his way home by candlelight like the ghost of Christmas past, but he wanted to be prepared for the possibility. He retrieved the Idaho Gazetteer he'd purchased and put that in the pack too. Hopefully it was detailed enough to get him where he needed to go. He tentatively studied the map last night, wanting a rough idea of his surroundings. It looked like his best option was sticking to the biggest streets, the expressways. He'd head for the downtown, then follow Route 26 to 184. A couple of miles on 184 would get him to a point he could hop off on Emerald Street and hoof it to the police department. In some ways, the whole idea felt ludicrous. He de-thought about it a lot last night. Should he focus on finding this Benjamin guy, or should he simply ignore the whole endeavor and walk away from it? Did he really think he was Charles Bronson in Death Wish, out to avenge injustice and set the world right? In some ways he was. He wasn't a badass or a fighter. He was a regular guy caught in a very irregular situation. Besides, it wasn't only about vengeance, it was about loyalty. He'd always been loyal. He was loyal to his wife and family. He was loyal to his old job. He was also extremely loyal to his friends. That loyalty was motivating him now. It was pushing him to do things he wouldn't have been comfortable doing even a few weeks ago. As he lay in the dark last night, he thought of the old saying that everything happens for a reason. If that was true, had the power gone out for this very reason? Was the universe conspiring to push him toward this inevitable conclusion? As crazy as it sounded, he had to wonder. He'd not have been able to take revenge on a man like Benjamin if the world was behaving normally. It was only these conditions, this growing disorder, that allowed him to act. He understood that he might get himself killed. He was ill-prepared for a task like the one he had in mind. Benjamin probably had a lot of enemies and was likely always on some state of heightened alert. He might have a gang and lots of weapons. Dan was a good shot and a trained shooter, but he didn't live in that world on a daily basis. He wasn't a criminal. Then he remembered the dead body in the garden. Maybe he was a criminal. He wouldn't run, though. He may not be a warrior, but neither was he a coward. Beyond that, fleeing in panic would be an impulsive act, and that was something Dan never did. He zipped the pack and hefted it to test the weight. Not too bad. It was a load he could carry all day if he had to. He suspected his feet would give out long before his back anyway. He checked the .38, dumping the cylinder into his palm to inspect each round before reloading them. When he was confident with it, he placed the weapon in the right pocket of his down jacket. He'd be able to walk with his hand on it, ready to draw the gun if the need presented itself. As for the knife, he didn't want to wear the crowbar in the conventional way. If the sheath hung on his belt normally, it would be visible below his jacket. That might draw unwanted attention. He'd heard of a concept before about being a gray man and blending in. That was what he wanted to do. He wanted to be invisible but ready to fight back if he had to. He located some electrical tape in a kitchen drawer, then used that to tape the sheath to his belt in a horizontal position between his left pocket and belt buckle. That kept the knife high enough to be hidden by his puffy jacket, but situated so that it could be drawn very quickly. Dan felt like he was dressing for battle. When his weapons were secure, he shouldered the pack and stepped out of the house. He wanted to leave early so he might depart unnoticed. He used the kitchen door and exited the yard through a gate in the back fence. That put him in an alley that ran behind all the houses on the block. He could barely see but had to get used to it. That was the state of things now. With no streetlights, no porch lights, and no dusk-to-dawn lights on garages, there was no ambient light to guide him. He was pleased to find that whoever had woken him up with their yelling was silent now. They'd either gone home, made up, or passed out. The alley was dirt and gravel, his footsteps making more noise than he wanted. He nearly peed on himself when a pit bull lunged from a yard, throwing itself against the chain-link fence that marked the end of its territory. It snarled, issuing a low, throaty growl. Dan kept his head down, moving quickly when his heart finally started beating again. If the barking woke people up, he didn't want their attention to be directed toward him. He got out of there. At the end of the alley, he swung onto the concrete sidewalk and kept moving. He'd memorized enough of the route to get him out of this neighborhood, not wanting to have to stop and pull out the map. It would make him look like he didn't belong there, another thing that could draw attention to him. He walked quickly, staying on the sidewalk where possible. The dense suburban landscape was alien in its silence. Despite the houses, the scattered trees, this was a place where the murmur of traffic was normally as ever-present as the heartbeat within Dan's chest. Last night he'd estimated the distances to his various waypoints. He figured his entire journey to be approximately 8 miles, give or take a mile. It was around 6 a.m. when he left, so, barring any unexpected delays, he should be there by mid-morning. He couldn't remember the last time he'd taken a 4-hour-long hike, perhaps not since he was in the Boy Scouts. As an adult, he'd hiked someone camping, but never anything this far. He made efficient use of each step, taking long strides. He was constantly on guard, listening for noises and watching for anyone out and about. The terrain was different than he'd imagined before his visit to Boise. This area of the city was flat as a sheet of plywood. In other areas, there were low-lying foothills, then steep mountains as you left the city. He was okay with the flat neighborhoods right now. That allowed him to cover more ground with less effort. Around daybreak, he exited suburbia when he passed the Pioneer Cemetery and ran into St. Luke's Medical Center, a sprawling complex that covered several city blocks. Normally, a hospital this size would be operating even if the rest of the city was without power. Most had multiple generators powered by diesel, propane, or natural gas. Apparently, none of their equipment was sufficiently hardened against the solar event they'd experienced yesterday. He saw no lights in any of the windows. Despite the early hour and the lack of power, the scene was chaotic. The noise and activity level grew with each passing block. When he approached the emergency department, he saw steel barrels on the sidewalk near the building. Fires burned inside each of them, providing light and heat to anyone who'd been stuck outside for the night. Dan stopped, leaned against a green pipe railing, and took a sip of water, trying to imagine the scene inside that hospital. They would be in the same boat as him as far as electric lighting went. None of their emergency backup lights would work, and any modern flashlights containing advanced circuitry such as LEDs would probably not work, nor would any of their life-saving equipment function. No ventilators, no monitoring equipment, and no defibrillators. There would be no surgeries taking place, no chemotherapy, and no complex emergency treatment. There would be no radiology and no MRIs. He assumed that oxygen delivered straight from a tank to a mask would work, but would they do that in a treatment room lit by candlelight? Did they even have candles? Come to think of it, there might not even be enough candles in the entire city to light the interior of the hospital. As someone who'd sat vigil in the hospital while someone he cared about died, he could imagine all too clearly what was taking place inside those walls. When the power died, it took those who required medical devices with it. Some would slip peacefully away while others would choke, suffocate, and struggle. Doctors and family would share a sense of futility as in case after case, nothing could be done. The night had faded and pale gray light was filling the world. Dan studied the scene before him and tried to get a feel for what was taking place. There were small groups of people moving around the streets near the emergency department entrance. Some were pacing back and forth. Others were trying to appear casual but weren't quite pulling it off. There was a tension in the air, the nearly electric sense that something very bad wanted to happen. Emergency departments in cities were often targeted by thieves. Criminals stole the jewelry off semi-conscious people on gurneys, stole purses in the waiting room, and robbed people in dark parking lots. If given the opportunity, they shamelessly robbed the dead. If they were in the right place at the right time, they stole drugs from unattended carts or from rooms that weren't locked. These people wanted in that hospital desperately. They were the wolves circling the fire, ready to plunge into the flock. There were dozens of cops on the scene trying to prevent that. They formed a perimeter around the entrance, wearing body armor and helmets. Some had riot shields. They all carried guns, perhaps the most useful tool remaining that was not disabled by whatever had paralyzed their world. The cops looked tired. How had they even known to come here in the absence of working communications? Had they suspected this would be a trouble spot? Had the hospital sent a runner out on foot to bring back additional security? Maybe there was some master plan of how the city responded in this type of disaster, and this was a component of it. After one last drink, Dan stowed the water bottle in his pack and studied the people in the street. He wanted to steer clear of this entire scene. Rather than attract the attention of any of these miscreants, he was plotting a detour to his route when he noticed that one of the cops looked familiar. Dan shrugged his pack on and headed in that direction. He approached the ER entrance with his hands raised over his head. Helmeted men turned in his direction and raised their rifles on him. "Officer Hogan, is that you?" Some of the other cops looked toward Hogan, wondering why he was being singled out. Hogan appeared to be wondering the same thing. He didn't appear to recognize Dan. "Who are you?" Hogan demanded. "What do you want?" "You responded to a break-in at the house where I was staying. Guy was choking me in a recliner and I stabbed him in the face." "Oh yeah, screwdriver guy," Hogan said with a weary nod of recognition. Dan noticed that a few safeties clicked off at the revelation he'd stabbed someone. Hogan must have heard that too because he spoke up in Dan's defense. "He's okay, guys," Hogan said. "He was the victim. What was your name again?" "Dan Slaughter." "What do you need, Dan? This isn't the kind of place you want to be hanging out." "I could use a ride back to Tennessee if you have one available." Hogan laughed. "Can't help you there, bud." "That's okay," Dan said. "I was actually wanting to know about Detective Turner. I'm heading out of town soon and need to get a message to her. Do you know where I might find her?" "Heading out of town, how?" "On foot. I'm not much of a city guy. I'd rather take my chances elsewhere." "Your call, dude, but Idaho can be rough. People die in our backcountry all the time." "I was an Eagle Scout. We're resourceful. What about Detective Turner?" Hogan shrugged. "No idea where she'd be, dude. We don't have comms and we don't have vehicles. Supposedly, the National Guard has a few hardened vehicles on the way, but I haven't seen anything yet." "Speaking of hardened vehicles, any clue what happened?" "This is nothing like I was expecting. This is more like what the Chinese scientists were predicting." Hogan smiled. "There might have been good reason for that." "What does that mean?" "Some of the Guard troops securing the state capitol said this event wasn't entirely a natural phenomena, if you get what I'm saying. The effects have been enhanced by a rogue nation." "I don't get it," Dan said. "I thought this was supposed to be a natural event. Everyone was in agreement on that." "The root event was natural, but I think the Chinese knew something the rest of us didn't, and they were subtly trying to warn us. They just didn't want to come outright and say it." "Say what?" "That North Korea intended to use the natural event as a cover for a less natural event. The rumor is that they used the solar storm as a cover to launch an EMP strike against the United States. They figure we'll be in no position to prove it. The world will just think our scientists got it wrong and the Chinese got it right." That made sense to Dan. It explained how everyone had gotten it so wrong, why the event was so much worse than predicted. Did it make any difference, though? At this point, what was done was done. Being able to point the finger and assign blame didn't change the outcome. It wasn't like Dan could add North Korea to the list of people he wanted to get even with. They were too far away. If anything, Hogan's information clarified the nature of how bad this mess was. It was a true EMP, and he was screwed. He dug into his pocket and came out with a sealed envelope, then held it up in front of Hogan. "I wrote down what I needed to tell Detective Turner. Will you pass it on if you see her?" Hogan shrugged and gave a lopsided grin. "I'm glad to take it, but there's no guarantee I'll see her, man. I got no idea what I'll be doing an hour from now." He took the letter from Dan and tucked it into a pocket on his vest. "I really appreciate it, Officer Hogan." "Where you headed from here?" Hogan asked. "Back to your friend's house?" "No, I've got some business to finish in town, and then I'm going to get the hell out of here." "It's a long walk to Tennessee." "I know, not sure if I'll head in that direction, but I sure don't want to get stuck in this city." "I hear that," Hogan replied. "Be safe." You too." Dan waved and headed off. He skirted the thinning groups of predators. He had another stop to make. 23. Cutting through the medical campus to Idaho Street, Dan soon left the scene behind. The terrain transitioned back into tree-lined residential neighborhoods. He passed several folks hurrying toward the hospital in scrubs or white coats. The neighborhood was a mix of businesses and homes, but became more commercial as he got closer to downtown. By the time he crossed 5th Street, the road was wider and the buildings taller. It had a small city feel to it, but he could see even larger buildings in the distance. He smelled cooking coming from some of the houses he passed. He imagined families attempting to rustle up breakfast on their backyard grills. Cereal and milk would soon be a thing of the past, as would Pop-Tarts. His surroundings became more urban and there were more people moving around, but the smell of food was gone. People in work clothes stood around the closed entrances to restaurants, trying to understand why their routines were being disrupted. What were they supposed to do with this? Where were they supposed to get their coffee and their breakfast? They clearly had no idea. Dan passed a bakery on the corner of a 2-story brick building. A woman in an apron had propped the door open with a chair. She was posting a handwritten sign that read, "Day-old goods, still fresh, cash only." Dan had no pride where baked goods were concerned. He'd eaten too many old, stale donuts in his life to claim otherwise. Lured by the sign, he veered in that direction and stepped in the door. The pale ambient light coming through the tall windows was the only illumination. Chairs were turned upright on tables from last night's sweeping. A woman around his own age, long hair tucked into a green cap, was the only person working. She was arranging baked goods in the display cases, most of them covered in plastic to retain the freshness for as long as possible. "Good morning," she said. He detected a Western European accent, but that was as far as he could narrow it. His part of Tennessee wasn't known as an international destination, so his experience was lacking. She gave him a thorough look, as if balancing the need for caution against the need for making money while she still had something to sell. He stared at the cases, skipping over the fancy braided breads and artisan loaves. He wanted pastries. "Good morning," he replied. "I really like apple fritters. What do you have with icing, fat, and too much sugar?" She smiled. "You're in luck. I make a mean apple fritter. It's this way." She walked a few cases down and gestured at several trays of glazed goodness. Dan began to smile too. It was just what the doctor ordered. "I can't accept anything but cash, no cards, and I have some fresh coffee brewing on the propane stove." That sealed the deal. "Perfect, I have cash. How much for one of these apple fritters and a large coffee?" She named the price, and he counted out the money while she got his order together. "Can I eat it in here?" he asked. "Things being what they are, I'm afraid to walk down the street with something like this. There are some shady characters out there, and I'd hate to have to fight for my fritter." She gestured at a table. "You'll have to pull a chair down, but help yourself. I hope things stay peaceful out there. I was hoping I could continue to operate. Hopefully the power will be back on soon." He placed a chair on the floor while she tucked the money away. He retrieved his order and carried it to a table. "A cop told me this morning that the Koreans hit us with an EMP attack." From the look on her face, he could tell she had no idea what he was talking about. "It's an attack that damages electronics without killing people. If he was right, it could take a little while to get things running again." The shopkeeper's face clouded. "How long are you talking about? I haven't had much opportunity to keep up with the news. This place keeps me pretty busy." Dan didn't want to alarm her any more than he already had. "I don't know for sure, but just don't expect the lights to come back on any time soon." She sagged onto one of the display cases, resting her forehead in a palm. "Really, what are folks supposed to do?" "I don't know," he said. "I'm thousands of miles from home with no idea how or if I'll ever be able to get back there." She shook her head and went back to work, carrying out more goods to put in the cases. Dan sampled the fritter. It was amazing, especially with the fresh coffee. It would be a travesty for this woman to not be able to use her gift. "Have you ever heard of a sun oven?" he asked when she returned from the kitchen. She wiped her hands on a towel and shook her head. "No, never heard of it. When I was a Boy Scout, we made them out of cardboard boxes and aluminum foil. You can bake in them. It might be a way for you to keep going if the power is out for a while." Suddenly she was interested. "I have foil and lots of boxes. Can you show me?" "Get a box and I will." She hurried off and returned with an empty cardboard box. She brought it around the counter and set it on the floor beside him. Dan scooted his seat back from the table and unsheathed the knife on his belt. "Oh my," she breathed. Dan didn't respond to the comment, quickly setting to work on preparing the box. When he was done, he arranged it in the appropriate manner and sheathed the knife. "You cover this with foil and orient it toward the sun. You'll have to experiment with how long it takes since you can't Google it." "No Google?" she asked, more concerned than she'd been earlier. "I love Google." He shook his head. "Definitely no Google for a while." "Oh my," she repeated, "and this works?" "It does. I've cooked in one myself." She smiled. "I'll try it. I have everything else I need. Plenty of foil, plenty of boxes, and more baking supplies." "Good luck with it." She carried the box into the back and returned with his money, placing it on the table beside him. "Refund." "For helping. You keep it, it's fine." She shook her head. "Nope, information for fritter, good trade for me." Dan grinned. "Good deal for me too, that was one fine fritter." When he finished, he wished her luck and headed out onto the brick sidewalk of Idaho Street. He crossed 6th looking for 8th. He couldn't remember all the details from the map, but it looked like he was in the heart of the downtown now. There were some tall buildings, but also some cool old stone buildings. It was probably a busy little historic area a couple of days ago. Now it was mostly dead. He saw more people when he passed the Capitol area. making him question if parts of the Capitol building had been hardened against an EMP. Glancing in that direction, he could see the building in the distance. National Guard and state police formed a perimeter. There were vehicles making up part of the security barricade, but he couldn't tell that any of them were running. They might always be parked there for all he knew. Men passed wearing suits and carrying briefcases. What were they up to hurrying toward the Capitol? Hopefully, they were working to fix this problem. He wondered if their frantic pace was due to the circumstance or if it was the way they normally moved through downtown. He turned left on 8th, a narrower one-way street. There were some people working inside dark buildings. Others stood outside them, looking lost. When he crossed Main Street, 8th was closed to traffic with elaborate iron bollards set into the roadway. Beyond that point, it became a brick thoroughfare, stretching the full width of what had once been a city street. Soon his path opened up to an expansive brick courtyard. There were benches and tables, and elaborate umbrella-like structures provided shade. Most of the buildings surrounding this area were more modern. It must have been a recent addition to the neighborhood, a way to lure people into the downtown. Dan could imagine concerts, art shows, and other events taking place in the large, open space. Some of the tables held individuals or groups of people. They didn't appear dangerous, more displaced than anything. They obviously wanted to carry out their daily routines and were unable to do so. In the absence of that, they sat here waiting to see what came next. He assumed that sitting here was preferable to sitting in some dark city apartment. He crossed a splash pad, a water feature that children played in on hot summer days. Right now, there was no water shooting from the nozzles. He crossed beneath a skybridge and emerged onto Front Street. Once across that wide boulevard, the tall modern buildings were gone and he was in a district of shorter, brick buildings. There were cafes and restaurants. There were bars. He saw an art gallery with metal sculptures in the window. As he continued down the street, the buildings became less elaborate. The sidewalks went from brick to concrete. There were no more statues or sculptures on the corners. He began to see buildings that couldn't afford the more upscale rents of a few blocks back. There were bike shops, dance studios, and automotive repair shops. There were hair salons, tattoo shops, and portrait studios. He stopped and consulted his map. He could see that he would soon run out of neighborhood. There were only a few blocks left. He scanned side streets as he passed them. Jasmine had said 8th Street, but that didn't necessarily mean it was directly on 8th. It could simply be around 8th. Considering that, he realized for the first time it was also possible she was lying to him. She could have made the whole story up, thinking it might save her skin. He didn't want to consider that possibility. If that were the case, he'd be back at square one. He could feel the miles in his legs and feet. It was a good thing he no longer intended to go all the way to the police department. That had obviously been too ambitious a plan for a man unaccustomed to walking such long distances. He might have gotten there only to find himself unable to make it back to Carl's place, forced to spend the night in the bushes, a dumpster, or an abandoned car. He cast a glance up a street to the left and saw two men smoking in a doorway. He paused after passing the street, his brain delayed in processing what the eyes so rapidly took in. He'd flashed on a sign that read Office Complex, but had it actually said that or had it said something different? Complex was supposed to be the name of the club he was looking for. He stopped and backed up. The sign didn't read Office Complex. It read Club Complex. Across the street from the club, the two smoking men were now watching him intently. Backing up and looking in their direction would look suspicious. They may have weapons handy, ready to throw them up and fire in his direction. Dan threw an awkward wave in their direction and kept going, trying to make it look like he'd mistakenly thought he recognized one of the men. It was all he knew to do. 24. Hidden from the men's view, Dan flattened himself against a storefront, taking a moment to collect himself. His heart pounded. If Benjamin did indeed live across from the nightclub, were those his guards? Was that the entrance to his building? Could the man who killed his friend really be that close? Wanting a better vantage point, he circled the block and found himself on a wide avenue with several hotels. Seeing them gave him pause. He was glad he'd chosen to stay at Carl's instead of a hotel. In a hotel, he'd be without the food, camping gear, and the weapons he'd scraped together at his late friend's house. One of the hotels was attached to a multi-story parking building, and Dan thought it might be perfect for getting a better look onto Benjamin's street. He hurried in that direction and hooked a left into an alley. There was a booth for a parking attendant, and a yellow gate blocked cars from entering the structure. There was no attendant present, and the yellow gate obviously did nothing to stop a man on foot. Dan crept by it and threw a quick glance around. He could hear people talking in the garage, their voices echoing off the hard surfaces, making them hard to pinpoint. He saw a trunk open and a man rooting around in it as he spoke with his wife. "Well, I don't know what you expect me to do about it," he growled. It's not like I killed the power. How is this all my fault? Another man was fooling around under the hood of his own car, refusing to accept that he couldn't figure out why it wouldn't start. He talked to himself in a low voice, ticking off possibilities as he examined his engine. Dan continued up the on-ramp to the second story, circled around, and went up to the third. That wasn't the top floor, but he didn't want to get that high. Common sense told him that a man looking off the top of the building would be more visible because he'd be silhouetted against the sky. A man watching from the shady recesses of a middle floor might not be visible at all. Dan didn't want them to know they were being watched. He didn't want to raise any alarms. He jogged to the north side of the building, which faced out onto the street he was interested in. A concrete wall stood waist-high around the perimeter. He found an area with several vehicles parked alongside each other. They would hide him from anyone walking around the garage. He didn't know if there was security on duty, but he didn't want to take any chances since he'd be acting in a manner most people would consider suspicious. He found an SUV backed into a spot and took a seat on the rear bumper. Leaning forward, he peered over the concrete wall and saw the two men he'd spotted earlier. They were loitering around the entrance to what he thought must be Benjamin's building. Their jackets were unzipped, revealing handguns tucked into jeans and on display. That told Dan these men were little more than thugs, relying primarily on intimidation. Trained security would be more discreet. That didn't mean these men weren't dangerous, though. Scanning the front facade of the building, Dan's eyes fell on the roof. There was a patio space there with several men moving around. He was practically eye-to-eye with them. They were close enough that he could have called out to them and asked them how their day was going if he gave a shit about their day. Concerned his position might be too exposed with men active on the roof, Dan retreated into the shadows. He had one more level of garage he could visit before hitting the roof, so he jogged on up to the fourth floor. He retook a position on the same north wall and was now looking down onto the rooftop patio across the street. He counted 4 men. While one attended a smoking gas grill, several others sat around a patio table, drinking from red plastic cups. Dan had no idea if Benjamin was one of the men before him, but the proximity made him wish he had a better weapon with him. He could have hit any of those men with the lever-action hunting rifle from Carl's closet. The distance couldn't have been over 100 feet. In fact, he might even be able to make the shot with a bow and arrow, and he was a lousy archer. The only firearm he had with him, the .38 pistol, didn't have a chance in hell of making the shot. It barely had any sights to speak of. Since he wasn't equipped to kill any of them at the moment, Dan focused on garnering what information he could. They might give up something helpful. One of them could drop a name. If he heard someone address Benjamin, he'd then have a face to commit to memory, and he'd know who to kill. He didn't care about the rest of the men. He'd certainly kill them if they got in his way or threatened him, but he only had eyes for Benjamin. He was the man owed a little Tennessee justice. Finding himself in range of his target made Dan think about how best to go about killing Benjamin. Did he need some Hollywood moment with the guy so he could tell him who he was and why he was doing this? Did he need to give a little speech about how this was for Carl? No, he knew how that usually played out in the movies. It was never a good idea. All it did was serve to give the bad guy time to turn the tables and take control of the situation. Dan needed to be smarter than that. He didn't need to expose himself to unnecessary risk. If he was going to do this, he had to end Benjamin's life in the safest way possible. Then he'd get the hell out of this city. He turned away from the scene and slumped against the concrete wall. He took a drink of water. What the hell am I doing? He asked himself. Dan questioned himself a lot, often out loud. There was something about speaking the questions, even at a whisper, that forced him to address them. What am I thinking? Was he really going to execute this man? He knew he was capable. He'd already killed one man on this trip and experienced no remorse over it. He didn't lose a wink of sleep. Maybe that was because he had some experience at pushing away guilt. Maybe he was a little too good at it. He put the thought out of his mind. That was another memory from another life, and he didn't have room for it today. He needed to focus on where he was at the moment. How did a man get to the point where he plotted the death of another? A decade ago, he was raising kids and hanging with this wife. They did family vacations and fun things together. He was hardworking and solid. He was dependable. The people he worked with respected him. Then, as his life changed around him, he too changed. He let his hair grow. Sometimes he shaved and sometimes he didn't. He drank when he wanted and smoked weed like he had before he got married. He played old music way too loud and sang along at the top of his lungs. He sat on his back porch and shot guns at distant targets, raising hell for no other reason than it was what he wanted to do. Except for his children, he didn't care what anyone thought of him. A better question might be whether there was any compelling reason to not kill Benjamin. He couldn't think of a damn one. When he looked back on his childhood, the only constant outside of his family was Carl. There had been a time when that friendship was the most important thing in his life. Growing older, their lives got bigger, their circle of acquaintances expanded, and friendship changed. The memory didn't change, though. The value of what that friendship had once meant remained the same. Even though they weren't as close as they'd once been, Dan had imagined there'd be a day when they sat on a front porch together like the old codgers they'd seen as kids. They'd drink too much and curse what the world had become. Dan had looked forward to that day and felt robbed of it. A deep-seated anger accompanied the feeling of loss. He could do nothing about that feeling of loss, but he could act on the anger. He couldn't help but wonder why the world had put him here in this place at this time. There had to be a reason. With little possibility of getting home, his hatred toward the man who killed his friend was all he had. It gave him purpose, gave him drive, and he couldn't let it go. 25. Dan watched the scene across from the parking garage for several hours. Over that time, there was steady stream of foot traffic in and out the front door. While Dan hadn't seen any looting in the downtown on his way in, these men were getting goods from somewhere. Groups of men showed up carrying coolers between them. They lugged them into the dark building, then left again. One man showed up carrying a grill-sized propane tank in each hand. Several came noisily rolling beer kegs down the street. Another arrived with a wheelbarrow, no doubt stolen from a construction site. The wheelbarrow was full of white plastic shopping bags, but Dan couldn't see the contents. He found this activity encouraging in an odd way. It meant that Benjamin was sticking around the city despite the loss of power. He was preparing to bug in. He had men laying in supplies for a long haul, and he wasn't going anywhere. Dan checked his watch and realized he couldn't sit there all day. He still hadn't determined which man was Benjamin, but he had to get back to Carl's place before dark. He backed away from the wall and stood up, stretching. His legs and back were stiff from the long period of immobility. It felt good to walk again. He wound his way down the ramps to street level, his steps echoing in the vast structure. He passed another frustrated man who refused to accept that his car wouldn't start. When he spotted Dan, he slammed the hood and wiped his hands on a paper towel. "Have you seen any cars moving?" the man asked. "Anywhere?" Dan shook his head. "No, I think they're all toast." "Any fucking clue what's going on?" "I heard the North Koreans hit us with an EMP," Dan offered. The man exploded in rage, kicking the fender on his car. The thin sheet metal crumpled like a beer can. The man continued to stomp and curse. Dan left him to his venting. Each would deal with this in his own way. Some would crumble and others would rage. Some would kill themselves in dark bedrooms while their neighbors cursed their God. There would be those who nodded as if this were the inevitable result of everything that had come before. They had been waiting for this day, anticipating its arrival. Had the world not taken a nosedive, Dan would probably be nearly done with his packing, ready to drive back across the country. Instead, he found himself moving like an assassin through a dead city, plotting the murder of a man he didn't know. It was an act he wouldn't have even conceived of days ago, but now occupied his every thought. In the void of his life, it had consumed him. Leaving the parking building was like stepping out of the dense forest into bright daylight. The sun was overhead and bathed Dan in warm spring light. He unzipped his jacket, but didn't remove it, leaving the gun easily accessible in his pocket. People were moving about now, although Dan assumed it was a far cry from the normal foot traffic one would see in this part of the city on a regular day. These wanderers were probably stranded in hotels or were residents of the downtown. They were looking for signs of activity in the lifeless city. They were searching for hope, and Dan couldn't imagine they would find any. Those folks didn't look desperate yet, but they would be soon if they didn't come up with a plan. It was inevitable. There was not enough bounty there in that barren concrete desert to sustain many people. Drinking water would soon require a means of treatment. Any food would soon be devoured by the remaining residents or spoiled beyond consumption. As the supply dwindled, people would kill each other over it. If these displaced nomads of the downtown were smart, they would flee. They would find someplace, any place, while they still could. That observation made him curious if the same could be said for him. He considered himself a reasonably smart person. Should he be fleeing instead of playing vigilante? Probably, but there was no way he was leaving before his work was done. This was a hurdle he couldn't move past. If he didn't wrap this up, he wouldn't be able to move on with his life. He'd be anchored to this city, bound to this moment in time, like that high school running back haunted by the pass he failed to catch on homecoming night. Like that man haunted by the girl that got away. Like that soldier who failed to save a buddy's life and fought that same battle over again every single night. Then there was the debt he owed Carl. This was his opportunity to clear the books. Dan took a different route as he navigated his way out of the downtown. He wanted to be familiar with as much of the terrain as possible. He looked for places to hide out, places he might dodge into if he was being pursued. He looked to see what kind of businesses were located on those streets. Were their roofs accessible via outside ladders? Were there dumpsters he could hide in? Walking north, he eventually hit more upscale buildings again. The sidewalks were nicer and there was public art on the corners. There were bars and restaurants. One of them was open now, trying to make the best of the situation. It was probably a violation of a good many laws and fire codes, but the owner understood the same thing Dan did. Who was going to stop them? Who was out there enforcing petty regulations when the apocalypse was upon them? The bar owner understood he had to make hay while the sun was shining. The staff had moved tables out onto the sidewalk. From across the street, Dan could make out a handwritten placard explaining that it was cash only with a limited selection of drinks and food. That disclaimer did little to discourage the patrons who flocked to the tables, happy to find some semblance of normality in the barren downtown. Certainly, a cool beer wasn't as good as a cold beer, but it was better than no beer. A drink with no ice was better than no drink at all. Dan had to admit a cold beer would be nice, but it wouldn't give him the energy to cover the miles he needed to cover. Instead, he imagined it making him sluggish to the point he'd want to curl up in the park across the street and take a nap. Yeah, he'd skip the beer. He had some in the cooler back at Carl's place, and that would be his reward at the end of the road. He was fishing his water bottle from his pack when raised voices at the bar drew his attention. A group of young men were demanding to be served, but didn't have cash. He could see one of them waving a shiny plastic card in the air. The host was explaining that they had no way of accepting his card, but he refused to listen, insisting on making a show of it. He was one of those loudmouths who assumed that volume overruled logic. This had the potential to become ugly. Running a bar when you couldn't call 911 for backup was a volatile situation. Dan made a mental note that if he ever ran a post-apocalyptic bar, he'd make sure he had a couple of rough barbarian types to keep the peace. He felt no need to stick around and see how the argument ended. It could turn into a table-clearing brawl or someone could pull out a gun. Either way, he wanted no part of it. He continued north until he spotted the Capitol, then swung right onto Jefferson. The area wasn't crowded by any means, but there were folks hustling around, trying to conduct the business of government in these abnormal times. Between the guard troops and the state troopers, it wasn't particularly a welcoming environment, so he kept moving. A few blocks later, he was again skirting the medical center property. He briefly considered looking for Hogan again to inquire about Detective Turner, but didn't want to waste the time. He was tired and preferred to keep charging forward. After a few blocks of medical buildings, he was back in residential neighborhoods again. He continued to run into the occasional person in scrubs and white coats. Some were heading toward it, going into battle, while others plodded home looking exhausted and demoralized. Most of these people had trained to save lives using the latest and greatest technologies. They'd been stripped of their tools, their magic taken from them. They were sorcerers without spells. Dan took a different street than he'd used this morning, but it looked very similar. More people were awake now, trying to go on with their lives. Children, unable to use their electronics, played in yards while hawkish mothers, either alone or in small groups, monitored everything. This close to the hospital, residents were used to seeing strangers on their sidewalks, but it didn't mean he was ignored. Eyes followed him, assessing whether he was an innocuous passerby or presented some underlying threat. "Don't be alarmed," he wanted to say. "I'm just a hillbilly passing through, I mean you no harm." In crisp paved driveways, men struggled with vehicles, just as they'd done in the parking garage. There were probably people out there who knew exactly which vehicles could run under these conditions. Others might know what components had to be replaced to bring an older vehicle back to life. Dan was in the same boat as these men. He knew only the basics. Vehicles with advanced electronics were fried. Dan had friends who called themselves preppers. They tried to get him interested in the whole thing, but to him, it was like joining a Masonic lodge or something. They had their own language, their inside jokes, and their almost cult-like obsession with their preps. They stockpiled ammo, bought guns, and talked about their freeze dryers with the same pride that some people reserved for their grandchildren. He understood it. He liked to be prepared for the basics, but there was a huge chasm between his level of preparedness and that of the preppers he knew. He wished he'd paid more attention to them, that he'd engaged in more discussion about the preparations they'd made. He wondered how they were faring. The only person Dan passed who appeared to be having any success was an old man with a handlebar mustache. He stood back proudly, hands on his hips, while his A-model Ford chugged away like it was new and just pulled from the showroom floor. Did the man really need to go somewhere, or was he just gloating that his antique worked when all the fancy, newfangled cars were toast? While boasting could be human nature, so could the jealousy and wrath it provoked. The old man needed to be careful. In a disaster, it wasn't about what you had, it was about what you could keep. Dan's prepper friend said that all the time. If too many people knew the old man had a working car, someone would come for it. It might even be the police themselves, so desperate for a running vehicle that they would pile into it like the Keystone Cops in a silent film. Dan gave the man a grin and a thumbs up. The man returned the gesture with a smug look of satisfaction. Dan angled back toward the familiar streets he'd walked earlier in the day. He recognized some of the houses and cars. It brought a sensation of familiarity that was almost comforting as he began to feel like he was finally closer to Carl's house. Weariness settled upon him as he sensed the end of his journey. His feet were swollen and hot, his knees and shins ached from pounding on the concrete for hours, and his lower back was stiff. Dr. Dan recommends 3 ibuprofen, 3 beers, and a fat joint, he told himself. When he saw Carl's house, only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. He felt eyes on him, but that was not entirely unexpected. This neighborhood was just as suspicious as those he'd walked through earlier, and he was an unfamiliar face to them. 2 men crouched in a dirt driveway, struggling with an old 1970s Hidaka dirt bike, trying to get it to run. Another studied the engine of his 1970 C10 pickup, trying to figure out if he had the spare parts to get it going. People like this had a chance, they were resilient. Like hillbillies, they were used to improvising and making do. Dan slipped around the back of Carl's house and opened the new locks. He drew the handgun and walked every inch of the house until he was certain nothing had been disturbed. Only then did he drop his pack and relax. He grabbed a beer, pleased that it felt relatively cold. He ran the bottle over his sweaty forehead and neck before twisting off the cap. He took a long pull, then dropped into a chair in the living room. While the chair felt good, Dan was unable to fully relax. His mind, task-oriented and always working a step ahead, was moving on to what needed to be done next. He needed to eat. When he finished his beer, he would get the Coleman stove going and heat up something filling. Maybe a can of beef stew. He would also drink the second of the beers he'd prescribed himself. Afterward, he'd work on rolling the information he'd gathered today into a plan of action. He couldn't stay in this neighborhood forever either. If the power didn't come back, which he had no reason to assume it would, people would start stealing from each other. As the new kid on the block, the other residents might have less of a problem robbing him than a neighbor they'd seen every day for years. In a weird way, that made sense. With that in mind, Dan needed to think about his life after killing Benjamin. He had no intention of laying down to die. Neither did he feel like going home was an option, with nearly 2,000 miles standing between where he was and where he wanted to be. At least for the short term, he'd have to start a new life from scratch. 26. After replacing the old fuel with some fresh, the Coleman stove started right up. Dan had to fool with the various valves and knobs for a moment, reminding himself of how they worked. When he had a proper flame, he peeled the label off the can of beef stew and slid it directly over the burner. When he was satisfied it wasn't going to turn over, he went back in the house to find a spoon to stir with. While he was there, he pulled a second beer from beneath some frozen spinach in the cooler. It tasted just as good as the first. The long shadows faded into the somber gloom of evening and warmth quickly left the land. The interior of the house was still cool from the previous night. Dan pulled on his down jacket, the .38 comfortably weighing down the right pocket. The .357 was sitting on the kitchen table with its crappy nylon holster. While the soup heated, Dan went back through the house and grabbed the 12-gauge Remington 870. He found a box of shells and fed them into the magazine. The weapon had been used primarily for self-defense instead of hunting, so it didn't have a plug to restrict the magazine capacity. When the magazine was full, he pumped a round into the chamber and added one more to the mag to top it off. He propped the shotgun in the kitchen where it would be easy to get to. He returned to the porch and stirred his stew, then dropped into a faded camping chair, sipped the beer, and thought about his next move. The thought of Benjamin sitting comfortably downtown, laying in supplies for the long haul, turned Dan's stomach. He was probably having a party, packing the rooftop with more vermin like himself. Carl had been a good person. He simply wanted to play music and be happy. Though he hadn't been having much success with the happy part lately, Dan imagined he'd have found his way back there eventually. It was his nature. He was resilient. At some point, he'd have put that second divorce behind him and got back into the swing of things. This Benjamin had taken that away from him. Once he'd taken care of Benjamin, Dan wondered what he would do next, where would he go, and what he would do. There was no future in this neighborhood or even the city itself. He couldn't imagine living out of a backpack, though. He wasn't a trapper or a mountain man, and that would greatly limit the things he could take with him. Despite the fantasy a lot of people had of living out of a pack, he saw that as a last resort. A hammer, a few tools, some cooking supplies, his food, and some warm clothes would give him a fighting chance. It would provide a head start so he didn't end up with his bones scattered around the forest, serving as chew toys for predators. When the beef stew started bubbling, he dumped half of it out into a plastic bowl, found a disposable spoon from some takeout meal, and gave it a good stir. The same drawer also contained dozens of small packets of saltine crackers. Some were little more than crumbles by this point, but he found a few that were mostly intact. He ripped a paper towel off the roll to use as a napkin and ate his meal on the back porch. It was cool and nearly dark, but it seemed right to be out there. The things that kept people inside were mostly gone now. They would become outside people again, like his ancestors had been before television lured them inside. They would rediscover why homes had porches. The stew was good. At least as good as canned beef stew could be. Funny how starvation had a way of enhancing flavor, like it was some fancy spice you sprinkled over the top. He refilled his bowl but switched to water when his beer ran out. He deserved one more, but he wanted to relish it after dinner. He didn't want to get too relaxed and be off his game if something crazy happened. For all he knew, Jasmine could show up with some new minion in tow tonight. He couldn't rule anything out. He caught the smell of grilling meat in the air and wondered what folks were doing if they had no other means of cooking. It would certainly limit the options. It made him think about his own escape. When he did get out of town, what was he going to do for cooking? He could build a fire, but it wasn't convenient to do every time. The Coleman stove, with its heavy steel construction, was too heavy to take with him. When he was done, Dan gathered his garbage and walked around the corner of the house to where he'd seen Carl's trash cans. The green one was full of garbage. Judging by the smell, it probably stayed that way. Carl probably wasn't very good about hauling it out to the street on trash day. Musicians and garbage men likely kept different hours. Dan checked the blue one with the recycling symbols on it. It was pristine. In fact, it looked like it had never been used. That made sense too. Dan couldn't picture his friend actually going to the trouble of recycling unless he was turning in his beer cans for more drinking money. Dan forced his trash down inside the green one and started back around the house. His mind on his escape plan, he was struck by a thought. He stopped in his tracks, then returned to the recycling can. He studied it. It had large plastic wheels and appeared to be made of durable construction. It had a waterproof hinged lid. There was even a way to lock it if he wanted to. For a man on foot, this could be a damn good way to haul your possessions around. It beat the hell out of a shopping cart with those tiny wheels and exposed metal basket. He latched onto the handle and pulled it into the backyard. The can rolled along noisily behind him. The racket immediately clued him into one of the shortcomings of the idea. There would be no stealth in traveling this way. Perhaps he could do something about that. Dan had made a few go-karts and trailers in his day, so he knew rubber tires were the solution to the problem. With the light failing, he decided to work on this project inside. It was a tight fit, but he managed to force the recycling can through the banged-up back door. He spent a few minutes getting the Coleman lantern going. When he was done, bright light filled the room. He tipped the recycling can over onto its side and used a tape measure to check the bore of the wheels. He would have to find wheels that would fit on this axle or replace the axle to accommodate better wheels. There were all kinds of rolling objects that might have what he was looking for. A garden cart, a wheelbarrow, a hand truck, a welding cart, or a bicycle. Anything with wheels designed to bear weight. Dan had several things he wanted to do that night to prepare for his operation downtown. Before moving on to that task, he wanted to make a quick pass through Carl's garage to check for a set of wheels that might fit the recycling can. Once he put that behind him, he could fully focus his attention on preparing for tomorrow, the day he would hopefully kill Benjamin. He placed the Coleman lantern by the back door while he grabbed the tape measure from the kitchen counter. He swung the door open while reaching for the lantern. A flicker of movement in the corner of his eye caught his attention. Dan flinched and stumbled back. There was a figure silhouetted on the porch, standing just outside the door. 27. Dan's left hand shot out in a defensive gesture while his right dropped to his pocket, fumbling to extract the .38. He found the grip, yanked hard, and the hammer snagged in his pocket. Shit. Dan, a voice called. He didn't hear his name at first, didn't process that whoever this was knew him. His heart pounded in his ears as he frantically tugged at the revolver. Dan. The voice finally cut through his panic and he paused. It was a woman's voice. Jasmine, was she back again? No, it wasn't her. The voice wasn't that raspy, wasn't a horse smoker's voice, but it was familiar. Dan, it's Detective Turner, relax. He focused his full attention on the porch. He couldn't make out the visitor in the failing light. He picked the lantern up and got a look at her face, confirming it was indeed Detective Turner on the other side of the screen door. What the hell are you doing here? You nearly gave me a heart attack. I'm sorry, can I come in? Of course. He pushed the screen door open and stepped out of the way. Before she entered the house, she retrieved an enormous backpack from the porch. She used the grab handle to haul it through the door. He looked at it in surprise. What's this? My stuff. She leaned the pack against the kitchen wall and craned her neck to take a tentative peek around the dark interior of the house. What stuff? All my stuff, she replied. At least all the stuff I need to get where I'm going. I've got a bike outside. I'm getting out of the city. What? She held up a hand to pause him. She was apparently used to being the one asking the questions, to taking control of the situation. First things first, is there a dead body in the living room? Dan shook his head. No, not at the moment. She raised an eyebrow at him. The note you gave Officer Hogan said you killed somebody. Oh that, yeah I did, but I got rid of the body, Dan admitted. He gestured at the kitchen table. Do you need to sit down? You've got to be tired if you rode all the way here. She pulled out a chair and sat down. She seemed a little apprehensive about it, torn between her cop's instinct to examine the scene and Dan's casual manner. He placed the lantern on the table and took a seat to her left. What happened exactly? She asked. Carl's ex-wife Jasmine came by yesterday. She acted like she was simply passing by, that she wanted to see the house for old time's sake. While we were talking, she gave this really distinctive cough that I remembered from the night of the break-in. It sounded like a seal barking. I knew it was her then, just like you suspected. I invited her in and demanded she tell me what happened to Carl. Turner gave Dan a questioning look. What? He asked. I told you I talked to that woman and she admitted nothing to us. I pressed her hard. I'm having a hard time believing it was as easy as you invited her in and demanded that she tell you. You sure you're not leaving out some details? Dan hesitated. That's the basics. Are you here to arrest me? Turner burst out with a genuine laugh. Dude, have you seen the world out there? I don't think anyone is going to be arrested for a long time. That's why I'm getting the hell out of here. This city is about to go nuts. The entire country is about to go nuts. Well, if you're not here to arrest me, then I guess I can tell you the whole story. I pulled her inside and threatened her at gunpoint. She admitted that she and her boyfriend hid a kilo of fentanyl in Carl's van at a bar one night because they didn't have anywhere else to put it. Somehow they missed him leaving and weren't able to get their drugs back that night. Meanwhile, Carl found the drugs and flushed them. Turned out some guy named Benjamin had fronted them the drugs, and he was pissed about this turn of events. The mention of that name got a reaction from Turner. That would have to be Benjamin Gates. He's a mid-level hood who wants to be a player. He sells drugs and runs a crew downtown. Your downtown is big enough to have a criminal element? Dan asked. She looked at him like he was naive. Every downtown has a criminal element these days, no matter how small it is. It might be just one guy, but every downtown has one. That's news to me, Dan said. Anyway, when she told her boyfriend and Benjamin that Carl had destroyed the drugs, they came here to the house and confronted Carl. Once they realized he was telling the truth about flushing it, Benjamin shot him up with fentanyl and they let him die. Jasmine was the one who called the cops. Turner nodded. I figured it was her, just couldn't prove it. She admitted to stealing the cash laying around the house so they could buy some time with Benjamin. They had to pay him for the lost drugs. They came back here to steal the instruments, figuring they could sell those to pay off the rest of the debt. That's what was happening the night I had to call you guys. They didn't expect to find someone living here in the house. You know the rest of that story. She held up a finger, pausing him. You left out one little detail. How did you end up killing someone? Oh, in the middle of Jasmine's story, her boyfriend broke through the kitchen door. His face was all bandaged and he had a patch over his eye, so I knew he was the guy who'd attacked me in the recliner. He came charging at me with murder in his eyes. At least the one eye he had left. I shot him before he got to me. And you killed him. Not with the first shot, but certainly with the second. Detective Turner shook her head slowly, as if she couldn't believe what Dan was telling her. Where's the body? Dan shrugged. I planted him in the garden out back. Hopefully it won't grow into more assholes. She raised an eyebrow at his attempt at humor, then looked away as she processed the story she'd just heard. She clearly hadn't expected him to be so forthcoming. "Are you going to arrest me now that I've confessed?" he asked. She sighed. "No, you don't sound too tore up about it, though." "I'm not," Dan admitted. "He got what he deserved." "Then I guess justice was served." Dan's expression was bitter. Not by a long shot. Justice isn't served while Benjamin is still out there doing his thing. "I hate to break it to you, but there's no way that's going to happen now," Turner said, concern on her face. "You'll just have to accept that. Jasmine's coerced confession wouldn't stand up in court. Plus, there's no cop going to arrest anyone right now because there's nowhere to lock them up. You're going to have to let this go. There's plenty of other things in this world to worry about right now. It's a bitter pill to swallow, but Benjamin may just get away with what he did to your friend." Dan shook his head. "I'm not talking about the legal system. I'm not talking about arrests or trials or lawyers or any of that bullshit. I'm talking about justice." Turner stared at him in shock. "Please don't tell me you feel like it's your duty to fix this. Closing Carl's estate to help his mother is one thing. Avenging his death is entirely another. I think you've done enough already. This isn't a movie, Dan. This is real life. Trust me, I know it's real. I completely understand the consequences, but I'm not sure I can walk away from it." Seeing his seriousness, Turner sagged onto the table, folding her arms and resting her head on them. "Man, I so misread you. This is the story of my life." Dan looked surprised. "Excuse me." She tilted her head to the side and looked at him. "I could tell from the letter you sent me that you trusted me. That's why I came by here. I felt like we'd made a connection and I didn't want to skip town without checking in on you. I don't know if it was the whole Tennessee thing or what, but there was something there. At least I thought so." Dan met her eye. "All that's true. I've only known you for 2 days, but I feel comfortable with you, like I've known you my entire life." "Well, you seemed like a responsible guy. Not some dude who goes off half-cocked to kill a drug dealer because it's the code of the hills." "I am a responsible guy, and I'm not doing it out of some hillbilly code. This isn't an emotional reaction. It feels like a loose end that I have to wrap up before I can move on with my life. This is what I have to do." She sat up and rubbed her eyes. He could tell she was tired. She'd had a long day and a long ride with a heavy pack. "You know why I came here?" "Because I admitted to killing a guy. You wanted to see if you needed to arrest me." "No, asshole, I came to let you know there wouldn't be an investigation. Law enforcement is crippled right now. I didn't want you to be worried about it. I also came to see if you wanted to go with me." Dan was stunned. "Go with you where?" Turner gestured toward the pack. "I'm headed to my ex-husband's place in the mountains. He'll never get there from Oregon under these conditions. This city is going to turn into a hellhole in days. Water and food will be gone, and looters will strip what's left. Civilized people won't have a chance." "You were going to invite me?" Dan asked in surprise. "You don't even really know me." "I know it sounds stupid, right? But you seem like a decent guy and I felt bad that you got trapped out here while you were doing a good deed. I get the feeling you're solid and I need a solid partner for the trip. It will be easier with 2 people. Safer. I'm still new here and don't feel like I have anyone in the city I can trust. I barely know anyone. Even if it's crazy, this East Tennessee connection with you is all I got. It tells me what kind of person you are, what kind of values you have, and it lets me know that you'll do what you promised to do." Dan sat back in his chair and crossed his arms in thought. He felt a connection with the detective too, but no one could have imagined that the circumstances would have changed so significantly. In a civilized world, you had the luxury of time to build trust, become friends, and build relationships with people you met. When the world crumbled overnight, you had less to go on. Gut feelings and split-second judgments became the norm. You had to rely on instinct. She judged him by that standard and found him to be worthy of her trust. Had he not been so intent on vengeance, he'd have gone without hesitation. He felt strongly that this was a woman who could be trusted, who could hold up her end of the bargain. "Look, I don't have a plan for getting out of the city yet, though I understand it's necessary. I was going to wrap up my business here and head out as soon as possible." She raised an eyebrow at him. "Seriously, or are you just telling me that to make me go away?" "Seriously," he said. He pointed at the blue recycling can. "When you surprised me at the door, I was getting ready to head out to the garage to look for some new wheels for that thing. I'm going to use it as a cart to get my gear out of the city." That's stealing, it's city property. The comment stopped him in his tracks until she cracked a smile. He grinned. What's theft to someone who's already killed a home invader? Turner conceded the point, then studied the recycling can. That's actually not a bad idea. I figured I could fit enough gear in there to make a decent camp in the mountains somewhere. I hadn't thought much beyond that. Beyond your next murder. He ignored the comment. There was humor in her eyes, but also a degree of accusation. She was disappointed in him. She was second-guessing her assessment of him as a decent guy. She may even have been a little hurt that he wouldn't put his vendetta aside to accept the offer she'd made him. Listen, I'm not a murderer. Bigfoot was the first guy I ever killed. Even as he said it, Dan knew it wasn't true. He'd managed over the course of his lifetime to convince himself that it was true, but he had killed someone before. He didn't see it as a murder, though. To him and Carl, it had always been the accident. He'd shoved it so deep into the recesses of memory that it almost felt as if it were part of someone else's life and not his. It was funny how people had that ability to compartmentalize things, to isolate and tie them off when it was convenient. Dan had mastered it. But now that you broke the ice and killed your first guy, you're just going to roll with it and kill another, Turner pressed. Why quit killing now? Dan shook his head. I told you my rationale, but there's no way I can make you understand it. Don't look at it as a cop, look at it as a girl from Tennessee. Carl and I went back a long way. We went through a lot together, and I feel like he'd do the same for me, given the same circumstances. Hell, I know he would. With no courts, how else is justice going to be served? She pointed an accusing finger at him. Then it is a hillbilly thing. There you go waving that Tennessee flag around, claiming you're obligated to see that justice is served. Regardless of the reason, I'm doing what I have to do. I can't veer around this. I wouldn't be able to live with myself. She pushed back from the table. Well, if there's no talking you out of it, I should probably be on my way. I've got a lot of road ahead of me, and I'm just wasting my time here. Almost of its own accord, Dan's hand shot out and landed on her forearm. She stared down at it, a warning stare. Did she ask him to remove it, or did she break his arm? She looked up at him with her cop look. He removed his hand and folded both together on the table. I don't want you to go yet. Why don't you stay until morning? You can get up early and slip out of the city before people start moving around. It won't be as dangerous as moving around at night. I don't know. You can have Carl's bedroom, Dan said. I haven't been able to sleep in there anyway. It just feels weird to me. Besides, do you even have a light? None that work, she admitted. He raised both hands and shrugged as if that made the answer obvious. Then stay. On one condition. What? I'm starving, she said. Got anything to eat? 28. Dan went through his own supplies and through Carl's cabinets, rattling off the list of available options. He offered her various canned and packaged selections until she settled on Mexican tortilla soup. Dan opened the can and heated it directly on the eye of the Coleman stove, same as he'd done with his beef stew. He lit a citronella candle he found in the windowsill, and they sat at the table on the back porch, talking as the soup heated. They could hear other voices in the neighborhood. Occasional shouts, laughing. There had been some gunshots over the course of the evening, but they were all distant. Any idea how you're going to proceed with your plan? Turner asked. With Benjamin. What, you have other murders planned? No, he's the only one. I mean, as long as you're going to murder the guy, you might as well make it premeditated, right? You need to think this shit out. I guess so, Dan said, but I don't have a plan yet. I found his place today, so I know where he is. I'm fairly sure I saw him too, but there were several men in a group, and I don't know what he looks like. You were downtown. Dan nodded. I went after I gave that letter to Hogan. Got it, she said. I was at the office giving my resignation when he caught up with me. You resigned. Yeah, I didn't want to just walk off the job. I let them know I was leaving so they wouldn't worry I'd been killed or something. They can't do anything at all right now. They're paralyzed. I don't think there will be any law enforcement for some time unless the military steps in. Hogan said something about North Korea using the solar storm as a cover for launching an EMP attack. That's the scuttlebutt, she said. But all the information you get has gone through a lot of hands. It's hard to know how much is fact and how much is embellishment. Has there been a military response? Turner nodded. Yes, which unfortunately means there will be fewer troops here at home to help with recovery. Dan found himself strangely unmoved by that information. He didn't care about the recovery. To some extent, he didn't even really care who'd done it. It didn't change anything for him. He only had one path forward, and a lack of law enforcement only made his task easier. Have you ever seen this Benjamin guy or seen his picture? Turner nodded. I've seen him in person. Skinny white guy with close-cropped hair and a short beard. He looks like one of those Russian mobsters. I think that's the look he's trying to imitate. A Euro criminal with track suits, tank tops, and tattoos, lots of gold jewelry. He sells drugs, runs a couple of girls, and has a crew that does robberies. He's been arrested a couple of times, but always finds his way back onto the street. He's not rich, but he knows the value of good lawyers. He had some guys with him when I saw him. I'm assuming that's his crew. Yeah, they all live in that one building. More losers like him. No real badasses there, though they do carry guns, so they won't be complete pushovers. Even if they're not badasses now, they may feel emboldened if they don't have to worry about cops. While I was watching them, they had armed guys coming in non-stop with coolers and wheelbarrows. They were stealing from somewhere. There's looting all over the city, but I doubt he has much competition downtown. He'll probably control the place in a few weeks. Dan shook his head. He won't live that long, I'll see to it. Turner's lips tightened in frustration. The whole matter obviously didn't set well with her. Are you really that stubborn? I'm offering you a way out of here. I'm offering you a place to go, and that's all you can think about. You're blinded by hate. I don't know what else to tell you. She let out a long breath. I should have arrested you for killing this Bigfoot guy when I first got here. Dan laughed. It wouldn't have done any good. You'd get tired of lugging me around and listening to me bitch. Do you know how you're going to do it? The smile faded from Dan's face. I have Carl's guns. I plan on shooting him. There's a lever-action deer rifle, but I've not verified the accuracy. I've got his shotgun too, but that means I'd have to get closer. I've also got 2 revolvers. It's not like having my AR and Glock, but it's what I've got. I'll make do. Speaking of which, he eyed her pack. Yes, I have both an AR and a Glock on me, and I'm not giving them to you. He grinned. I had to try. Not that I support this obsession of yours, but I think you should lure him out into the street and drop him, she suggested. Then get the hell out of there. That's what I'd do. Draw him into the open and take him out. He studied her for a moment. If I do make it out of here, is your offer still open, or is it a now or never kind of thing? She considered before answering. The offer will still be open. I wish you'd come with me now, though. There's no sense risking your life for a piece of trash like Benjamin. He's not worth it. I'm not risking my life for him. I'm risking it for Carl. I owe him for something. No offense, Dan, but you're risking your life for a man who's already dead. Doesn't that sound a little pointless to you? This won't save Carl. It won't help anyone. She was raising her voice again, frustration creeping into her speech. It'll help me. It'll set the universe right. Carl and I will be square. What does that even mean? Dan didn't answer. He got up, turned the stove off, and carried the can of hot soup into the kitchen. He transferred it to a bowl and sat at the table with her while she ate. He offered her some of the stale, crushed saltines from a drawer, but she wasn't impressed. Gee, thanks. Only the finest for my guests, he teased. Are you married? She asked. He sighed. My wife passed away about 2 years ago. I'm sorry to hear that. He shrugged. Do you have kids? 2. Both are out on their own. My ex-husband and I didn't have kids. We put it off at the beginning of our marriage. We were both cops trying to build careers in Portland. About the time I was ready to think about children, it became evident that the marriage wasn't going to work. We suffered through a couple more years before one of us finally got the balls to put us both out of our misery. That's a big step. I guess no one wants to take it. If you don't mind me asking, how did your wife die? Cancer. It was brutal, ugly. I'm sorry, she said. Sorry I brought it up. It changed me. Looking at the people I grew up with, at people like Carl, I realized how much marriage civilized me. Without it, I quit giving a shit about a lot of things. I let my hair grow out. I started listening to old music. I drank beer when I wanted to. I even started smoking pot like a teenager. What did your boss think about the change? I'd worked there for almost 3 decades. They all knew it was a reaction to my wife's death, but I guess they thought I'd grow out of it. I did my job, so they tolerated it. I quit before I came out here. Oh, you did? He nodded, decided I was ready for something different. The kids don't know what to think of me now, but that's fine. I told them I was good role model when it mattered, but now it didn't matter anymore. They're able to take care of themselves and they turned out well. Mission accomplished. So it sounds like there's nothing really pulling you home. He smiled sadly. Even if there was, it's 2,000 miles, it might as well be on the moon. That's not true. People walk 2,000 miles every year. Hundreds, if not thousands of them. What people are those? Appalachian Trail hikers, she replied. The trail is a little over 2,000 miles long. Depending on their pace, the average hiker takes 4 to 6 months to hike it. It's not easy terrain. In fact, it can be downright treacherous. A person using better roads might cover the same distance in less time. Dan leaned back against the counter and rubbed his chin. His eyes grew distant. He'd seen this whole experience of being trapped in Boise as a death sentence. He'd never considered 2,000 miles to be walkable, especially by a man in his 50s in only average condition. Maybe it was, though. If he could potentially make it home, how did this change things? If he had hope of getting home, of seeing his kids again, should he still go after Benjamin? If I walk back, his mother doesn't get any of his personal items, said Dan, looking around the room. I hate the thought of that. If she's medically fragile, she might not survive this disaster anyway, Turner said, in as delicate a way as you could say such things. No medical treatment, no medicines, and no medical devices before long. It'll be hard on the elderly and fragile. Dan pondered that for as long as he could allow himself. It was an utterly depressing concept. What about you? Do you have any desire to walk to Tennessee? Turner considered the thought. My parents live there, my grandparents too, it's home. So you'd consider it? I'd consider it if I had someone walking with me. I wouldn't do it alone, I don't think. If you're in open country, you need someone to help keep watch. You need someone to have your back. Dan went into the kitchen and retrieved his Idaho gazetteer. Can you mark the cabin on this map? Absolutely. He found a pen and handed it over to her. She marked the cabin, the entrance gate, and made a few notes of things to be aware of. Remember, this is Idaho, she said. The backcountry isn't only full of ski bums and backpackers, it's full of survivalists. Some of them are the most hardcore in the country, off-grid, illegal weapons, and not afraid to bury bodies. Sounds like we have something in common. I just buried one myself. That might give us something to talk about. I'm serious, Dan. You'll have to be on guard, watch for roadblocks. There could even be snipers. If people question you, tell them your wife is waiting for you at your cabin. Give them the rough location if they persist. Don't dare mention that it belonged to my ex-husband and we're going to squat there. They don't care for that kind of thing. Lie through your teeth. When a cop tells me to lie, I take that seriously. She gave him a wary glance. I'm not so sure you do. I'm not sure you're taking any of this seriously enough. My job used to be stressful. I was always dealing with problems and headaches. I can take things seriously and distress along the way with a little humor. That's how I work. I'm a cop, was a cop. I know all about stress, Dan. Yeah, but you guys have to be serious. That's part of your job. You have to have that cop face on. I don't have that obligation. I'm free to be a goofball. But if you agree to come meet me at the cabin, you have an obligation to get there alive, she said firmly. I'll be expecting you. I'll be waiting. I don't want to look for you every day only to have you not make it. If you say you're coming, then you damn well better get there. I promise to do my best. 29. Dan brought Turner's bike into the house while she finished eating. He leaned the mountain bike against the wall and studied the wheels. These might be what I'm looking for. You're not taking my wheels, Turner said firmly. Not your wheels, just bike wheels in general. I think there's an old bike or two in Carl's garage. I'll have to try them out tomorrow and see if they fit. Turner smiled as she regarded Dan's makeshift cart. There may one day be legends about the lone vigilante who roamed across the West. They called him the recycler. Dan raised an eyebrow. If we're going to hit the road together, you're going to have to work on your material, detective. That's pretty lame stuff. She shrugged, tired brain, it's all I got. Speaking of hitting the road, do you have a first name, or am I going to have to call you Detective Turner all the time? She considered this. You'll get my first name when this is done. Finish your business in the city and find me at the cabin, then I'll tell you. If you don't make it to the cabin, you don't get my name. That's not fair. Consider it incentive. He pointed to the cooler. There's some beer in there, you want one, might help you sleep. Oh, you think you're going to loosen my tongue with alcohol and then get my name out of me. I wouldn't be above doing that, but I really hadn't thought about it. Then I think I'd rather have a cup of that. She pointed at the partial bottle of Jim Beam on the counter. Bourbon it is. Dan opened a cabinet door and looked for a liquor glass. Seriously, a red plastic cup is fine. It kind of fits with the whole camping motif. A woman with simple tastes, I like it. Dan grabbed a solo cup and poured a splash of bourbon in the bottom. He handed the cup over, grabbing another beer for himself. He opened it, tossed the cap into the garbage, and retook his seat at the table. Turner took a sip of her bourbon. So I need to know something, I want to know something. What? You keep implying that you owe this debt to Carl. What could he possibly have done for you that it's worth this level of risk even after he's gone? Dan took a sip of his beer to lubricate his brain. I'm not sure I can tell you that, he said after a moment of consideration. Why? Because you're a cop. Former cop, she corrected, but you may one day be a cop again, he pressed. I don't think so, but possibly. He mulled over what she was asking. It was something he and Carl had never spoken to anyone else about. In fact, he couldn't remember the last time the two of them had even talked about it between themselves. It was the past and they preferred to leave it back there. But was it really the past? If it was such an ancient story, how did it continue to hold such sway over the present? I don't want you to judge me, Dan said. I don't want you to think badly of me. Turner took a sip from her cup, letting the liquor burn its way down before she spoke. I get that, but it's important for me to understand why you're so intent on hunting down Benjamin. If we're going to travel together, I have to trust you. If I'm going to depend on you, I have to understand your reasoning. I have to know you make good decisions. He gave her a wistful smile. I can't guarantee that. My judgment is probably questionable even in the best of times. She slugged down the entire shot of bourbon, then tapped her cup at him for a refill. Dan chuckled at the familiarity implied by the gesture, tipping another shot into her cup. Did you ever travel by train, Dan? He shook his head. I've ridden on a train but never traveled by train. I've ridden the train a lot. It was my preferred means of travel when I had a choice. One of the things I liked was that there's this atmosphere on trains that doesn't exist in air travel. There's a relaxed, friendly vibe. People talk to strangers in a way they don't in airports. They drink with strangers. I used to get into these deep conversations about life and totally personal things with complete strangers. People I'd never ever see again. Maybe you're just weird like that, Dan teased. Poor boundaries or something. No, it wasn't just me. There's something about train travel that facilitates that. I don't know what it is, but I enjoyed it. I had these intense conversations with people and then never saw them again. There's something both profound and freeing in that. Some of them changed the course of my life. How so? Strangers will tell you the things that your friends and family might not say. They can have insights into you that someone who cares about you won't offer up. They have no reason to lie or hold back because they're never going to see you again. It can be life-altering. Is this one of those moments? It might be, Dan. There's no guarantee I'll ever see you again. We can plan to meet at the cabin, but you could be killed in the city or somewhere along the way. The same could happen to me. All that's certain is this moment right here, and in this moment I need to understand you. She tapped a finger on the table to emphasize her words. Dan looked her in the eye with more directness than he might normally use with someone he knew so casually. Are you sure? She nodded, and he believed her. I was 17 years old, he began. 30. After Dan and Carl got their driver's licenses, and the state had the poor judgment to turn them loose on the roads, Carl did most of the driving. Dan readily accepted his role as wingman. Carl's 1973 Ford truck only had an AM radio, so they kept a boombox in the middle of the bench seat and Dan fed cassettes into it. They listened to a steady stream of AC/DC, the Allman Brothers, Charlie Daniels, Neil Young, and Lynyrd Skynyrd. While most of the other kids of their generation were at the mall on the weekends, Carl and Dan hit the back roads. Occasionally they would cruise town, which was a big thing at the time. Sometimes they'd catch a movie or go to parties. It was a rare thing to attend a party in someone's home. Most of the parties they went to were held in fields in remote wilderness areas or along a local river. You never knew who you'd find at these parties. It tended to be the same old crowd, but not always. Sometimes there would be kids from other schools. Occasionally, there were older people who just happened to show up at the same location, hoping to have a party of their own. Usually, everyone was intent on having a good time and things stayed peaceful. The night would end with a drunken crowd harmonizing to Freebird or Sweet Home Alabama or playing air guitar to Stairway to Heaven. On one Saturday night, Carl and Dan heard there was going to be a keg party at the falls, a swimming hole along the river located beside a small waterfall. People had been gathering there to swim for as long as anyone could remember. After Carl picked Dan up at his house, they headed toward the Happy Hillbilly, a little convenience store just outside the boundaries of their town. The owner, Leonard, worked every single shift himself. He knew all the teenagers in the area, and for good reason. "Drinking tonight?" Leonard asked. "You betcha," Dan replied. Leonard handed him a brown paper shopping bag. "Will one poke do ya?" "Better make it two," said Dan. "We're going to a party." "You got it, partner," Leonard grinned, peeling off a second shopping bag and handing it over. Dan continued on back to the beer cooler and slid a 12-pack of Old Milwaukee into each bag. Leonard preferred any minors bag their beer so no one saw them buying it. Beer choices were a lot simpler in those days in their part of Tennessee. The rich drank Heineken, the snooty drank Michelob, and the middle class drank Budweiser. Just below that you had Pabst Blue Ribbon and Miller High Life. Kids like Dan drank Old Milwaukee, or later, Milwaukee's Best, which they referred to as Milwaukee's Beast. At the bottom of the ladder were the people who drank Black Label, though Dan didn't make too much fun of them. At $5 a case, he'd bought it before too. Where Leonard could have overcharged them for being underage, he treated them fair and square, charging them the same price he charged everyone else. He had such a loyal following that, had he chosen to run for office, he'd have won. "I need a bag of ice too," Dan said. Leonard rang it up with the beer. "Where's the party tonight, partner?" "I hear it's at the falls." "Keep an eye out for John Law," Leonard warned. "They like to bust up parties and make you pour your beer out." Dan shook his head. "That would be a shame, wouldn't it?" "Damn right it would be," Leonard said, sliding the beer across the counter. "Don't forget your ice, you boys have a good one." Outside, Carl was sitting on the tailgate, smoking a cigar and waiting for Dan. He tugged the cooler onto the tailgate and Dan arranged the beer. He broke the ice up by slamming the bag against the tailgate a few times, then sprinkled it over the cans. They tied the cooler in place with a length of shitty yellow rope, then tossed the empty ice bag and beer boxes into a rusty trash can. Carl eased the truck back onto the road, then punched the gas, laying a long line of rubber on the empty road. "Feel better?" Dan asked. "Had to get it out of my system," Carl said. "Appreciate you doing that before I open my beer," Dan said, cracking open a can and taking a long sip. The drive to the falls took nearly 30 minutes. They left the two-lane highway and were soon on winding country roads with no lines and no posted speed limits. They had the windows down and AC/DC playing. It still wasn't loud enough to drown out the crickets and spring peepers that chanted like a chorus of monks in the night. Halfway there, the pavement ran out and they hit dusty gravel roads. They had to go slower to avoid sliding off the road or filling the cab with dust. They stopped at some point and each of them got a beer. Dan tossed his empty into the weeds, which was what folks did at the time. No one wanted to get caught with a truckload of empties in case they went through a roadblock. They turned at a sign directing people toward fishing access. They soon hit the end of the state-maintained road and it got rougher. Their headlights swept through clouds of road dust lingering in the air. Before they even saw the river, they caught that smell, musty and prehistoric. It was mud, silt, and water. It was crawdads, turtles, and alligator gar. They reached the river and followed a weedy track toward an old wooden bridge. The bridge was narrow and had no guardrails. It could be tricky to cross at night. It was usually slippery with algae. Spin your tires and you were liable to slide sideways, dropping a wheel off the edge. At the far side of the bridge, they eased onto solid ground. The truck bounced on creaking springs as it climbed over rocks. Beyond that point, the road turned to dirty sand and river gravel. It was smooth except for the occasional deep mud hole. Weeds brushed the undercarriage of the truck and scrubbed at the sides like grasping fingers. Tall sycamore and river birch lined the bank. Dan turned off the cassette player and the cab filled with the sound of water tumbling over rocks. In a half-mile or so, they began to run into vehicles parked along the shoulder of the road. Their headlights hit the backs of people walking ahead of them. Shadowy gargoyles sitting on tailgates shielded their eyes against the offense of Carl's headlights, raising hands to cover their eyes, cigarettes wedged between fingers. The smell of pot smoke floated into the cab. "Better go ahead and park it," Dan said. "There might be room up at the falls. Who wants to walk all the way up there? Who wants to get blocked in and have to spend the night here? Not me. Your sorry ass can walk." Carl slowed and threw the three-on-the-tree shifter into reverse. It took a multi-point turn to get the truck swung round on the narrow road, but soon they were parked in the tall weeds, the truck pointed back in the direction from which they came. They got out, leaving the windows down. There was nothing to worry about. Normal people didn't steal from one another then. Only the trash did, and they were usually easy to spot since grandmothers tended to point them out in the grocery store. "That there's trash," they'd whisper, "stay away from them." Carl and Dan drained their beers and pitched the empties into the bed. The cans clattered as they rolled. Each of them got another and a spare, which they stuck in their back pockets. "We'll have to walk all this way to even get another beer," Carl complained. "Won't hurt you." They'd been here often enough to know that the party wasn't far off, but there wasn't much room to park at the falls itself. After the first dozen cars showed up, everyone else simply parked in the road, blocking all the early arrivals in. It could take forever to get out of there if you had to leave early. Then sometimes a guy would get too drunk and leave with his friends, leaving his car there in the line, blocking everyone else in. They'd seen it happen. It was perhaps 200 yards down the wooded road to the party. The sound of the water got louder, the roar of the waterfall traveling back up the narrow river valley. It was dark but not pitch black. In the moonlight they caught the movement of other groups along the way, in cars, between cars, perched on tailgates like crows on a fence. "Who's that?" one of them called out. "Dan and Carl, who's that?" "I'm JD, I don't know a Dan or a Carl." "Well, I don't know a JD either. Y'all have a good night." So it went, group after group, until they topped a rise in the road and the falls opened up before them. Besides the sound of the water, they could hear fragments of conversation and laughter, a car stereo playing Southern rock. A high bonfire burned at the edge of the parking lot, fueled by driftwood and deadfall. Orange light filled the tree canopy. They walked down the hill, passing a few folks on their way back up. They exchanged mumbled greetings and nods. When they reached the bottom, they began to see people they recognized. For the next 2 hours, the party was a blur of laughing, drinking, and trips to the truck for beer. Then Jubal Wagner showed up. 31. They say you're supposed to be kind to people and give them a chance, but damn it, there are people in this world that you don't like from the minute you lay eyes on them. It might be the way they present themselves, the way they talk, or even the way they look. Sometimes it can be something as esoteric as the vibe the person gives off, some unseen but perceived quality that makes you instantly loathe them. Dan and Jubal Wagner had that kind of relationship. It went back to the very first day of elementary school, the minute they laid eyes on each other, although neither could tell you why they felt that way. That dislike manifested itself in many ways over the years. Insults, curses, arguments, and even the occasional shoving match. None of those incidents had ever been instigated by anything of substance. It was merely the case of their dislike boiling over. Dan's grandmother, who called the world as she saw it, told Dan that Jubal was trash from a long line of trash. Dan's mom, more compassionate than her own mother, would have referred to him as a child who never had chance in this world. He was a child the world beat on, and he responded by beating back. Dan sided more with his grandmother, having a hard time feeling any empathy for a guy who was a thorn in his side any time they were in proximity of each other. Without a vehicle of his own and with few friends, Jubal had hitched a ride out to the party at the falls. Turned out that it was with the Taylor brothers, who really had no use for Jubal either but were distant kin of some sort. They hoped they could bring him to the party and lose him, forcing him to ride back with someone else. "Looky there," Carl said, pointing behind Dan. Dan turned and saw Jubal walking down the hill. "Oh Lord, it's going to be on." Scanning the crowd for either a friendly or easily intimidated face, Jubal spotted Dan's glare. He immediately honed in on his archenemy, strolling toward Dan and the group he was talking to. He glared at Dan. "Gimme a beer, Dan." Dan shook his head. "I ain't giving you a fucking beer. Would you give me a beer?" "Might." "You're a damn liar, Jubal. You wouldn't give me shit, and that's exactly what I'm giving you." Some words were exchanged, then Dan turned his back on Jubal and ignored him. His group went back to talking, laughing, and no one paid any attention to Jubal Wagner simmering behind them. He eventually stumbled off, pestering people until he found someone willing to give him a beer just to shut him up. "I'm going to kill that bastard one day," Dan said. "He's a waste of space." "If he don't kill you first," Carl warned. After midnight, the crowd thinned out. Folks who had curfews rushed home with their windows down, trying to clear the smells of the party from their bodies and clothing. Couples who'd seen the night as a date wandered off to squeeze in some romance before they headed home. A group of considerable size remained, perhaps 60 people still intent on having a good time and not ready to call it quits. Now that the amateurs had gone home, the professional partiers could focus on the task at hand. A guy in a brown Chevy Monza slipped in a Black Sabbath cassette and cranked up the volume on his Pioneer system. Loud, distorted guitar riffs erupted from the speakers, and a cheer went up as the first strains of Paranoid cut through the night. No less than 20 guys sloshed beer onto their feet as they played air guitar along with the song. Dan and Carl were watching with amusement when Carl pointed out into the darkness. "Someone's giving you the stink eye." Dan could make out Jubal sitting on a rock, glowering at him like a pissed-off yard gnome. "Asshole," Dan said under his breath. "One day this shit is just going to break loose and it's going to be ugly. Mark my words." It broke loose that very night, but not in so dramatic and absolute a fashion as Dan had expected. As the night went on and more people trickled off, the individual groups slowly converged into one larger group. Like insects, the fire was the focal point around which they all orbited. The conversation was becoming more ridiculous, the music harder. They listened to Motorhead, AC/DC, Judas Priest, and Deep Purple. Out of nowhere, Jubal Wagner, sitting alone on a rock in the dark, heaved a beer bottle with unexpected accuracy and hit Dan in the back of the head. The bottle didn't shatter but staggered Dan, nearly knocking him off his feet. He pitched forward, dropped his beer, and cradled the back of his skull. "What the hell, man?" Carl demanded. He wasn't the only one yelling at Jubal. A fair fight was acceptable, but blindsiding someone with a beer bottle was not. Someone picked up a rock and chucked it at Jubal, hitting him on the side. "How you like it?" Jubal flinched and cursed, but more people followed suit, throwing rocks, bottles, and even one flaming stick. He was driven into the night, banished from the party. He shouted back, cursing his attackers, but retreated for fear of being stoned further. "You okay, Dan?" someone asked. They checked for bleeding in the firelight, 50 drunks who were instantly amateur medical professionals. The bottle hadn't cut him, but there was a lump on his head. The consensus of the drunken revelers was that it was not serious. An aspirin before bed and he'd be good as new. Someone offered him another beer to make up for the one he dropped, and the world was right again. It was around 2 a.m. when Carl and Dan decided to call it a night. A few hardcore partiers had decided to stay the night by that point. Some were drunkenly setting up tents, wrestling with poles, and trying to drive in stakes with rocks. Others were stretching out sleeping bags in the back of pickup trucks. On the walk back to Carl's truck, the pair noticed that all the vehicles between the party and their truck were gone now. "Where'd everybody go?" Dan asked. "We've been here for hours," Carl said. "It's the middle of the night." "What are we going to do with all the beer we got left?" "I doubt there's as much left as you think," Carl said. "Every time one of us went to the truck, we came back with 3 or 4. When they reached the truck, they dropped the tailgate and slid the cooler toward them. Icy water sloshed and rattled inside. Carl climbed into the bed, raised the lid, and found 2 beers remaining from the case they'd purchased earlier. "Hell, somebody stole it," Dan announced. Carl shook his head. "Ain't nobody stole it. We drank it or gave it away, fool." Dan held out a hand. "Ain't no use hauling 2 beers back to the house. We have to drink them." Carl handed Dan a frigid beer and cracked one more open for himself. "Step aside." When Dan was out of the way, Carl tipped the cooler and allowed the water to spill out. When it was empty, he closed it back up and hopped out of the truck bed. They climbed into the cab and finished their beers sitting there by the river. They didn't want to be drinking them if they went through a roadblock this time of night. They might be able to act sober enough that a sympathetic deputy would let them drive on home, but having an open beer invited trouble. These last beers didn't taste quite as good as the earlier ones, but they finished them like dedicated drunks, then tossed the empties into the weeds. The headlights created a tunnel of visibility in the foggy wildness of the woods. Thick clouds of bugs hung in the light. Frogs thrummed over the undertone of churning water. Bats flitted into the light, swallowing bugs midair. "You sober enough to drive?" Dan asked. "Don't need you going off the bridge." "I'm fine," Carl assured him. When they reached the bridge, Carl slowed, easing the truck over the rocky bank and onto the old timbers. When the truck leveled out, the lights revealed a figure standing in the middle of the bridge. "It's a troll," Carl exclaimed. "Ain't a troll, dumbass," Dan said. "It's Jubal." Jubal was holding a hand up like a cop directing traffic. Carl stopped, seeing no other choice. They sat there for several minutes, neither party moving. "Keep going," Dan said. "We can't sit here all night waiting on his drunk ass. If he doesn't move, run him over." Carl rolled slowly forward. Jubal moved to their right, to the far edge of the narrow bridge. Carl kept moving. Shit, there's barely enough room to get by him. He needs to get out of the way, Carl muttered. Instead of running on across the bridge ahead of them, Jubal swayed on the very edge, waiting for them to pull forward. As the truck came even with him, Jubal leaned into Dan's open window. I need a fucking ride. Even before the words were completely out of his mouth, Jubal realized who he was talking to. He reached for Dan, trying to grab him by the shirt, cursing and making threats he was in no condition to carry out. Dan shrank back from the window, staying out of Jubal's reach, but the boy got an arm inside the cab and threw a punch, striking Dan in the ribs. Dan lashed out with his right hand and grabbed hold of the door handle. He made to open the door so he could get out and deal with Jubal once and for all. The opening door threw Jubal off balance, and he tried to grab onto the window frame to keep himself from going into the water. Seeing Jubal was in trouble, Dan seized on the opportunity and kicked the door open with all his might. The blow shoved the door into Jubal and he lost his balance, toppling into the water. Jubal spluttered and threw a hand out toward Dan. Help me, I can't swim. Dan slammed the truck door back and leaned out the window. The moonlight reflecting off the water revealed Jubal thrashing in the water. Dan gave him the finger. Hell, you don't have to swim, it ain't deep, just stand up and you'll be all right. He turned to Carl. Let's go. Carl didn't move. You ain't going to help him. Fuck no, I ain't going to help him. You think he'd help me? Carl shrugged and hit the gas. They drove away, Jubal cursing them as he bobbed in the dark water. 32. So you left him there, Turner asked, floating in the river. Dan nodded. Turner gave Dan that look reserved for friends when they've made a really bad decision. I'm guessing that didn't improve your relationship with this kid. Dan shrugged, then released a long breath through tight lips, his cheeks puffing out. It was the expression of an anxious man, a man struggling to admit something he doesn't want to put into words. Noting his reaction, Turner pressed him. Well, did it get worse? I never saw him again, no one did. Turner froze, he drowned. Turner rested her face in her hands. Oh my God. The kid was an asshole. Even his own family didn't start looking for him immediately. It wasn't until he missed a few days of school that the principal called his parents. They hadn't seen him but weren't really concerned. The principal notified the police and they started an investigation. Turner poured herself another shot of Jim Beam, something that might help this revelation go down easier. Case like this could go several ways, depends on the demeanor of the local prosecutor. Witnesses saw him attack you. He attacked you again in the truck. You were defending yourself when he fell in. You certainly weren't obligated to jump in after him since you could have drowned yourself. That's how they saw it. Dan shook his head slowly, meeting her eye. They never saw it in any way because we never told anyone about it. The police eventually heard about the party at the falls. They came to the school and talked to people who were at the party. Someone told the cops that he'd started a fight with me and they ran him off. When they asked me about it, I told them I had a headache from getting hit with a bottle on top of drinking too much. I said I didn't remember much after that. They believed me. And Carl wanted to tell the truth. He saw things the same way you did. He thought we should admit Jubal attacked me on the bridge and fell off while he was trying to pull open the door. Everyone would have believed us. We had enough witnesses to him throwing a bottle at me that no one would have doubted the story. But you never told. There was a tone of incredulity in her voice, a hint of accusation. Look, I was scared. Jubal was an asshole and there were many times I'd wished him dead. I felt guilty over that. Every night I laid awake questioning myself, wondering if it really was an accident. I knew the truth. I had no remorse. I may not have intentionally killed him, but I was glad he was dead. I was tired of dealing with him. There were other ways to stop a bully, better ways. Dan shrugged, staring at his beer bottle. I'm not so sure he was even a bully as much as thorn in my side. Every time I ran into him it was something. Truthfully, I felt nothing over his death, so I was afraid that my lack of remorse made me guilty of something. I know it doesn't sound logical now, but that's how I felt at the time. I was a kid. A freaked out kid. Was Carl okay with hiding the truth? Dan shook his head. It bothered him a lot. That pissed me off and I told him so. I asked him if he wanted to ruin my life over some piece of crap like Jubal. Of course he didn't, but I think the whole thing weighed on him more. Did they ever find the body? Weeks later, yeah, a couple of fishermen found him snagged on a fallen tree. The condition of the body wasn't good. They couldn't tell anything about how he died at that point. Turtles, birds, and fish had been eating on him. The police decided he'd either fallen off the bridge because he was drunk or that he'd tried wading across the river and the current took him. And I'm assuming you didn't correct that assessment. Dan shook his head, looking away. He couldn't meet her eye right now. Carl and I continued to debate it, but I ultimately convinced him that too much time had passed. If we confessed at that point, it would look like we were guilty, that we had something to hide. You weren't necessarily guilty, but you did have something to hide. We did, Dan admitted. And it was harder on Carl than it was on me. I hadn't anticipated that because he was kind of a laid-back guy. Things didn't normally get to him, but this did. She took a sip from her cup. Why do you think that was? My callousness was fueled by my hate for Jubal. Carl didn't have that same hate. To him, Jubal was just some dumbass kid that we might have saved if I hadn't insisted on leaving him there. That's true, she said. You possibly could have saved him. You were a kid, though. The guy had antagonized you and been a general asshole. You weren't obligated to put your life at risk to save him, but you could have tried. At a minimum, you could have called the cops that night and reported it. You were certainly obligated to tell the truth when the police conducted an investigation and asked you about it. Dan waved an arm in acknowledgement. I know all that. I've lived with it my entire life. I never told a soul, though, never talked about it. Not even with Carl. He tried, but for years afterward I shut him down every time he tried to bring it up. I was trying to put it all behind me, both the memory and experience of it. I didn't want to be reminded of what I'd done. It affected things between us. It affected him. Dan raised his beer and took a long slug, as if trying to rinse the bitter taste of regret from his mouth. How did it affect Carl? As we got older and built our lives, we didn't see each other as often. When we did, we drank too much and relived those good old days. Sometimes he'd bring it up. He'd ask me if I thought about that night. I honestly told him that I tried not to and I'd gotten pretty good at forgetting about it. I was beginning to understand that it affected him differently than it had affected me. How so? Dan drained the last of his beer, then got up to toss the empty into the garbage. He started to get another, hesitating over the cooler, then nixed the idea. He sat back down at the table and met Turner's eyes. They weren't as penetrating as they had been earlier. This was not a cop look. This was a concerned look. She was the woman on the train, sharing in the life of a total stranger. He told me he thought about it almost every day. He said he got a good look at Jubal's face as he was pinwheeling back into the water. He saw the fear in his eyes, and he couldn't forget that look. This was several years back, so I don't know if Carl still thought about it every day, but he could have. He was living in Nashville at the time, so we probably would have been in our mid-30s. Turner traced the lip of her cup with a finger. That's a long time to dwell on something, to let it eat away at you. It's hung over you for your entire adult life. I always wondered about the toll that secret took on Carl, Dan admitted. He enjoyed playing music. He loved the energy of an audience when he was on stage. Off stage, he never was very successful. He drank too much, couldn't maintain relationships. He sabotaged himself sometimes. Was I responsible for that? That's a lot to put on yourself in one bad memory. Can one person really take responsibility for another person's life? Can you hold yourself accountable for how someone turned out? Perhaps if it was one of your kids, but a friend. Do we really have that much power over the people around us? Dan shook his head. I wish I knew. If I did, I might feel better about this whole thing. I might feel better about my friend's life. About his death too, I guess. And maybe you wouldn't feel the need to avenge his death. Dan scratched his chin. I don't know. Turner drained her cup, then stood and tossed it in the garbage. If that cup sits in front of me, I'll refill it. I can relate. She sat back down, folding her hands in her lap. So this is it. This is why you have to do it. He nodded. I don't know if it's because of the debt I owe Carl or if it's my own attempt at setting the world right. Even with spilling my guts to you, with putting the truth out there, I still feel like I have to do it. Telling you didn't free me. I won't try to talk you out of it. People have to do what they have to do. They have to be true to themselves, even if it doesn't make sense to the people around them. Change your mind about arresting me yet? She smiled. I already told you I wasn't a cop anymore. Did you turn in your badge? No, my boss didn't want it. He told me I might change my mind. So technically, you could arrest me if you wanted to. I guess I could even make a citizen's arrest, but I'm not going to. I don't think any prosecutor would choose to move forward with a case against you. You need to move past this. If you need to go off on some suicide mission to put it behind you, then do it, but hopefully it sets the world right for you. Hopefully you won't get yourself killed. Surviving would be the optimal outcome, Dan agreed. Now I have a question for you. Turner looked at him expectantly. Knowing what you know now, is your offer still open? Are you willing to stay under the same roof as me, at least for a little while? If you're not, that's fine, I'd understand. I just need to know before I finalize my plans. She nodded. Nothing you've told me changes my impression of you. In fact, it helps me understand you a little better. I like to think I would have acted differently if I were in that same situation, but I can't say that with total certainty. You don't always know what you do until you're put in that situation. When I was 17, I may have done the exact same thing as you. I appreciate you listening and I appreciate your understanding, Dan said. So what are the sleeping possibilities around this joint? I think I'm ready to turn in. Do you have any objections to sleeping in my friend's bed? Not really, I didn't know the guy and he didn't die in it. Then you can have the bed. I have an air mattress I'm getting pretty fond of. 33. Soft footsteps on creaking hardwood floors woke Dan early. Pre-dawn light filtered through the dusty living room blinds. The house was cold and Dan wasn't anxious to sit up. He huddled inside his bag, a cocoon of warmth. Turner was in the kitchen getting her gear together, every noise carrying in the otherwise silent house. She smiled when she saw Dan's eyes open. Good morning. Dan responded with a groan, the best response he could pull together on short notice. Turner was little more than a silhouette in the kitchen, hovering over her pack as she organized her gear. She straightened, raised her fleece pullover, and secured a Kydex holster inside the waistband at the front of her pants. She drew the handgun, confirmed there was a round in the chamber, and carefully tucked it back into the holster. She clipped a magazine pouch with 2 loaded spares onto the left side of her belt. Dan found this strangely compelling. He enjoyed guns, and it was nice to meet a woman who was comfortable with carrying one. He assumed it came with the territory of being a cop. It was a tool of the trade. He climbed out of his sleeping bag, shivering when the cold air settled over him, and tugged on his shoes. He got to his feet and didn't waste any time slipping on his jacket. He rubbed his hands together, then shoved them into his jacket pockets. Guess you're getting ready to head out. She looked up from her gear and nodded. Yep, I want to hit the road before folks wake up. Get as far as I can before people start moving around. Solid plan. And I guess you're still intent on your mission. Dan glanced toward the recycling bin standing awkwardly in the corner of the living room. Guess so, I can't leave yet, cart's not ready. The attempt at a joke fell flat. That's okay, I won't ask you to change your plans again. Everyone gets to make their own choices in life. They also have to pay the price though, so all I'll say is be careful. After you're done, don't give his people time to figure out who you are and strike back. Get your trash buggy and get the hell out of Dodge. Dan leaned back against the edge of the countertop. That's my plan. Turner went to her bike and felt each of the tires. She climbed onto the saddle and bounced a couple of times, checking how the springs responded to the weight. I need them firm since I'll have the pack on too. It's nearly 50 pounds according to the scale. Dan raised his eyebrows. That's heavy. For a recreational backpacker, she acknowledged. Not if you're carrying guns, ammo, and a week's worth of food. One of those little trailers would be handy, the kind people carry their kids in. There's a lot of things that would have been handy if I'd have known this was a possibility. I'd have been living on a farm or something. I'd have married an Amish man. She got off the bike and finished squaring away her pack. She slung it onto her back and buckled the chest strap between the shoulder straps. She left the hip belt unfastened so she could easily get to her handgun if she needed it. You be careful too, Dan said. That bike will make it hard to be stealthy. People will notice you. They may even want the bike. They approach at their own risk, Turner said, because they're not getting the bike. Dan nodded grimly. He had no doubt as to the determination behind those words. She would have no problem putting a bullet in anyone who tried to interfere with her plan. She wasn't a woman who made idle threats. He expected she wouldn't look for a fight, but she wouldn't run from one either. She struggled for a moment to open the shattered back door, but finally swung it open. Dan held it out of the way while she wheeled her bike onto the back porch. She spent a few minutes making sure her gear was dialed in, confirmed she could reach her handgun from her riding position, then looked around to make sure she hadn't left any gear behind. I think I'm good. I'm ready to hit it. Dan walked toward Turner, not knowing whether to give her a hug or extend a hand to shake with her. She gave no indication that either was expected, so he just shoved his hands back in his pockets. Certain people benefited from the emotional band-aid provided by a hug. They thrived on them. Turner didn't seem that way. She was practical and confident. Dan liked that about her. Perhaps he had to earn the right to hug her like he had to earn the right to her first name. Be careful, he said. No wheelies or stunts. She ignored the comment. You be careful, remember what I said, no screwing around. Do what you need to do and get out of the city. I'll expect to see you in a couple of days. If I don't, I'll assume you fucked up and got yourself killed. What'll you do then? Dan asked. She stared him up and down. I'll give your slot to the next Tennessee hillbilly that shows up. Dan laughed, but she didn't. He knew she was being straight with him. He certainly hoped it didn't end up that way. I'll try to not die. Turner nodded at that. Fair enough. She took her bike by the handlebars and wheeled it off. Dan propped himself in the doorway, watching her walk the bike around the corner. When she was gone, he wedged the door shut and went to the front windows. He picked up the scene there, watching as she climbed onto the bike with a practiced motion and pedaled off, her head swiveling to keep an eye on her surroundings. In seconds she was gone, and he was suddenly very conscious of how alone he was. As someone who spent most of their non-working hours alone, he was certainly no stranger to being by himself. Most days he didn't notice. While in Boise, though, the awareness that Carl was missing from the world had enhanced his feeling of aloneness. That had faded some in Detective Turner's presence. Now he was back to feeling alone again. Dan slouched into a wingback chair, the only piece of furniture in the living room that didn't have blood splattered on it. He didn't feel fully awake. He needed some coffee but didn't have the gumption to make it. His eyes fell on the recycling bin standing against the wall. He should deal with that before he got into anything else. Turner was right. He should have his escape plan nailed down and have his gear packed and ready to go. When he was done with his mission, he could retrieve the cart and be out of the house in seconds. This chapter of his life would be behind him. He forced himself out of the chair and sucked down a bottle of water. He found the tape measure sitting on the kitchen table and used it to measure the shaft size on the recycling container. He seemed to recall having done this yesterday, but he'd forgotten the results. When he had the measurement committed to memory, he headed out to the garage. The sun wasn't up yet, and the dim morning light didn't reach into the far recesses of the garage. Overhead lights would have been helpful. He located the pair of bikes hanging from hooks on the wall. They were decent mountain bikes, but older models. Dan could imagine Carl buying one when he moved to Boise, riding it once and deciding to hell with that. He never had been one for a physical challenge, beyond rolling out of the bed with a hangover in the morning. He guessed the other bike must have belonged to Jasmine. The layer of dust on the bikes told Dan they hadn't been disturbed in a good long time. He grabbed one by the bottom of the frame and the seat post, then lifted the front tire off the hook that held it up. He rolled it out the door into the natural light, then turned it upside down. With the bike resting on the handlebars and the seat, Dan unlocked the front skewer. After a few turns, the mechanism was loose enough that he could pull the front wheel out of the dropouts, the slot at the bottom of the forks that held the axle. He pinched the tire between his knees and removed the nut from the quick release. When he had that off, he removed all the guts from the mechanism and studied the bore through the center of the wheel. It looked awful darn close. He took it inside and tried it. When he removed the plastic wheel from the recycling bin, the bike wheel slid on easily. It was a little big, but he could work with that. It also rubbed against the body of the bin, so he would have to fashion a bushing or pack some washers onto the axle to gain a little extra space. He went outside and struggled with the rear wheel of the bike before determining that it probably wouldn't work. It had too many drivetrain components attached to it, and Dan didn't want to waste the time removing them if he didn't have to. Fortunately, he had a second bike to work with. He removed the front wheel from the second bike and was pleased to find that it was a close match to the other. In no time, he had both tires fitted with spacers and was pushing the recycling bin around the backyard in a test drive. It wasn't a perfect setup, but it made way less noise than the plastic wheels. It would also handle rough terrain better in case he had to pull it off the road. In case he lost a bike wheel, he'd take those original plastic wheels with him as spares. They didn't weigh much and they'd be easy to switch out if he had to. He had a brief moment of wondering if he should just take a bike like Turner did, but talked himself out of it. He owned a mountain bike at home, and there'd been a time in his life when he'd ridden it frequently, but that had been a long time ago. He was out of practice. His body wasn't in any shape to tackle a task like that. He also needed more supplies than he could carry on the bike. If he couldn't muster enough strength to pedal himself out of town, there was no way he could pedal out of town pulling a trailer behind him. He'd be better off going slow and steady, powered by his own legs. Dan wheeled the big blue recycling cart back into the house and parked it in the kitchen. He'd figured out that the weight needed to be located in the middle of the container for it to balance properly. If all the heavy stuff was in the top, he'd fight to hold it up. If all the weight was in the bottom, he'd have to fight to hold it down in a position to be pulled. He planned that the items in the bottom of the cart should be the things he wouldn't need until he reached Turner's cabin. He tossed the hatchet he'd found into that pile. He also included a claw hammer, a handsaw, and a screwdriver capable of taking multiple bits. He picked the best tarp out of the couple he'd found and put it in the bottom of the can. Carl had several hanks of tangled rope in the garage, and Dan tossed those in as well. He dug up every lighter and pack of matches in the entire house and sealed those in a plastic bag. Since plastic bags didn't weigh much, he tossed the spare baggies and a roll of garbage bags into his cart. He located a gallon of bleach in the laundry room, poured a cup or so of it into a glass jar, and carefully packed that in his cart. Since he didn't have any type of water filter, he could use a bandana to strain out debris, then treat any suspect drinking water with bleach. He remembered the ratio from his scouting days. Knowing that he might have to winter at Turner's cabin if he reached it alive, he went through Carl's closet for his warmest clothes. He found snow boots, thermal underwear, and a heavier down coat. None of it fit perfectly, but it was better than wearing animal hides and blankets. He crammed the clothing into a garbage bag and shoved it into his recycling cart. On a second pass, he picked up several sets of gloves, socks, and a face mask. There were a lot of things he could make or improvise, but good winter clothing was not among them. On top of the clothing, Dan started packing all the food that would last a while. Packaged pasta, jerky, tuna, and anything similar from Carl's cabinets. He would take some of the canned food to eat along the way, planning to eat the heaviest stuff first. The camping stove was also too heavy for the trip. Remembering something he'd seen on the internet, Dan went back to the garage to look for some denatured alcohol. Carl refinished musical instruments on occasion, so fortunately Dan found a nearly full can. He could modify a beer or soda can into a stove that would burn the fuel. Ultralight backpackers were fans of the stoves because they weighed very little. Dan would just take the fuel for now. He could find a can along the way and make the stove when he required one. He scoured the house for a multi-tool of some sort. He didn't find one but did find a Swiss Army knife in a bedroom drawer. He put that in his pack. He located a pair of tin snips in the garage, which he added to the cart. Both of those tools would help him make the stove. He decided to take the lever-action rifle into town with him, in addition to the .357 Magnum revolver. The lever action was light and the rounds would weigh less than shotgun shells. With that in mind, he packed the shotgun into his blue cart barrel down. He loaded it so he could extract and fire it in a hurry if the situation required. He searched the house and packed all the shotgun ammo he could find. He left room in the cart for the lantern, though they were notoriously fragile. The glass globe was easily broken, and too much jostling damaged the fine silk mantles that glowed with the burning gas. With that in mind, he tossed in all the candles he'd found, which wasn't very many. That left room in the top for the food he'd eat along the way and his extra water. He'd also chosen to set his pack up so that he could live out of it without the cart if it came to that. Abandoning the cart would be a worst-case scenario, but it could happen. If he came under attack and was in danger of being overrun, they could have the cart. It would suck, but he'd make do. He'd packed the warmest of Carl's sleeping bags into his blue cart along with a down comforter. In his own pack, he included the lighter sleeping bag he'd bought since arriving in Boise. He'd also have a tarp, matches, clothing, fishing gear, some food, and water. Living out of the pack would not be optimal, but he could survive. Dan sat down at the kitchen table and made himself a peanut butter sandwich. While he ate, he planned the remainder of his day. He'd make another pass through the house to make certain he hadn't missed anything of importance, then he'd do his final packing. He decided to store his blue cart in the garage while he was gone. If for some reason the house was broken into while he was in the city, they might not be able to get into the garage. If they did, the recycling can might not draw any attention out there. In the living room, it kind of stuck out like a sore thumb. When he studied the pile of gear he intended to take into town, he immediately saw a problem. Even with its small size, the lever-action rifle wasn't going to fit into his pack. He preferred not to carry it around in the open. It wasn't the Wild West, not yet. He could only imagine the type of negative attention the rifle might draw in the middle of the city, even under these conditions. Perhaps he could saw the stock off. He'd seen similar rifles made that way before. That would make it harder to shoot with any accuracy, and that was a problem. He didn't want to limit the capabilities of the rifle that his life may depend on. He made a pass through the house, specifically looking for anything he might use to conceal the small rifle. He started in the back of the house and immediately came upon the solution. Carl had several gig bags, soft-sided nylon cases for his instruments. Turned out that one of the banjo cases fit the little rifle perfectly. The case had a shoulder strap for carrying it and several zippered pockets Dan could stash ammo in. It was perfect. He would simply look like some stranded folk singer. With that taken care of, Dan cleaned himself up and combed his hair. He dressed in clean clothes and his comfortable hiking boots. He didn't need to look polished, but he didn't want to be so unkempt as to draw attention to himself. He organized his pack, strapped on the holster, and placed extra rounds for the .357 Magnum in his shirt pocket. Another box of ammo went in his pack. He used tape to again affix the Kabar knife to his belt in a horizontal position. He shoved the smallest of the tarps in his pack in case he got stuck in the rain. Thinking it might be beneficial to be able to break into a building if he had to, he retrieved a pry bar he'd spotted in the garage earlier. It wasn't something he wanted to do, but if he was already going to be an assassin, being a burglar too was that much of a stretch. As he randomly chose the gear to take with him on his mission, he was forced to admit he still didn't have a plan. Maybe he'd come up with something on his walk into the downtown. At least he hoped to. If not, he'd retake his position in the parking garage and watch Benjamin's building until something came to mind, no matter how long it took. 34. It was around noon when Dan finally left the house. He'd finished packing his recycling can and staged it in the garage, ready to go as soon as he got back. There were plenty of people outside in the neighborhood and they watched him cautiously as he walked off. They didn't know Dan, but he was beginning to look like the kind of neighbor you didn't want around. One night the cops were there, another day they heard gunshots coming from the house. Whoever he was, he must be trouble. Little did they know that in his previous life he was a guy in a cubicle, spending his days working the phone and making sure mobile homes got where they were supposed to go. Sometimes people would rise to the occasion, become the people that circumstances demand they become. Dan wasn't sure that was the case with him, but he liked the sound of it. Of course, it was also possible that his inner redneck had taken over and he was cool with that. He hadn't put up much of a fight, he kind of liked the guy. He didn't make eye contact with anyone on the street, keeping his head down. He wore his carry-on suitcase in a backpack configuration and had the gig bag containing the rifle slung over his left shoulder. The right hand was free to reach for the .357 revolver. He probably looked like he was leaving town and expected they'd be glad to see him go. The men who'd been working on the old Chevy truck had it running now. In the distance, Dan could hear an old panhead Harley tearing down the freeway. People were figuring things out. They were adapting. He had to assume there were more running vehicles in this city, but the owners might be afraid to bring them out. Dan understood that, if he had a running truck, he'd be hiding it in a garage until he could escape the city under the cover of darkness. It would beat the hell out of hoofing it, pushing a recycling cart down the road. Two kids zipped by him on skateboards, obviously excited that the current circumstance had made traffic less of an impediment to their sport. A kid on a bike was flying along behind them, cranking the pedals as fast as his legs could turn, trying to keep up. Two women walked along behind smaller children riding bikes with training wheels. They side-eyed Dan, but he was barely aware of their presence, intent on his mission. The smell of cooking meat filled the air. Someone was having a cookout. They were probably cleaning out a freezer and trying to use the meat before it went bad. Dan thought they should have been looking at other options, either making jerky or canning the meat. It would be wasteful to cook everything in a freezer just to clean it out. There would likely be a time they looked back on this day with regret, questioning how they could have been so wasteful. It wasn't an isolated occurrence. As Dan traveled through tree-lined neighborhoods, he passed dozens of homes where the same thing was taking place. He heard acoustic guitars and bad harmony. People were dusting off their Neil Young chops, their Jimmy Buffett, and their Alan Jackson. There was loud conversation. People were drinking, hanging out, and burning through groceries. More wasteful end-of-the-world parties. It wasn't entirely their fault they didn't see the scale of this. These people believed there would be an immediate effort to restore power and get things back to normal. They felt certain that in a week this would be nothing more than a bad memory. They didn't have all the information, though. No one did. Well, the Chinese had. Only they had known somehow of North Korea's intentions. In their obtuse and indirect manner, they tried to warn the world by claiming the disaster would be worse than Western scientists predicted. They hadn't been clear enough. The message had not gotten through. A week from now, these people would not be so cheery. There would be no guitars and cookouts, and anyone cooking in their yards would be looking over their shoulders and hoping to God that no one tried to steal their meal. This was the calm before the storm. The honeymoon before the chaos set in when neighbors were helping neighbors and kids were playing in the streets. While the world was distracted, Dan was going to accomplish what he set out to do and get the hell out of town. He retraced his route from the previous day, giving the medical center area a wide berth. The terrain blurred around him. He was so intent in his focus that his vision narrowed to a cone of awareness directly in front of him. There was more trash in the streets than the day before, but he barely noticed. He also missed a shattered storefront until he heard shards of broken glass grinding into the concrete beneath his boots. The atmosphere was a little more anxious than yesterday, more frantic, and fewer businesses were open. The people he passed were in a hurry. There was none of the sense of fellowship he'd seen yesterday. These were scared people who didn't want to be out in the open any longer than they had to. He wondered what had happened last night. What had changed? Before he knew it, he was through downtown and passing 8th Street. He barely glanced toward the entrance to Benjamin's building when he passed the neighborhood. He got enough of a look to see that there were still men gathered there, then kept going. He hurried to the parking garage he'd used for his stakeout yesterday. There were no frustrated guests trying to figure out their cars now. They'd likely realized the futility of it and given up. Dan imagined they were either sulking in their gloomy rooms or attempting to figure out some alternative means to get where they were going. That alternative means would likely have to be foot travel. Dan hustled straight to the 4th floor of the garage without seeing a soul. He found the same vantage point he'd used yesterday and settled in, dumping his pack and gig bag onto the ground beside him. Moving slowly as not to draw any attention, he raised his head and peered across the street. The first thing to come into his line of sight was the rooftop patio on Benjamin's building. There were significantly more people than before. In fact, there was a party going on just as he'd expected. One man was trying to get a boombox going, apparently hoping it was old enough that it wasn't damaged by the event. When he couldn't get it to produce music, he shouted a warning, then tossed it from the roof. Dan watched it crash onto a parked car. Now that he was looking at the street, Dan could see that tossing things from the roof had become a pastime for this group. There were a lot of shattered items laying around the street. Televisions, game systems, what looked like an aquarium, lots of bottles, and a dented beer keg. He halfway expected to see a shattered body somewhere, but they seemed not to have gotten to that point. Yet, there were women at the party. While they weren't wearing club clothing, neither were they dressed casually. There must have been a dress code or some kind of expectation that they appear a certain way. Dan could understand that. If you were a woman in this situation with no resources, you want to be invited to a party where there was food, drink, and safety. In fact, you'd probably do anything you could to stay in the good graces of the host. He could imagine there was a lot of that going on right now, people trying to secure positions within groups. Any type of organization that offered some protection or resources would be better than starving. While looking at the scattered garbage in the streets, Dan noticed that the guards had rolled cars into a U-shaped barricade around the building entrance, providing them with cover against attackers in a gunfight and would make it more difficult for people to rush the entrance. From Dan's position, he could easily fire directly down onto the men. He'd have no trouble taking them out unless they retreated into the building. The problem with taking out those guards with sniper fire was that it would alert everyone in the building to his presence. The element of surprise would be gone. He also had a clear shot at the rooftop from this position. He still had no clue as to which one of the men was Benjamin, though, so he didn't know who to shoot first. There was no clear-cut hierarchy. There wasn't one particular guy sitting in a Scarface throne and having the others kiss his ring. No one was giving out orders. It looked like a group of friends. They laughed and joked, traded barbs, drank. They were kings among the chaos. 2 grills were going, packed with steaks and chicken. Now that he'd noticed them, Dan couldn't block the smell from his head and it was distracting him. He dug into his pack and tore open an energy bar to fill the void in his stomach. It was a poor substitute. Chewing the chocolate-covered cardboard, he scanned the roof for ways to access it. There had to be a fire escape. When he located it, he saw that it didn't go all the way to the roof, stopping at the top row of windows on the side of the building. Even if he were able to reach the fire escape, he'd be 20 feet or so shy of reaching the roof. That wouldn't help. He looked at the surrounding buildings. They were generally of the same height and of similar construction, but none were close enough that he could step from one roof to the other. Even if he were a long jump medalist, he didn't think he could clear the distance with a leap. That was a shame because some of those other buildings had fire escapes that led all the way to the roof. One building in the process of getting remodeled drew Dan's attention. It faced a different street than Benjamin's building, so the entrance was out of sight of his guards. Scaffolding was erected on one side, and the roof was covered with a variety of contractor equipment. There were ladders, a generator, stacks of extension cords, and a wheelbarrow. This could be what he was looking for. If he got on that roof, he could better hear the conversation taking place on top of Benjamin's building. Perhaps he'd overhear someone using the name and he'd know who to take out. With a sigh, Dan sat down and leaned back against the wall. He was overthinking this. He didn't have time to sit there in stealth mode waiting for the target to reveal himself. He could sit there passively all night and still not have a face to put with the name. He needed to make this happen. This situation required a hillbilly, not a spy. Fuck it, he muttered, standing abruptly and looking around the parking garage. He spotted a trash can near the elevator, just what he was looking for. He removed the lid and neatly slid the garbage bag out, tied the bag shut, and set it to the side. He hauled the empty garbage can to the secluded spot where he'd been hiding, hid it behind a concrete column, and stashed his gear inside. He put the lid back on the can and backed off. It looked like it belonged there. Surely no one would bother it while he stepped away for a few minutes. Dan unzipped the down jacket as he strolled out of the parking garage. The .357 was on his hip and the knife concealed on his left side. He didn't anticipate this turning ugly, but it was best to be prepared for such things. As soon as he turned onto the block, he had the full undivided attention of the men guarding the entrance to Benjamin's building. At first, they just watched him, assuming he'd made a wrong turn or was just too dumb to understand he wasn't welcome there. Dan met their eyes, walking directly toward them. The closer he got, the more their demeanor changed. Whereas a few days ago their approach might have been to use intimidation and whispered threats to deter an unexpected guest, they were emboldened now. Guns were pulled from waistbands and brandished openly. An AR-15 was pulled from one of the cars in the barricade and held at the ready. Dan continued on, a slight smile on his face, hands in sight. Strangely, he felt no fear. He felt alive, perhaps the most alive he'd felt in decades. He was a man unburdened, shed of his history. He was a man in touch with who he was at the core of his being. "That's far enough," one of the men called out as Dan closed in. He was wearing a leather jacket over a t-shirt. A heavy gold chain dangled around his neck, catching the light. Dan stopped within 40 feet of the car barricade. He stood among the debris of things tossed off the roof. Circuit boards, chunks of plastic, glass, and empty beer cans surrounded him. "Good afternoon, gentlemen. I'd like to speak to Benjamin, please." Despite using his professional voice, his phone voice, his Tennessee accent refused to stay hidden. "You're a long way from the South, redneck, you lost." Dan ignored the comment. "Benjamin, please." "He's busy," Gold Chain replied. Dan gave a disappointed expression. "That's unfortunate. I've come a long way to see him." "Unfortunate for you maybe," replied another of the men. He wore a down vest over turtleneck sweater. He was holding the AR, though it was not aimed at Dan yet. "Don't take it out on me just because you guys didn't get invited to the party. It's not my fault you're the only people working tonight in this whole damn city." "Get the fuck out of here," Gold Chain said. "Go while you can still walk, old man." "Now that's no way to talk to people. Why don't you holler up there and tell him that he has a visitor? Tell him Jasmine sent me." The men were hesitant now. Dan could see the doubt. The name Jasmine must be familiar to them. What if Benjamin was up there waiting on this guy and had forgot to tell them? In the absence of a working cell phone, Gold Chain hopped up on the hood of one of the cars and looked toward the roof. He cupped his hands around his mouth and yelled, "Yo, Benjamin." Dan backed away slowly. He wanted to be in a good position to see who poked their head over the edge. At the same time, he needed to put some distance between himself and these men in case he had to run. There really wasn't any ending in which they weren't pissed off at him for disturbing their party. All roads led to them wanting to kill him or kick his ass. He needed to stay on his toes. Still, there was no fear. He was alert, wary. When no one came to the edge and looked over, Gold Chain yelled again. "Benjamin, there's somebody here asking for you." When he was done yelling, Gold Chain glowered at Dan. Apparently the indignity of having to stand in the street screaming was not improving his mood. A man's head appeared at the edge of the waist-high parapet wall. Dan stared at him, memorizing his features. "Was this Benjamin? He says he's busy," the man called down. "What the fuck you want?" Gold Chain gestured toward Dan. "He says Jasmine sent him here to see Benjamin. I don't want to run him off if it's important." "What's he want me to do?" The man on the roof turned away from the edge. Dan couldn't hear his words but assumed he was relaying Gold Chain's message to someone who had, up until a minute ago, been enjoying the party. In seconds, people began appearing along the edge of the roof, not just Benjamin but apparently everyone in attendance at the party. There were perhaps 24 people now lined up and staring down at him. They wanted to see what was going to happen. At the same time, Dan was staring back up at them just as intently, trying to determine who was in charge. Yo dude, you're on, Gold Chain said, breaking Dan's train of thought. You got the man's attention, don't be wasting his fucking time. My name is Dan, I'm looking for Benjamin. He spoke loudly, his voice echoing off the flat plains of the buildings. When there was no reaction among the line of faces, Dan continued. Jasmine sent me. The faces continued staring without comment. Dan felt a twinge of pain in his neck. Looking up was getting old. He looked down and stretched his neck. It crackled and popped. Finally, a man spoke. He had close-cropped hair and facial stubble. He wore a gold chain over a turtleneck. It was, as Turner had described, like he got his style cues from Russian mobsters or Eurotrash thugs. Fuck that bitch. Why would I want to see anyone that piece of garbage sent? The man asked. Dan shrugged. She wanted me to let you know that Bigfoot was dead. The man, presumably Benjamin, waved an arm around. Gold bracelets caught the light of the setting sun. He laughed. Like I give a fuck about him either. What happened to the big dumb bastard? He choked to death on his own slobber. Dan smiled. No, I killed him. The grin on Benjamin's face faded. He looked toward one of the men on the roof and nodded. Several of the men backed away from the edge of the roof out of Dan's sight. Were they coming after him? Before he could stir himself into motion, the men reappeared. Now they all had objects in their hands, raised high above their heads. They were going to bombard him with more of the things they'd been throwing into the street. Oh shit, Gold Chain yelled to his men, jumping from the car hood. They're throwing stuff again. Get back. Dan had been concerned about the men at street level pursuing him, but they were scared for their own lives. Their fear kicked him into action. He turned and got 2 steps away before a flat-screen television landed in the place he'd been standing. It exploded and shards of plastic sprayed him like shrapnel. He ran erratically, trying to avoid the falling missiles. The party-goers cheered and laughed. Dan dodged and jumped, hurdling the debris already on the ground from their previous antics. A beer bottle sailed over his head, shattering in the street. That had been too close for comfort. An empty cooler was slung like a shot put but had no accuracy. It landed a dozen feet away, chunks of brightly colored plastic flew in all directions. Shoot him, Benjamin shouted. The men at street level had all retreated into the doorway. Scared to expose themselves to falling debris, they stuck their guns out and began firing blindly, not even bothering to aim at the fleeing Dan. The relief he felt at getting out of missile range was short-lived. The first gunshot shattered his false sense of security. He ducked down an alley and sprinted hard. Behind him, he could hear Benjamin scream, "Get him!" 35. Dan sprinted down the alley, running for his life. He had to maintain what little lead he had. His mind raced, trying to figure out what he was going to do. For once in his life, he hadn't thought very far ahead. If Benjamin sent 24 men flooding out into these empty streets, it might be hard to stay ahead of them. Some blocks presented no cover at all. He had no intention of letting them track him down like a wounded animal. Part of him wanted to stop and fight. He could find a good position, let them close in on him, and open fire with the handgun. At this point, only the men who'd been behind the barricade would be close enough to reach him, and he could easily handle the 3 of them. However, those shots would give away his position. They would provide a location for the rest of Benjamin's men to run toward, which was the last thing he wanted. He barreled straight for the parking garage where he'd stashed his gear. As his mind raced, a plan materialized. He'd seen a vehicle abandoned by a frustrated guest at the hotel. Dan had noticed him cursing because his car wouldn't start. He'd cleaned out all his stuff and kicked in the fenders in frustration. He'd also left the trunk standing open. If Dan could extract his gear from the garbage can and get in that trunk, he'd be well hidden. His pursuers would never expect him to hide in a car trunk. He could lay low until things settled down. When it was quiet, he could hit the release mechanism that all vehicles had now, allowing a person trapped in the trunk to escape. It was a simple mechanical switch that didn't require any power to work. He barreled through the entrance to the parking garage, skirting the barricade and heading for the ramp to the 2nd floor. He heard shouting in the street but couldn't tell if any of his pursuers were close. At the 2nd floor, he grabbed onto the handrail at the end of the ramp, slinging himself toward the next one. His legs began to tire. His knees wobbled and his heart pounded. His breath was like a mechanical bellows racing to pump air into his failing engine. He hadn't run this far in years. He didn't know how far he'd gone, but it was right at the limit of his ability to keep pace. If there was an optimal fitness level for the apocalypse, he was not there. He slowed to a walk and fought to catch his breath, then sped back up to a jog. When he finally reached the floor where he'd stashed his gear, he ran directly to the garbage can. He supposed he could have hidden first and retrieved his gear later when it was safe, but he couldn't take a chance on losing it. He'd die without the contents of that pack. It was his lifeline and his future. He fished his pack out of the can and slung it over one shoulder, then retrieved the cased rifle and bolted toward the distant Lincoln with its spacious trunk. He placed his gear inside and climbed in with it. He reached up and found a handhold on the inside of the trunk lid, then pulled it gently down on him. Not wanting to make any more noise than necessary, he waited until the lid was nearly closed and then tugged on it. It latched shut with a solid click. He gave it a shove to test that it was securely latched. Only then, as he confirmed he was solidly shut inside the trunk, did it occur to him that he probably should have located the escape latch before he locked himself in. Now he would have to use a lighter to locate it when the time came. Aware that he might have to stay in the trunk for a while, he attempted to settle in and get comfortable. He rolled from his side to his back. His heart was pounding, his breathing hard. As he moved around, he was struck with a horrible cramp in his right leg. It was one of those paralyzing calf cramps that felt as if the muscle was determined to shred itself into little pieces. Out of reflex, he attempted to sit upright and massage the muscle. He immediately struck his forehead on the inside of the trunk lid. This not only produced an audible thump but felt as if he might have sliced his head open. He growled and cursed. He tried to roll onto his side, but it only made the pain worse. He fought his way onto his back and lay diagonally in the trunk, shoving his legs as far as he could get them to straighten his leg out. While he couldn't straighten fully, he managed to get his leg out enough that he could manage the pain of the cramp. The agony was ridiculous, an intense ball of fiery torment that would be sore for days. The cramp had to be from the combination of physical exertion and dehydration. Unable to do anything else at the moment and not hearing anyone moving around on this level of garage, he felt around for his pack. He found the zipper and eased it open, removing a bottle of water and some beef jerky. The salty jerky would help restore his sodium. He tore the bag open and shoved a piece in his mouth, chewing the leathery meat as if desperately trying to root medication into his body. When his jaw got tired from the chewing, he chased the jerky with a long drink of water. He had no idea what would happen next, but he did know that he intended to finish this tonight if he could find a way to do it. He knew what Benjamin looked like now. That was the one piece of information he'd been lacking earlier. He had a target to aim for. He had a face to go with a bullet. Now it was just a matter of getting that face in front of his weapon. For an hour he lay there in the dark. He knew it was an hour because he located the lighter in his pocket and checked his watch. During that time he finished the jerky and a second bottle of water. At various points in his confinement he heard shouting and gunshots. Since they weren't shouting or shooting at him, he could only imagine his pursuers had crossed paths with other souls unfortunate enough to be on the street. He used the lighter to look for the trunk release, fortunately locating it before the lighter got too hot to hold. When he activated it, there was a sprawling sound, then a click, and the trunk lid raised of its own accord. Fresh, cool air poured onto Dan. He hadn't realized how stuffy the trunk was until abruptly confronted with the open air. He sat up in the trunk and listened. It was late evening now and darkness had fallen. The sky was the dusky blue of an early spring night. Somewhere a vehicle old enough to be operating was charging down the highway. He wondered how long it would be before Benjamin's group decided they needed running vehicles and went out in search of one. He hoped they wouldn't have the opportunity. He didn't intend to let them live long enough. At least not Benjamin. He didn't really care about the rest of them. If they were smart enough to run, they might live. If they stuck around, he'd show no mercy. Dan hopped out of the trunk and stretched his stiff, painful muscles. In the recesses of the parking garage, there was barely enough light to see anything. He had to feel around the floor of the trunk to locate his rifle and pack. He slung the pack onto his back, but standing there holding the gig bag, he decided there was no point in keeping the rifle hidden any longer. He opened the case and removed the lever-action rifle. He worked the lever, chambering around, then removed the spare ammo from the pockets on the gig bag. He topped off the tube magazine, then stashed the spare ammo in his pack. He walked back to the trash can where he'd stowed his gear earlier. There he removed the shoulder strap from the gig bag and clipped it onto the sling swivels on the rifle. The empty gig bag went into the trash can and he replaced the lid. He doubted he'd need the gig bag again, but he didn't want it walking off in case he did. He slung the rifle over his shoulder and walked to the edge of the building. Keeping most of his body concealed behind a column, he peered out onto Benjamin's rooftop. There were candles burning and a low fire going in a metal fire pit, but there were no people standing around anymore. Were they all out looking for him? Dan scanned the windows and noticed people moving around in the top floor of the building. Tall windows revealed a loft illuminated by candles and lanterns. He didn't see Benjamin, but the window only allowed him to see a fraction of the room. He had to be in there. He wouldn't be out himself looking for someone so inconsequential as Dan. He wouldn't let his party be ruined, leave the manhunt to the peons, to the paid soldiers. He stood there for a long time, watching the building, hoping that his target might present itself. When it didn't, his gaze wandered and took his mind with it. He stared at the fire pit again. The practical side of his personality found it irresponsible for them to leave the fire going on the roof. What if a stray ember set the building on fire? Dan could only hope. With a slow smile, he realized he could do much more than hope the building caught on fire. Perhaps he could help. 36. Taking careful steps and touching the backs of cars as he went, Dan negotiated his way out of the parking garage using memory as his guide. Very little ambient light made its way into the structure. Once he was on the street, there was enough moonlight that he could make out shapes. It was a good thing he was now familiar with the layout of the neighborhood, because reading signs or even referring to his map would be difficult at this point. He went west, keeping buildings between him and Benjamin's place until he turned left and headed north. He stopped and peered around the corner. Benjamin's crew must have decided they had no hope of catching him in the dark. They returned to their base and built a fire in a metal garbage can they'd stolen from the corner. Dan could hear the crackling flames and the murmur of conversation. Even in the darkness, he didn't want to take a chance on crossing the street here. The moonlight could silhouette him against a lighter surface. It might give Benjamin's men just enough to pop off a shot at him. He decided to go down a block, cross there, and then make his way back. The detour took him around 10 minutes. He headed north, looking for the first alley on his left. When he found it, there was caution tape stretched across the entrance. He couldn't see the color in the darkness, but the shiny plastic material caught enough moonlight to reflect the light. Dan ripped it down and stepped into the construction zone. The alley felt like a canyon at this point, with tall buildings to either side preventing any moonlight from reaching street level. Dan had some recollection of the layout. He'd passed by this way yesterday, glancing up this very alley to check out the fire escape situation. He'd noticed then that the construction company had left an aluminum ladder chained to the lowest tier of the fire escape. To prevent rogues from climbing up without permission, fire escapes typically weren't accessible from street level. The construction company had circumvented that to give themselves easy access to the roof. Presumably no one should care since the building was gutted and unoccupied. Dan slung his rifle over his back and stepped tentatively onto the lowest rung of the ladder, testing it. The ladder rattled a bit under his weight. He would need to go slowly since he couldn't see, one step at a time. He couldn't hurry. He knew Benjamin's men weren't on the roof any longer, but that didn't mean he could be reckless. If they discovered him, he'd be trapped on the roof with no means of escape. He'd be like a treed animal surrounded by hounds and hunters. Dan took a deep breath and started to climb. He went up a rung, paused, moved his hands, then went up another rung, slow and steady. He felt the burn in his legs from climbing with the additional weight of his pack. They were probably still sore from all the walking too. When he reached the top of the ladder, he felt around for the stable platform of the fire escape. He carefully transitioned from the ladder to the metal catwalk. His legs wobbled and he worried they'd buckle, but he made it. He was glad that part was behind him for now. With his visibility impaired by the darkness, it had been nerve-wracking. He locked a hand around the safety railing and moved toward the far end of the platform. There he would climb the steel stair treads to the next level. The steps were considerably more solid than the ladder he'd been using. A sturdy handrail on each side allowed him to pull himself with his arms, helping spare his aching legs. He quickly reached the second landing, then continued on in the same manner until he reached the uppermost platform. There were no steps on this landing, only a steel ladder bolted to the wall that continued on up to the roof. He didn't know if this was intended as a fire escape or designed as a way for maintenance technicians to access the roof. He paused for a moment to catch his breath and wipe his sweating palms. The ladder was rusty, the paint beginning to peel. Dan couldn't see it, but he could feel the texture beneath his hands. The ladder was completely vertical, steeper than the aluminum ladder at the base of the building, and it took a lot of effort to reach the top. He could feel the weight of his pack pulling against him as he climbed. His legs again trembled from the effort, unused to this kind of workout. When he reached the top, he carefully climbed over the parapet wall and sank to the ground. He pulled off his hat and wiped the sweat from his brow. Sagging back against the wall, he stared at the sky. It was a clear night. Half the moon was visible and more stars than he could recall seeing in a long time. With no light pollution to wash them out, they were brilliant. As his breathing returned to normal, he scanned the roof. He'd spent so much time staring down on this building that he was pretty familiar with the layout. The construction company had used a crane to stage the job. They'd lifted piles of scaffolding and walkboards onto the roof. There was a large generator and several cans of fuel. Dan knew that the bulky rectangular shapes he saw were steel toolboxes containing the crew's tools. He slid out of his pack and laid the rifle across it, then walked to the edge that looked out onto Benjamin's building. Their fire was getting low and several candles had burned out. It seemed wasteful. Benjamin must not be concerned about resources, assuming the entire city was at his disposal. Perhaps it was. Maybe Benjamin planned to live there indefinitely, draining the downtown of every last drink, every bite of food, and every single resource available. Dan took a moment to think about his task and his resources. First, he had to get onto the roof of Benjamin's building, and he needed to figure out how. There were several walkboards with the scaffolding system. These were long aluminum planks that could span long distances. While one of them looked to be about 24 feet long, more than enough to bridge the distance between the buildings, they were probably too heavy for him to slide across. There were several aluminum extension ladders, though, and some of them were longer than the planks. They weren't ideal, but he'd seen on television that climbers attempting Mount Everest used aluminum ladders as bridges to span crevasses. He stared at Benjamin's roof, forming his plan. "Fire," he whispered. "I'm going to burn you out like a rat." Building a fire using the candles and remnants of the fire pit wasn't practical. It would take too long to get a blaze of sufficient size to destroy Benjamin's hideout. He needed an accelerant. He poked through the construction materials, using the moonlight as his illumination and carefully flicking the lighter for additional light. Not only was there a gas-fired generator available, there were two 5-gallon cans of gasoline. One was full, the other about halfway. He also found a metal 5-gallon bucket with a pouring spout on top. The label stated that it contained paint thinner, highly flammable paint thinner. That was a start. He had the accelerants and looked around to see what else was at his disposal. He found 2 contractor-grade garbage bags filled with trash and knotted at the top. He pulled out his pocket knife and made a slit down each bag. Soda cans, plastic water bottles, rags, bent nails, and plastic packaging spilled out at his feet. He flicked the lighter and cupped a hand around the flame. He gathered a few items and shoved them into an empty bucket laying nearby. Dan ferried the gas cans and the paint thinner to the wall nearest Benjamin's building, along with his bucket of trash. After a few moments of consideration, he came up with what he thought was the best plan for extending a ladder across the gap. Since most of the noise from the ladder would come from extending the individual sections, he would do that part while the ladder laid flat on the roof of this empty building. Hopefully, the high walls along the edge would help contain some of the sound. He picked a suitable ladder and began to extend it. Deciding that it made too much noise, he used some scraps of wire to fasten the safety locks open so they wouldn't clatter over each individual rung as the ladder was extended. Once he'd done that, the ladder slid out with only the slightest sound of aluminum rubbing against aluminum. When the length was right, he removed the wire from the safety locks and carefully lowered them into place. He didn't want the ladder to accidentally retract while he was shoving it across the chasm. Needing to muffle the sound of sliding it over the edge of the wall, Dan found a rolled-up drop cloth left behind by some painters. He folded the drop cloth into a neat rectangle and laid it over the metal cap topping the brick wall. He lifted the end of the ladder and placed it gently on the drop cloth. Satisfied with that, he hurried back to the far end of the ladder and lifted it in both hands. Like a man sliding a long board into the bed of a truck, Dan crept forward one step at a time. He had a little over 14 feet stretched out into space before he hit the point where the extensions of the ladder overlapped, creating a lip that hooked on the edge. Holding the sides of a ladder like a wheelbarrow, Dan raised his right hand enough to work the snag over the obstacle. He did the same with his left hand and he was over. Despite the weight of the ladder floating out in space, the majority of the extended ladder was still on Dan's side, the weight acting as a counterbalance. He began moving forward again, 2 feet, 4 feet, 6 feet. Then he was there. He lowered the ladder carefully, the wall on his building creating a pivot on which the length of ladder seesawed. The far side settled into position without even a sound. Dan didn't realize he'd been holding his breath until he sucked in a deep gasp. He stared at the bridge he'd created, now a lot less confident in his plan. He was afraid of heights but had been spared this terror while climbing up the fire escape because of the darkness. From this vantage point, there was just enough moonlight for him to see the open space below the ladder. It wasn't like this was a bridge with handrails or even proper scaffolding. It was a precarious setup in the best of times and certainly not OSHA-approved. He not only had to get himself across this gap, but his supplies too. The climbers he saw doing this on television had heavy packs, steel crampons, and goggles, yet walked across the rungs of the flat ladder like it was nothing. Dan had visions of doing the same thing but now understood there was no way he was going to do that. He would die, either of falling or of fear. After making another pass around his own roof, he came up with a plan to slide one of the solid aluminum planks across the ladder, making a smooth walking surface upon which he could cross. It was a tedious process, the heavy plank making a grating sound as it slowly slid into position on top of the ladder. When he was done, he had a flat bridge, but it was only 16 inches wide. He would have to be very careful and look close enough to make sure of his footfalls, but not so closely that he would get vertigo. Falling and dying was not an option. Dan staged all the materials he wanted to take across: gas, paint thinner, his bucket of trash, and his rifle. He slung the rifle across his back and heaved the 2 gas cans up onto the walkboard, setting them down as gently as he could. He was going to do this Wallenda style, walking the tightrope with a heavy load to counterbalance him. He climbed onto the narrow plank on his hands and knees, expecting that he'd simply spring to his feet, but his body refused to cooperate. His heart pounded in his ears like a passing train. He was suddenly sweating, his muscles grew stiff and unresponsive. "Do it," he hissed, "quit screwing around." As much as he wanted to lay on his stomach and hug the board like a terrified child wrapped around a parent's leg, he forced himself to move. He got his breathing under control and got to his knees. Holding the board tightly in his hands, he worked his feet under him until he was squatting, then rose to a standing position, arms extended like he was surfing. Terror gripped him like an icy claw, his jaw clenched until he thought his teeth might shatter. His chest contracted with utter panic. Move, he thought, get on with it. He took the handle of a gas can in each hand, then stood upright and focused on his destination. He would not look down, he would not watch his feet. He would watch the place he wanted to end up and focus on taking small, tight steps. "Carl, you fucking see this? You see what I'm doing?" He tried to imagine that he was not on a plank high up in the air. He was a kid crossing a narrow log bridge in a state park. There was creek beneath him, not concrete. If he fell, it would be to cold water and laughter, not certain death. When he reached the far end of the plank, he had to reverse the entire procedure. He couldn't jump off the plank with 2 heavy gas cans. The thud of his landing might be heard. Even his steps across the roof might be audible. He would have to keep that in mind. He bent at the knees and set the 2 cans on the walkboard, then slowly eased himself down onto the rubber surface of the roof. The feeling of relief was so overwhelming that it almost overcame him. He could feel emotions welling in himself. "Sissy." The thought was so loud within his own head he wondered if it was his own mind or if Carl was sending him a verbal message from beyond. Not wanting to walk around any more than he had to, Dan placed the 2 cans down on the surface of the roof. He climbed back onto the plank and this time he scooted. It was a little less scary but was awkward. Back on the roof of the vacant building, he set the paint thinner and bucket of trash onto his bridge, then ferried them across in the same manner as his earlier load, walking carefully upright. It was only slightly less terrifying this time. He again dropped onto Benjamin's roof and transferred his load off the bridge. Before doing anything, he stood there for a moment, getting his plan together. He scanned what he could see of the roof. It was an older building, probably built in the early 1900s. He suspected it had wood framing, which would go up easy if he could get the fire down inside the structure. He knew from his years in the construction industry that the easiest way to do that was to get his accelerant down through the roof penetrations. Plumbing vents, sheet metal vents for gas appliances, and numerous other pipes were poking up through the roof, fastened with rubber boots and sealed against weather. Plumbing vents from the time this building was built would be made of cast iron, the joints packed with a substance called oakum, then sealed with lead. Though the cast iron could transition to a newer material somewhere down the line, he might not be able to get the gas far enough that the fire would spread. He'd have to find a PVC vent stack from a plumbing renovation. A dryer vent would also be perfect, especially if it was full of nice combustible lint. As much as he hated to, Dan removed his boots to soften his steps, then began a survey of the roof. He wanted to know exactly what he was doing before he put his plan into action. 37. Dan found 4 of the plumbing vents were made of PVC pipe. There was no doubt as to what they were. Getting within range of the septic odor they emitted was enough to confirm their purpose. He also found a hooded metal vent coated with fuzzy lint, likely from a laundry room or an individual dryer. With as few steps as possible, he choreographed his plan and staged the materials. When he was done, he put his shoes back on. It was time. He took a deep breath and got started. He took the full gas can and split the contents between the 4 PVC plumbing vents, pouring as quietly as he could. If Benjamin's folks heard anything, he wanted it to be the slow running of a liquid rather than the chugging sound of a heavy pour. When he was done, he set the can down and hurried to the dryer vent, carefully removed the metal hood from the pipe, and poured the full 5 gallons of paint thinner down the line. Before he lit anything, he dumped half of the remaining gas into the trash can the partiers had been using. He stood the trash can on the edge of the roof, just above the entrance. He lit a rag and tossed it inside. With a whoosh, flames shot 10 feet into the air. Dan could see his pyre reflecting off the windows on the opposite side of the street just before he kicked the can off the edge. The guards below yelled out as the flaming debris landed within their barricade of cars. Dan drew his knife and put several long slits in the top of a plastic gas can. He dropped it over the edge, aiming for the flaming garbage can below. When it landed, the slits blew open and gas sprayed in all directions. There was another whoosh and a black mushroom cloud rose in the air as everything within the barricade was instantly aflame. He heard a scream and a flaming man shot from the shadows, beating at his clothing, trying in vain to extinguish the flames. Dan ran back to the dryer vent and shoved a burning rag into the top. The solvent lit, tracing a fiery path down the saturated lint, following it into the laundry room. The gas-filled plumbing vents took no effort at all to light. Simply waving a flaming rag in their direction was enough to ignite the concentrated gas fumes. Each pipe was like a cannon, a fireball erupting out the top as the gas exploded within the confines of the pipe. Dan could imagine the plastic pipe melting inside the walls, burning trails of petroleum-based PVC streaming down the inside of the walls and setting the wood framing alight. Wasting no time admiring his work, Dan hurried to his bridge and climbed up. He found that the fires had impaired his night vision, making it difficult to see the surface of the bridge. Slow as it was, he decided to scoot across on his butt. There would be less chance of falling, less opportunity to step off into the void. Halfway across, he heard loud voices and screaming inside Benjamin's building. Smoke must be beginning to seep into the rooms. He imagined them panicking, gathering their belongings and trying to save some of the items they'd looted. Dan expected them to run for the front entrance out of habit. They wouldn't get far. He could smell burning tires from the fire he'd started there. The fuel tanks would soon melt and add to the inferno. They would have to find another exit from the building. Dan was okay with that. It wasn't his intention to burn all of Benjamin's people to death. His sole intention was to force the man out into the open. Benjamin would be angry and indignant, concerned about the setback to their operation. Without his headquarters and the resources they'd amassed, his crew might disband and look for greener pastures. They might even branch out and form their own crews. That was the problem with buying friends. Their loyalty was only as deep as your pockets. Once across the bridge, Dan hopped to the ground and tore across the rooftop. He tripped once over a coiled extension cord but regained his footing. "Slow down, idiot," he proceeded with more caution. At the top of the fire escape, he looped the rifle around his neck, letting it dangle in front of his body. He shouldered his pack and mounted the roof ladder. He tried to move quickly but without hurrying. This would be a bad place to slip. He wasn't as cautious about making noise at this point, certain that anyone who might have been listening now had bigger problems on their hands. He reached the bottom of the ladder, the top landing of the fire escape, and ran across the platform to the metal stairs. Heart pounding, he held the railings and tried not to move too fast. The last thing he needed was a fall or an injury. In no time, he was at the bottom landing and transitioned to the aluminum ladder for the last leg of his descent. Only when he was finally on the ground did he breathe easy again. He ran to the end of the alley and shot out into the street. He swung right, barreled down the sidewalk, and stopped at the next intersection, peering around the corner of a brick storefront, looking toward Benjamin's building. There were people standing around in the garbage-strewn street. The cars that formed the barricade were fully engulfed now, flames rising high in the air and scorching the asphalt around them. A window blew out from the heat and a woman screamed. The assembly backed up as shards of glass rained down on the street. That was followed by another window shattering, then another. In the glow of the flames, Dan saw people he recognized from Benjamin's roof. The women huddled together, crying and hugging each other, trying to stay warm. They weren't dressed for this. Just beyond them, Dan spotted a tall man with close-cropped hair. A gold chain around his neck shimmered in the light of the fire. He was ranting and cursing as men staggered from the building, their arms full. Some had coolers, armloads of guns, or heavy duffel bags. "Put that shit down," the man barked. "Get back in there." "It's too hot," someone replied. "There's too much smoke." The tall man whipped a pistol from his waistband and pointed it at the man. "Now." Dan was certain he recognized the tall man from when he glared down at him from the rooftop. It was Benjamin. "Fucking wannabe mobster," Dan whispered. He unslung the lever-action rifle and shouldered it. He braced the barrel against the corner of the building and leveled his sights on the figure. The target was agitated and moving around a lot, but his white turtleneck made him a clear target in the bright firelight. Dan smiled as he cocked the stiff hammer with his thumb. Aiming for the center of the man's back, he squeezed the trigger. There was a massive boom as the round fired. The sound rang off the buildings, echoing down the street, but Dan heard the nearly simultaneous thump of the heavy hunting round slapping meat. The figure in his sights slammed forward and dropped to the ground unmoving. The women standing around him screamed and scattered. A man rushed from the darkness toward the fallen figure and crouched beside it on his knees. Dan nervously ratcheted another round into the chamber and braced the rifle for a second shot. Boom! The body on the ground jerked in response to the heavy round. The man kneeling at his side fell backward, scrambling away. The shot had whizzed right past him. Dan considered putting a round in that man too, but that wasn't the mission. He'd killed the man he set out to kill. Sticking around any longer just gave the enemy more time to regroup and come after him. Dan was done. There was no time for another shot and no time for gauging his success. Benjamin was either dead or would be soon, with no ambulance and no emergency rooms. While his crew was distracted, Dan slipped back around the corner and hurried off to the north unseen. He made no effort to remain low-key. He ran full tilt, the rifle in his hands, trying to put as much distance between him and the burning building as he could. When his lungs burned from the effort of his escape, he slowed to a fast walk. The moonlight reflected off the asphalt and the sides of buildings. Dan's eyes adjusted and he could make out the nuances in the darkness, the deeper shadows within the night. It probably wasn't the safest time or place to be alone on foot now that he had time to think about it, but that was the situation and there was no changing it. If he ran into anyone interested in giving him a hard time tonight, they better bring their A-game. After all, he'd just killed a man and his adrenaline was up. What was one more dead body at this point? In fact, he'd probably killed enough people to technically be defined as a mass murderer or something. It wasn't the career path he'd once seen for himself. His grandmother would not be proud, even if the people were trash, as she'd likely call them. He imagined running into an old coworker at the grocery store. "So Dan, what you been up to since you retired?" "Oh, killed a few folks, mostly out west, no one you'd know." Thoughts like that made him wonder about himself sometimes. He just wasn't right these days. He may have been once, but he certainly wasn't anymore. Was this his midlife crisis? A sports car would have been so much easier than a killing spree. He pushed the distracting thoughts out of the way and concentrated on what he was doing. This was not a time to let his mind wander. Get your head in the game. He checked his rifle and saw that he'd failed to cycle the action after the last shot. He worked the lever and the empty brass cartridge ejected into the darkness, clinking as it hit the pavement and rolled away. Dan retracted the lever, closing the action and chambering another round. He retrieved 2 fresh ones from his shirt pocket and slid them into the tube magazine by feel alone. Hurrying through the downtown, he caught flickers of movement. He wasn't the only one out and about on this night. He stepped to the center of the street and walked there, along the dividing line. It gave someone hiding in an alley or behind a car less chance to spring out and surprise him. He would have time to react, time to shoot. He pondered the idea of finding a place in the city to hole up for the night. A dumpster, an alley, an abandoned car, anything would do. He could wait until daytime and get to Carl's house with less risk. He talked himself out of it. Dan was done with this city. He wanted to get back to Carl's place, grab a few hours of sleep, and head out at first light. He was ready to find Turner and get on with whatever was next. Judging by the things life kept throwing at him, it was bound to be something utterly ridiculous. Maybe he shouldn't be in such a hurry after all. He was ready to close the books on Boise, though. The trip certainly hadn't gone as expected. He'd come there to settle a friend's estate, to pack Carl's life up in a rental truck and haul it back to his mother. Instead, he'd walked into a murder and had exacted some Tennessee justice on the offender. He'd flown to Boise and he'd burned it down. 38. Dan moved through the night like a bandit, or at least an arsonist and murderer. His body was hyper-alert, hyper-vigilant, but it wasn't out of fear or anxiety. He was strangely in tune with the night and with his surroundings. Indeed, he felt freer than he'd felt in years. He felt unburdened. He could recall no point in his adult life where all his needs and goals had been reduced to a single attainable item. It felt that way tonight. He'd only had one task on his to-do list and he'd hammered it. He'd marked through it with permanent ink. He could leave Boise with no regrets and go on with the rest of his life, whatever that might look like. Throughout Dan's adult life, he'd experienced recollections related to whatever he was thinking, doing, or feeling at the time. He assumed everyone did. That was the way memory came. You didn't see your entire life all at once. You only got snatches of the past, triggered by what you were doing at the moment. Sometimes those triggers themselves were so obscure, so deeply buried, that you didn't even know what they were. Was it a familiar smell buried deep in the recesses of your brain? Was it the way the light hit the trees, an old photograph, a song on the radio, someone you saw in a store who reminded you of someone you used to know, someone long dead and gone? As Dan walked through the streets of Boise that night, he saw his life stretched before him like a river, from headwaters to where it joined the sea. It wasn't fragments of his life, but the whole thing unrolled like a map on a table. He saw where he started and where he ended up. He saw all the places he'd been along the way, all the things that had happened to him, all the people he'd met and the things he'd done. Every single moment of it. For the first time in his life, he had total perspective. He understood how every minute shaped the others. Things he'd done in the past influenced the present, even when he wasn't aware of it. Things like leaving Jubal Wagner to die in the river. He now understood the burden that experience on the bridge had placed on him. Like Carl, he'd carried it with him every step of his adult life. While he thought he was coping with the memory, dealing with it and moving on, it had weighed him down. He'd never been aware of it eating at him, eroding him, but it had. The experience had profoundly changed him. On some level, it had even traumatized him. If that one night had not happened, would he be a different man? Looking back on himself as a teenage boy, he'd been a lot wilder, more untamed. He was open to fun and to new experiences and didn't worry and obsess over details. He didn't regret. As an adult, he'd clamped down on his emotions. He was obsessive about details and control. He restrained his life, corralled it, and he saw now that it all traced back to that one moment where he'd lost control. It felt almost ridiculous from this perspective. Being obsessed with control, normality, and appearances could not change the past. Yet that night all those years ago left Dan with the feeling that if he didn't keep his thumb tightly pressed down on everything, the wheels of his life would fly off and everything would descend into chaos. The truth would come out. Dan had accepted something else tonight as well. All his life he'd seen himself as a murderer. He'd seen Carl as an unwitting accomplice, cursed by his association with Dan. He knew that wasn't true now. What had happened with Jubal all those years ago was, like Detective Turner said, not murder. It was an accident. One drunk kid was picking on another drunk kid and it ended badly. If Dan had confessed, nothing would have ever come of it. People would have looked at him funny, talked about him behind his back. In his small town, people would remember him as the kid who killed Jubal Wagner. When he left that town, as he did after high school, the story wouldn't have followed him. It was the kind of story that stayed rooted where it grew. No one outside of his small town would ever know or care. The reason Dan had finally come to see that experience as an accident and not murder was because he now understood the difference. What he'd done tonight was murder. Jubal falling into the river all those years ago didn't have to mean that he died. It might have ended with him swimming to the shore or climbing back onto the bridge. It might have ended with him walking home wet and pissed off, only to fight with Dan again other night. What happened tonight was different. It could only have ended one way, and that was with Benjamin dead. Weird as it felt, Dan celebrated in his heart. He was a proud murderer. He rejoiced that he'd done the thing he set out to do. He celebrated that he'd had this insight. He delighted that he was now free of the experience that had haunted him for his entire life. These revelations, these bursts of awareness, came to Dan like flickers of light from the stars in the immense sky above him. While his mind was thus distracted, he covered the miles between Benjamin's building and Carl's home. He passed people from time to time. Some scattered merely at the sight of his approaching outline, a man walking determinedly with a pack and a rifle. Others fell silent and moved to the side to let him pass. It was as if some warning were being broadcast, flashing over his head in bold red letters. "Beware, murder approaching, please step to the side." In what seemed like minutes, he was walking onto Carl's block. He knew it had taken longer. He could feel the exertion of the day in his legs and lower back. Exhaustion settled over him like slipping beneath the surface of a warm pool. He was suddenly so tired that nothing mattered beyond getting into that house and laying down. The neighborhood was silent. The people who'd stayed up drinking those first few nights were not doing so tonight. Perhaps the novelty of the experience had worn off, replaced with the sobering awareness that their lives would be different now for a very long time. It was not a realization that brought levity and a desire to party. It was a disturbing truth. Dan fished the keys from his pocket as he turned into the driveway. He went straight to the front door and entered the dark house. He didn't light a candle nor fuss with the lantern. He had no need for light. He let his pack slip to the floor in the kitchen and propped the rifle against the wall. He unholstered the .357 revolver, unsheathed his knife, and placed them on the kitchen table with a solid thunk. Leaning against the wall, he unlaced his boots. It was hard to describe the sensation of removing them after the abuse his feet had suffered tonight. They were both numb and throbbing at the same time. Like so much of the rest of him, they would hurt badly tomorrow. He navigated his way through the darkness to his air mattress sitting on the living room floor. He removed his jacket and let it drop behind him. Not wanting to pop his most precious possession, he lowered himself carefully to the floor, eased onto the mattress, and pulled the sleeping bag over top him. "I did it, Carl," he whispered. "I got him. I killed the bastard." Dan was asleep within minutes. 39. Dan slept like the dead. At one point, he thought he heard the sound of a passing vehicle. He'd heard several yesterday as people began to venture out in their working cars and trucks to see what had become of their city. He opened his eyes when the light of morning sliced through the windows. He'd planned to get up at first light and head out for Turner's cabin. He was so tired, though. His muscles ached, and his head felt so thick he couldn't make himself get up. He settled back down onto his pillow and tugged the sleeping bag higher. He had to sleep a little longer. His body demanded it. He just drifted off when the recently repaired back door shattered inward. Wood splintered and the door came off the hinges, dropping heavily to the kitchen floor. Dan sat upright, but his mind was steps behind his body. He could see what was happening but couldn't process it or even react to it. 3 men streamed in, heading straight for Dan. He tried to focus. Where were his guns? He opened his mouth to say something but didn't have time to utter a single syllable. A rifle swung toward his face. Dan had the fleeting image of a batter playing t-ball, then the disturbing realization that his neck was the tee, his head the ball. That was his last thought before the butt of the rifle met his forehead and he lost consciousness. He had no idea how much time passed before he was awakened by a cup of water poured over his face. He pinched his eyes shut and spluttered. "Sorry if that tastes bad," a voice said. "I dipped it out of the toilet. I might have pissed in it first." There was a laugh and the cup clattered to the floor beside Dan's head. Before he could open his eyes, a heavy boot slammed into his thigh. Dan grunted at the deep pain, concerned for a moment that his leg had been broken. He tried to shift his body to massage his aching leg but found his hands were tied in front of him. "You killed my brother," a man spat. "Benjamin," Dan said. "He killed my friend. He got what was coming to him." "No, asshole, I'm Benjamin." Dan's eyes shot open and he saw a man pointing to his own chest. He looked a lot like the man Dan shot. "But I killed Benjamin." "The fuck you did? You killed my brother. Now I'm going to kill you." Dan closed his eyes and shook his head, the movement painful. Had he shot the wrong guy? They did look alike and the lighting had been bad. When he saw him in front of the burning building, he assumed it had to be Benjamin. It looked like the guy who'd peered down over the wall at him. This was bad. He'd screwed up royally. A couple of hours ago he was on top of the world. Now he was being ground beneath its heel. "I told you to forget this," another voice said, a raspy female voice. "I told you to let it go and move on." Dan realized she wasn't talking to Benjamin. She was talking to him. He craned his head around. The movement ignited a storm of pain. He saw fireworks and nearly cried out. His nose, his cheek, his jaw, and his neck had all been jarred by the blow to his head. He halfway expected his head to rattle from the shards of bones that had to be loose inside that empty head of his. Then his eyes fell on her. Jasmine. She sat on the couch, leaned back and slowly shaking her head at him. She looked like a mother regarding a son who'd turned out to be one gigantic disappointment. "You brought them here?" Dan asked. "You brought us here, idiot," Benjamin said. "You show up at my place and say Jasmine sent you. Then you start some shit and run away like a little bitch. A couple of hours later, my place burns down and someone shoots my brother. How could you possibly think I wouldn't track her down and demand answers?" Dan would have shrugged had he been able to move his arms. "I didn't think you'd be alive to ask any questions. That was the plan." One of Benjamin's men chuckled. He found the remark humorous, but a sharp look from his boss shut him up. "Well, I'm not dead." "I can see that," Dan replied, "but you soon will be." "You killed my friend," Dan said. "He didn't deserve that." Benjamin scratched his head with the front sight of the Glock in his hand. "It was business. In my line of work, public perception is important. It's like my corporate image. I have to protect it. I can't have people disrespecting me. I have to have a firm hand. It's how I keep market share, you might say." "I disrespected you," Dan said with a grin, blood filling his teeth. "I burned your shit down and killed your brother. How is that going to affect public perception? People are going to think you're weak. Your own guys are going to leave you once they realize you can't feed and protect them anymore. Wait and see, you're done." Benjamin took a seat in the blood-stained recliner. Dan started to point it out to him but let it pass. Benjamin let the Glock dangle from his hand like a remote control in the hand of a bored guy watching television. "Who are you? What did you do before the lights went out?" Dan started to speak but choked. A clot of blood broke loose from his sinuses and hung in his throat. He nearly vomited and turned his head to spit the thick mass onto the dusty floor. A trail of blood and spit strung along the stubble of his cheek. I worked in the mobile home business for a manufacturer. I was in charge of logistics. You worked in some office. A cubicle, but yeah, in an office. Benjamin chuckled. So the lights go out and you're Barney Badass. You come all this way to Boise to kill me and serve some hillbilly justice for your dead friend. Not exactly. I came out here because my friend's mother is too old and sick to pack up her dead son's belongings. I was helping her out. Benjamin tilted his head to the side. Ah, how sweet. The sarcasm stung Dan. He'd love to have a leg free to kick that smug look off Benjamin's face. All he had, though, was his words. Not as sweet as pulling the trigger on your brother. Big bastard dropped like a rock. Benjamin shot to his feet and lashed out at Dan, stomping on his groin. Dan cried out and rolled to his side. He vomited and for a moment thought he might black out. The thought entered his mind that this should be a lesson to him. Trading barbs with his captor when he was tied up and defenseless was suicide. He coughed and choked, his eyes watering. Dan felt the cold ring of the Glock's barrel against his temple, and it had a sobering effect on him. He was going to die. If not this minute, then certainly sometime soon. There was nothing he could do about it. His kids would never know what happened to him. He hoped they had fond memories. He hoped he'd made their childhood enjoyable. He had tried. A voice spoke into his ear, low and close. I'm going to take you downtown, asshole. I'm going to hang you from a stoplight as a message to anyone who might think I'm weak. If they think Benjamin is to be fucked with, all they have to do is remember your corpse hanging there, naked, ears cut off, eyes gouged out and castrated, and they'll know you were wrong. Dan hoped he was dead by the time those things happened. What about me? Asked Jasmine. Can I go now? Benjamin released his grip on Dan and stood. Excuse me. I had no part of this, she said. What happened downtown had nothing to do with me. Dan couldn't see her. The coffee table was in his way. He knew how she looked, though. He could imagine her face wore the same manipulative, pleading expression she'd used with him earlier. It hadn't worked with him, and he couldn't imagine it would work with Benjamin either. How did this man learn my name? Benjamin asked. How did he find my building? He forced that out of me, Jasmine said, her voice breaking. He threatened me. Had Dan not been in such pain, he would have rolled his eyes at her theatrics. Forced? Benjamin asked. He killed Bigfoot and said he was going to kill me too. The gunshot in the tight confines of the room startled Dan and he jerked. While he couldn't see what happened, he heard the weight on the couch shift, then Jasmine's body tumbled from the couch onto the floor. Dan found himself staring into her shattered face. He gritted his teeth against the horror of it. Blood seeped from her gaping forehead. He was certain he saw her brain exposed above the displaced eye. He turned away. Benjamin noticed his reaction. Too much for you, tough guy. Dan couldn't respond for fear of vomiting. Haul his ass outside, Benjamin directed his men. His two flunkies approached Dan and each hooked a strong hand under his armpit. They hauled him up and dragged him toward the kitchen door, not giving him time to get to his feet under him. Realizing they couldn't fit through the door three wide, they stood him up and ordered him to walk, someone prodding him in the back with a gun. Never did like that woman, Benjamin said, exiting the house behind them, glass grinding beneath his shoes. Everywhere you went, there she was, like some rash you couldn't get rid of. I think you're rid of her now, one of Dan's escorts said. No shit, Benjamin agreed. Around the corner of the house, a 1960s Ford dump truck sat in the driveway. Nice ride, Dan mumbled. It runs, Benjamin shrugged. And it was easy to hotwire, put him in the front. Benjamin's cronies exchanged a glance. Where are we supposed to ride? One asked. In the back, Benjamin said. Surely you don't expect me to ride in the back. Who's the boss, asshole? The men opened the passenger door and shoved Dan inside, resentful that he had a better seat than they did. One of them slammed the door shut and Benjamin turned his gun to Dan, a reminder that he was being watched. Grumbling, the flunkies climbed into the rusty dump bed. They dropped over the side and the sound of their feet echoed as they landed heavily on the steel floor. Getting my fucking sneakers dirty, one of them complained. You move and I kill you, Benjamin warned. You can't move as fast as I can shoot, remember that. Benjamin pumped the gas pedal and shoved the clutch to the floor. Then he reached out and touched some wires together, the engine roaring to life. Benjamin studied the pattern printed on the shifter handle, then put the transmission in reverse. As he looked up to check his rearview mirror, he caught sight of something in front of the windshield and froze. Dan was looking at the floor, resolved to his fate, but detected the change in Benjamin's demeanor. He painfully raised his own head to look out the windshield and saw Detective Turner standing in front of the truck, her gun aimed directly at Benjamin. Vordy. Needing two hands to drive the dump truck, Benjamin had laid his gun in his lap. He didn't expect to need it against Dan since his hands were tied. With the sudden appearance of a new threat to deal with, Benjamin yelled for his men and scrambled for his gun. Dan shoved off the passenger door, launching himself across Benjamin's lap. Not only did this cause Benjamin to fumble retrieving his handgun, but it put Dan in a position to reach the pedals. If he could force Benjamin's foot off the clutch, he could stall the truck. Benjamin slammed an elbow into Dan's ribs, trying to dislodge him, desperate to find his gun. A shot shattered the windshield, barely missing Benjamin's head. He covered up, raising both hands to shield his head against the falling glass. Still trying to get Benjamin's foot off the clutch, Dan sank his teeth into the man's leg. He grabbed a hunk of meat through his pants and ground down with all his might. Benjamin screamed, slamming a fist against the back of Dan's head. His foot came off the clutch, but the other shoved hard against the gas. The truck lurched backward, nearly stalling, but then suddenly picking up speed, rocketing blindly backward. Benjamin gave up trying to get his gun and wrapped his hands around the wheel. His eyes went to the side mirrors, trying to see what was behind him. He attempted to turn the truck, but the old manual steering took a lot of effort, and Dan's body was in the way. Benjamin relinquished his grip on the wheel and returned to elbowing Dan. 3 powerful blows fell on Dan's ribs before the heavy truck crashed. Whatever they hit was solid. Dan heard cries of pain as the men in the back banged around. Benjamin's head snapped backward, taking out a chunk of the shattered back window. Dan had the most comfortable position of all, Benjamin's body acting as a cushion against the impact. The truck stalled. The cries from the truck bed became screams. Someone was hurt bad. Turner sprinted toward them, shouting, ordering Benjamin out of the truck. She whipped the driver's door open, ready to drag Benjamin onto the ground, but he was ready for her. Less stunned than Turner expected, Benjamin had found his gun and was now aiming it at Detective Turner. Dan didn't know Benjamin had found his gun until the deafening shot exploded in the tight confines of the cab. Turner cried out as she launched herself sideways at the appearance of the gun, scrambling for cover at the front of the truck. Dan tried his best to fight with his hands bound, but Benjamin ended his efforts quickly, cracking Dan in the temple with the butt of his gun. Dan went limp. He wasn't unconscious, but the fight was gone from him. Benjamin rolled out from under him, exiting the truck and hauling Dan out with him. Benjamin clutched Dan against him as a human shield, an arm locked around his neck. "Let him go," Turner barked, her body protected by the engine of the truck. Benjamin responded by firing at her, the shot ricocheting harmlessly from the heavy steel fender. He called to his men, "Tito, Marcus." There was no answer beyond groans and sobbing. Benjamin moved steadily backward, keeping Dan close. "Let him go," Turner repeated, exposing her weapon and part of her face. "You're not getting out of here." Benjamin fired another hasty shot in her direction, hitting nothing. They reached the back of the truck, and Dan saw they'd hit a massive tree. The men in the bed had not fared well. One lay on the ground, his leg wrenched around at an odd angle. He was writhing and sobbing. The other had been impaled by a branch. The short limb stuck through his back and emerged from his abdomen, a loop of intestine hanging from the bloody tip like garland. His feet slowly pedaled in the air as if to gain purchase and carry him to safety. He looked like a toy robot with failing batteries. Taking advantage of Benjamin's distraction, Turner appeared and popped off a round. She didn't want to fire directly at Benjamin for fear of hitting Dan. She'd hoped the round might provide enough distraction for Dan to slip away from his attacker or fight back. No such luck. Dan was too dazed from the blow to his head. His brain was stuck on the home screen, unable to boot. "What the hell's going on out there?" a man demanded from his open doorway. It was apparently his tree and his yard, but this was not his dump truck parked there. It may be the apocalypse, but he wanted answers. Those answers came in the form of gunfire. Benjamin had his gun aimed over Dan's shoulder, pointed in Turner's direction. At the appearance of a new voice, he swung the gun across Dan's chest, only inches from his face, and fired off a round. The man was struck in the shoulder. The slug punched through and splattered the white door behind him with a rosette of bright red blood. He cried out, grabbed his shoulder, and slumped to the ground. A hand shot from the dark interior of the home and dragged him inside the house. Someone slammed the door, and Dan heard the sound of the deadbolt being thrown. Benjamin directed his attention back toward the front of the truck, toward Turner's hiding place. Dan could almost hear the other man's thoughts, the gears grinding as he tried to come up with a plan. At the same time, Dan's brain began firing on all cylinders again and he looked for his own opening. He barely caught the movement above him before Turner leapt from the high bed of the dump truck. She'd come up and over from the far side. The entire weight of her body fell on Benjamin's outstretched arm. It was extended over Dan, the bicep resting on Dan's shoulder. It snapped like breaking a stick over a fallen log. There was a muffled crack and the elbow was wrenched loose like a turkey leg torn from the carcass. Benjamin let out a high-pitched scream in Dan's ear. Turner hit the ground, her momentum taking her into a roll. Benjamin staggered backward and Dan intentionally went with him. He spun as Benjamin fell, landing on top of him. Benjamin was screaming, his face pale. The pain had left him defenseless. Dan pinned the damaged arm down with a knee, feeling the fractured bones grate beneath him. He raised his bound hands over his head, clasped the fingers together, and hammered his doubled fist down on Benjamin's face. Benjamin's nose flattened beneath that first blow. He tried to throw his good hand up to block, but it was a feeble gesture. Dan worked a knee up over that bicep too, trapping it. He raised his hands again, locked the fingers together, and dropped another blow. Once, twice. Benjamin was stunned now, his eyes glazed, and Dan could sense the lights going out. He raised his hands for another blow, and a hand hooked around them, stopping him. Dan couldn't see her face, but knew it was Turner's hand. He relaxed and fell to the side, rolling over onto his back. He was panting, bleeding, and ached everywhere. Turner stood above Dan. She flicked open a knife and leaned forward. Dan raised his bound hands and she cut him loose. He dropped his arms heavily to his side, not feeling like he was ready or able to get up. Turner collected Benjamin's weapon, then those of his companions. "We need to get out of here," Turner said, reaching a hand down to Dan. "Now." He took her hand and she helped him to his feet. He swooned, lightheaded from the sudden change in position. "I feel like shit." Turner smiled at him. "You don't look much better." She put an arm around him and helped him back across the street. "You came back for me." It wasn't a question. It wasn't even a statement, just a revelation that escaped his mouth as quickly as the thought materialized in his brain. "You noticed that, did you?" "Why?" "I was pretty certain you'd fuck it up," she said. "Your confidence in yourself appeared unwarranted." "What does that even mean?" "As they'd say in Tennessee, it means your mouth was writing checks that I didn't think your ass could cash." They hit Carl's driveway, then the backyard, and headed into the house. "I wasn't being cocky," Dan said. "I guess I reached the point where I didn't care how it ended." "I care how it ends," Turner offered. "Maybe the ride out of town was a little lonely and gave me a lot to think about. I saw what it was going to be like staying at that cabin by myself after you got your dumb ass killed. I decided I better come back and see how this ended." "What if you'd found me dead?" She helped Dan sit down at the kitchen table. "I was prepared for that. If that had been the case, at least I'd know the answer. I wouldn't have to be waiting for you." "I think I need to lay down," Dan said. Turner shook her head. "No time for that. We can't be certain how the neighborhood will respond to this mess. They may blame you for a guy from the neighborhood getting shot. We need to get your stuff together and get out of here before they start asking questions. Are you packed?" Dan nodded, then winced as the motion again shot pain through his spine. "I've got to quit doing that." "Then get up and get your stuff together. Everything. Is there room in your trash cart for the weapons I took off those men?" "They'll fit." Dan got to his feet and gathered everything he hadn't packed the day before. He pulled his jacket on and gathered his weapons. Turner came in to help gather his things and stopped in her tracks at the sight of the dead body in the floor. "Who is that?" "Jasmine. You do that." "No," he replied. "Benjamin shot her because she gave up his name. He said it was her fault I burned his building down." "You burned his building down?" "Yes." Turner gave the place a once-over, making sure Dan had his weapons and everything else he planned to take on the road. Before they left, she grabbed a paper towel and dabbed the blood from his face. "That's going to hurt tomorrow." He grinned. "It hurts now. I'll bandage you once we're out of this neighborhood. I can't leave until I know something." She flashed him a frustrated look. "We need to hurry." "What's your first name? Don't tell me it's Detective." She smiled and shook her head. "No, it's not. It's Holly." "I'm ready to go now, Holly." Dan tipped up the recycling cart and headed for the back door. Holly held it open for him. He waited at the back gate while Holly grabbed her bike and packed from the bushes at the corner of the house. They hurried into the alley and started east. Through hedges and fences, they caught glimpses of a group gathering around the crashed truck. Boom, the gunshot stopped Dan in his tracks. Across the distance, he saw a man lowering a shotgun. Benjamin was no longer moving, no longer pleading. In fact, Benjamin was simply no longer. 41. How far is it to this cabin? Dan asked. Any idea? Please don't tell me you're going to be one of those people who constantly asks if we're there yet, Holly teased. No, I just didn't know if you'd ever calculated the distance. We're headed for a little town called Atlanta, Idaho. It's close to there. It's around 130 miles if you drive because the fastest route takes you on highways. If you're walking, it's closer to 85 miles. It's a more direct route but takes you on some dirt roads. They're slower in a car but faster on foot. As much as I like my fancy cart here, I have to admit I'm a little nervous about pushing it through the city. It draws a lot of attention. We're not taking surface streets, Holly said. Boise has a greenbelt trail that skirts the river. It's not far from here. We're going to hit that trail and head southeast toward Lucky Peak Lake. There's always the chance we could hit trouble on the greenbelt since people are starting to figure out the cops aren't coming. If that happens, be prepared to fight back. Always, I'm wearing a .357 and I've got the shotgun in the top of the cart. It's loaded and ready to go. Is the trail rough? No, it's a paved trail for bikes or running. It's actually really nice under better circumstances. Like when you're not escaping a city during the apocalypse. She smiled, exactly. As Dan walked, his abused muscles loosened some. They'd been stiff and sore from yesterday's walk to Benjamin's place. Other aches were not so quick to leave him. His head throbbed from the beating he'd taken. His balls felt swollen from Benjamin stomping them and they ached with each step. He paused once to take some Tylenol and drink water, but otherwise they kept to a fast pace, wanting to escape the city as quickly as possible. I'm kind of surprised you didn't finish Benjamin off yourself when you had him on the ground, Holly said. I didn't think you wanted me to. I didn't, she admitted. Part of me didn't want to watch that. Still, it was your call. I wouldn't have stopped you. Dan thought about it before speaking. He was beat. I burned his place to the ground and his supplies with it. That arm probably would have got infected and killed him anyway. I was okay with leaving it at that, but I'm glad the neighbors killed him. I still got to see him die. So you can put Boise behind you now. The slate is clear. I can, and it is. The Greenbelt moved through all types of terrain. They passed through isolated river bottoms and skirted housing developments. They passed through urban parks and alongside once busy thoroughfares. Only once did they encounter trouble, near Barber Park where the trail crossed the Reidenbaugh Canal. After crossing the bridge, they turned left along South Eckert Road. Thick timber bollards were embedded in the asphalt to keep people from driving cars onto the Greenbelt. Two guys who looked to be around 20 years old were perched on the bollards, passing a joint between them. Hey, what y'all got? One of the men asked. When Dan and Holly ignored him and continued on past, he became angry. He stood and called to their backs, I asked you all what you was carrying, don't make me hurt you. In unison, Holly and Dan unholstered their weapons and turned on the man. His eyes widened as he stared down the barrels of their guns and his hands crept skyward. The joint dropped from his fingertips. Sorry, he said, just making conversation. Make it somewhere else, Holly said. The man nodded. Whatever you say, we're going. He leaned over to pick up the smoldering joint he dropped. You can leave that, Dan said. The man backed away. Whatever you say, boss. Dan and Holly kept their guns on the men until they disappeared from sight. Dan retrieved the joint from the ground, pinched the spit-soaked nub from the end of it and flipped that into the street. He stuck the joint in his mouth and relit it. As he inhaled, he noticed Turner watching him, a look of amusement on her face. You shook down 2 hoodlums for some weed, Holly said. I thought you were a higher class of criminal than that. I hope you're proud of yourself. They tried to shake us down and we shook back. Well, you're going to have to smoke and walk, Holly said, heading off with her bike. And if you get killed because you're high, it's your own fault. Grinning, Dan took his recycling can by the handles and took off after her. Hey, you ever listen to the Charlie Daniels Band? Not since I left Tennessee. That's too bad. Long-haired country boy is my anthem. She rolled her eyes at him. You're the first friend I've had who claimed to have an anthem. Dan chuckled. Oh, I'm full of firsts. Just wait and see. They crossed the Boise River and headed northeast before turning right on the Greenbelt around East Warm Springs Road. The geography was alien to Dan. Their surroundings grew less crowded, the rocky terrain opening up around them. Dan was used to a world of green, and this was a landscape of subtle grays and browns. Had he not been in such pain, the walk would have been enjoyable. The terrain and his buzz helped distract him somewhat. He gawped at the scenery like a rube in New York City, his eyes constantly finding something new and interesting. In an area Holly described as Riverland East, they stopped along the paved trail to eat lunch. They split a can of beans, which Dan gladly offered up since it was so heavy. They were barely into their journey, and he was already realizing his garbage can cart was an awkward burden. There was nothing he could do about it at this point, other than keep going. By the end of the day, we'll be at the lake, Holly said. We'll find some place to camp for the night. It'll be cool, but it's not supposed to rain. Sounds nice after being stuck in the city. It won't be nice in the way you're used to. Tennessee lakes have those lush, wooded shores. You can camp on pine needles. This lake isn't like that. Nothing but scrub brush and rocky bluffs around it. The terrain is kind of open, so we'll need to find a spot that will keep us out of sight. Maybe a draw. A draw, Dan asked. I've heard that word in Western movies. What is a draw? She laughed. A holler is what Tennessee folks would call it. That I understand. It should be fine. I don't expect there'll be many people hanging out at the lake under these conditions, but there are homes in the surrounding hills. We'll want to stay clear of those so we don't make the owners nervous. I don't want to wake up to the barrel of a gun. Yeah, it's unpleasant, Dan said. I've been there. He recalled the various unpleasant experiences he'd had while sleeping in Boise. Well, we're not making time sitting here. Let's get going. They buried their trash, a compromise between littering and carrying it with them. Walking for several more hours brought them to the gates of Lucky Peak State Park. The Greenbelt Trail ended there, and they'd walk roads for the next few days. Dan was sure the park was technically closed, but there wasn't a locked gate, nor was the park empty. There were a few tents set up in areas that probably weren't intended for camping. Several vehicles, including some RVs, were in parking spaces, probably stuck there by the solar event. This place is too public and too populated, Dan said. Agreed. Dan was exhausted, and his injuries were stinging, burning, or aching, depending on which one he was thinking about at the time. He was ready to lay down and eat, maybe even lay down and die. The last thing he wanted was more walking, especially if it involved pulling his cart uphill or off-road. They ended up finding a spot off the road that allowed them to sleep on soft grass. They wouldn't be able to have a fire since there wasn't any deadfall in the area and the location was so exposed. A fire on the edge of a lake would be seen for long distances in this open country. They sat on the soft grass and enjoyed the sensation of not having to walk any longer. It wasn't long before Dan's rumbling belly started screaming at him, so he dug into his recycling cart, found the jar of denatured alcohol, then set out to locate some empty drink cans. It didn't take long to find 2 IPA empties in a garbage can. Using the car, he made an alcohol stove in a matter of minutes, splashed some alcohol in and stuck a lighter to it. A blue flame glowed through the holes he'd punched in it. He tore the labels off 2 soup cans and opened them with the Swiss Army knife. The stove itself was too tippy to support a can, so Dan piled a few rocks together to hold the can over the flame. When the contents of the can began bubbling, he removed it with a bandana-wrapped hand and offered it to Holly. She ate it with a spork she carried in her own gear. When the second can was warm enough to eat, Dan wrapped a bandana around it and drank the liquid off before eating the contents from the bottom of the can. There was not a lot of conversation that night. Dan spread out a tarp to keep their bags from absorbing moisture from the ground. They stretched out, fading from consciousness as the light faded from the day. 42. They got off to a slow start the next morning, with both of them suffering from various aches and pains. Dan wasn't simply experiencing the normal complaints of a man his age undertaking an advanced physical challenge. He was suffering from the exertion of his mission downtown and the subsequent beating at the hands of Benjamin. If he'd felt like this at any other time in his life, he'd have gone to the doctor. Instead, he was on a multi-day hike pushing a big blue garbage can on bicycle wheels. He didn't feel like anything was permanently damaged, but this wasn't something he'd recover from in days. It would be weeks. They took the time to fuel up with breakfast, to make coffee, and to lube their joints with some ibuprofen. After they finally got moving, they made good time on decent roads, covering a little over 20 miles. If you'd asked Dan that morning if he could walk 20 miles, he'd have told you that there was no way he could do it, but he did. took them a long day with lots of breaks to trace the shoreline of the Arrow Rock Reservoir. They spent the night at the Willow Creek campground along the Boise River. The country floored Dan. It was a stunning world that was completely captivating to him. For much of the day, he dreamed of a fishing rod and time to cast into that water. "There'll be plenty of time for that later," Holly promised. "There's gear at the cabin and plenty of good water within walking distance. You can fish as much as you like." The next day, Dan was in especially bad shape and wanted to take a rest day at their Willow Creek campsite. Holly talked him out of it, insisting that they needed to put miles between them and Boise. "Every mile counts," she reminded him. He couldn't argue with her logic. She was right. They repeated their routine from the previous day: coffee, food, and anti-inflammatories. It wasn't a magical elixir. Every step still hurt. It took a lot of encouragement and distracting conversation to keep their legs moving. "You should just get on your bike and ride," Dan said. "This is good road and you could make good time. I'll catch up with you." She shook her head. "It's fine." When she'd shown up at Carl's house, her original plan was to ride this route on her bike, a massive pack on her back. It wouldn't have been an easy ride, but would have been easier than walking. Instead, to keep pace with Dan, she'd lashed her pack across the seat and handlebars of her bike. She walked alongside it, pushing rather than riding. "I feel bad that I'm slowing you down." "Don't worry about it." She gave him an enigmatic smile. "Besides, I have a surprise for you at the end of the day. It will be worth it. I guarantee you'll be smiling when we stop for the night." He hoped she was right, although he couldn't imagine anything that might make him smile at this point. A buffet, a masseuse, everything from his battered skull to his blistered big toe ached with each step. He was limping, kept a headache, and his hands were beginning to blister from pushing the cart. Holly kept her word, and he was indeed smiling by the end of the day. They'd covered a little over 12 miles when she directed him off the side of the road. She led him to a secluded spot where they stashed their gear. "We need to go up the trail," she said. Dan looked dubious. "How far?" "Not far, just up to that ledge." He could see it in the distance and knew he could make it, though every step hurt. At the end of the trail was the Loftus Hot Spring, a natural pool of 99-degree water. Dan nearly cried when Holly explained what he was looking at. She hadn't even finished her explanation when he boldly stripped off everything and waded in. Holly was not so much shocked by Dan's nakedness as by the condition of his body. While he'd been complaining of pain, she'd not seen his wounds. Now she felt bad about not giving him the rest day he'd asked for. The beatings he'd received had taken a toll on him, his body striated with multicolored bruises. No wonder he was complaining. He had to be miserable. Seeing Dan's pleasure at settling into the warm pool, Holly soon threw off her own grimy clothes and joined him. They lounged there for much of the afternoon. No one came by and no vehicles passed. They didn't get out until driven to do so by their own hunger. "Guess I should have thought to bring a towel up here," Holly said. "I have a bandana in my clothes, but I doubt it will go very far. A couple of plush robes would be nice." "I should have called ahead," Holly said. Shortly they were down the trail, seated by their gear and heating a meal over the tiny alcohol stove. "I haven't felt this good in a week," Dan said. "That was amazing. Can we stay over and do that tomorrow?" Holly shook her head. "I know you're hurting, but we're close, Dan. We need to keep pace. I don't think it's a good idea to spend any more time on the open road than we have to. We need to get to the cabin and get settled. But if it makes you feel any better, there's another hot spring up the road. We get an early start tomorrow, and we can be lounging there tomorrow afternoon." Dan smiled. "It's a deal. Please tell me there's one of these near the cabin." "Actually, there is, Chattanooga Hot Springs. As long as it's safe, we can visit there. It's a lot hotter than this one. There's a valve that lets you turn cooler water into it so you don't boil." They set up their camp after eating, but retreated back to the hot spring until stars filled the sky. When Dan started to nod off in the warm water, Holly roused him and they navigated their way to their waiting sleeping bags by candlelight. Dan slept like a rock that night, comfortable and relaxed for the first time in recent memory. They hiked for 3 more days, hitting Dutch Frank Hot Spring at the end of the first. After another relaxing, therapeutic evening, they did 10 miles the next day and spent the night on the shore of the middle fork of the Boise River. If they'd pushed hard and skipped that second hot spring, they probably could have made it in 2 days, but they didn't. The easier days gave them time to heal, time to get to know each other. They were leaving Boise and its problems behind. They were leaving their old lives behind. They had a campfire on the riverbank and ate simple dinners, still trying to shed the weight of the canned food. They kept a fire all night and buried their trash away from their campsite, hoping to avoid any unexpected visits from bears. Occasionally, the road took them past remote homes built along the river. They spoke to no one but waved back when they were waved to. Some residents gawked openly at them, which was understandable. A woman pushing a bike alongside a man rolling a stolen recycling bin was probably not a common sight in these parts. They were strange times indeed. Sometimes they didn't see anyone at all behind the dark windows but felt eyes on them. They understood. Suspicion and paranoia were heightened. No one wanted uninvited guests in times like these. No one wanted to take a chance that a smiling face might mask a scheming thief or killer. They were chased by barking dogs more than once but managed to deter them without violence. Neither wanted to provoke an angry reaction from an armed dog owner. Then one afternoon they reached the historic mining town of Atlanta, Idaho. There were people around, but the remote town was far from crowded. They steered away from the river that had been their companion for days and headed north on a dead-end dirt road. Moving up into the foothills of Greylock Mountain, the climbing was steep and painful. Only the awareness that the end of this road marked the end of their journey kept them going. They passed some cabins and homesteads off in the distance, but met no one. The road ended at a rusty chain stretched across the road, suspended between two steel posts. "This is it," Holly puffed. Dan nodded, wiping sweat from his forehead. He didn't have the wind left to speak. Holly went around one of the posts and Dan followed. His wide cart snagged a wheel on the post. He was too tired to carefully extricate it, so he gave it a couple of violent tugs, finally yanking it free. Holly was a good 30 yards ahead of him now. Dan locked one hand onto his cart and pulled it awkwardly behind him. He looked like an angry man hauling his can to the curb on trash day. He caught up with Holly as the incline leveled off at a small valley. Dan released his grip on the cart handle and let it thump to the ground. Before him was one of the most beautiful, picturesque sights ever placed before him. There was an A-frame cabin that must have been 50 or 60 years old, done in cedar shingle siding with a green metal roof. The front porch extended out into a private stream-fed lake. The stony crest of Greylock Mountain rose in the background. "Fish," he gasped. She smiled and nodded. "You can catch trout from the porch. They can be in the pan in a minute, depending on how fast you clean a fish. It doesn't get any fresher than that. And you don't think your ex-husband will make it out here?" His parents have a place in the woods near Mt. Hood National Forest. I can't imagine he'd come all this way when he'd have to pass right by their place on his way here. It makes more sense for him to stay there and help them out. We should be fine. Besides, I don't think he'd be angry with me. We're on good terms. I think he'd want me to come here. And there's no one else with a claim to it. She shook her head. As far as I know, it's all ours until he shows up, if he ever does. Dan dropped to his knees. The coarse stone of the road ground into his knees, but it was barely noticeable over the chorus of other pains. He was utterly exhausted of mind, body, and spirit. He had nothing left. "Are you okay?" Holly asked. "Don't tell me I brought you all this way and you're going to have a heart attack in the driveway." Dan had tears in his eyes. "I'm okay. I'm just grateful. Thank you for finding me. Thank you for seeing something in me that made you want to share this." Holly extended a hand to him, helping him to his feet. "I just wanted a hand with all the work we're going to have to do. Can I at least get a day off to rest?" She laughed. "Let's go. We need to find the key and open the place up for the summer. We'll have to evict some mice." Dan hoped he'd see his kids again, the snarky Taylor, the affectionate Kevin. However, the miles he'd covered over the last few days made a journey to Tennessee seem like an insurmountable obstacle. He couldn't imagine what a 2,000-mile walk would look like. He hoped they were okay. He hoped they would work together to find a place where they could lay low and wait for better times. Maybe they'd head for home. Dan started walking again and found that the brief pause had given his overworked muscles time to start setting up like concrete. Those first steps were painful, but he grabbed his cart and wheeled it toward the house. Despite his suffering, each step toward the cabin renewed him. He felt lighter. He was a man who'd been dead on the operating table but brought back, his life restored to him in all its pain and glory.